Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku's Quirk was a Sentient Titan System? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. School is done for the day, and like every other day, Izuku tries his best to avoid any kind of confrontation with Bakugo. And like most days, he was unsuccessful. What the hell was that, you useless Deku? What did do why you mean Keikachin? Bakugo had once again cornered Izuku before he could make his escape from the classroom, shouting at him once more as if he's the most important. You know exactly what I mean. Why the hell are you trying to sign up for UA? They'd never accept a quirkless freak like you. Not even in the general education course. And once again he was berating Izuku for just being alive. Why you don't know that the rule AR against Q quirkless students was lifted Y years ago? Oh I know, but who would ever accept worthless trash like you? No one, not even the villains. So give up or I'll make you. Bakugo grabs his notebook, then proceeds to use an explosion to singe the book, then throw it out the window, where it lands in the koi pond. If you want to be a hero so desperately, then how about taking a swan dive of the roof, and hope you get a quirk in the next life? Bakugo and his lackeys leave Izuku by his desk, walking away while cackling wildly. Stupid Kachin, doesn't he realize if I did that, and they figure out that it was because of him, then he'd never be able to become a hero? Izuku lets out a long, sad sigh as he packs the rest of his things and prepares to go home. Stupid Kachin, wonder if he ever thinks before he opens his big mouth. Izuku walks his usual route home, silently grumbling about Bakugo's words. When he goes under the bridge, he pauses. What was that? Sounded like the manho dash. Before he could finish his thought, he heard a voice, and was enveloped in a greenish-gray slime. This must be my lucky day, a medium-sized invisibility cloak, perfect to get away from that muscle head. The slime villain climbed out of the sewer fully, trying to suffocate Izuku by forcing tendrils of slime down his throat. All the while Izuku struggles to get free, desperately clawing away at the tendrils forcing themselves down his throat. Don't struggle, it'll be over so dash. This time it was the villain's turn to get cut off, as a loud voice proclaimed its entrance. Do not worry citizen. All me dash. Because I am here. Texas smash. The resulting air pressure generated by the punch blew off all the slime from Izuku, but also caused him to fall and hit his head, knocking him out. When he came to, he felt something lightly smacking him on the cheek. Young man, wake up, are you all right? One thing Izuku did not expect when he woke up this day was getting attacked by a villain. What he expected even less was to be saved from said villain by his idol, All Might. Oh my god, All Might? Yes young man, it is I, All Might. I apologize that you got involved in that. I've been chasing this villain for near an hour before he found you. Izuku barely registered All Might's words, only caring for the fact that his idol was standing right in front of him. All Might, wow, it's such an honor to meet you. Can I have your autograph? Why you already do, young man, take a look. All Might points to his charred notebook, lying beside him. It must have fallen out as All Might sent his punch. Oh wow, thank you so much. Before you go, can I ask you something? He wanted an answer to a question he's had since he was declared quirkless. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? I am sorry young man, but I do not have time. I need to get this guy to the police station pronto. I also have an important meeting that I am also starting to be late to. I apologize. All Might moves to jump. This makes Izuku's mind race, as he moves to grab onto All Might's leg. Why dash? Pilot. Izuku jolts, stopping in his tracks, missing All Might as he jumps away. But that was the least of Izuku's concerns. What was that voice? The voice that you registered was me. Izuku jolts once again, quickly getting to his feet. Who's there? Are you another villain? Izuku was now starting to panic, worried that another villain would attack him, especially as All Might had just jumped away. I am not a villain. Please take a moment and view your left wrist. Izuku was now confused, But while he was still worried, he did realize said voice was coming from the same area the voice pointed him to. His left wrist. When he pulled up the sleeve of his jacket, he was surprised and relieved to see that there was now a wristband with a rather large screen. "It is nice to finally meet you, pilot. My designation is BT-7274, and I am your Titan." "Pilot? Titan? What was this voice talking about? Pilot? Titan? What are you talking about? And how did this gadget get on my wrist?" Izuku was now even more confused than before, but did not fear getting attacked again, at least not from the voice. "You are my pilot, I am your Titan. I believe I also am what your world calls a quirk, your quirk." "Quirk? My quirk?" Izuku started to tear up at this. He finally had a quirk. But then questions started to form. And definitely what? You're my quirk? But I'm supposed to be quirkless. I have the extra toe joint. And why now? I have integrated with the internet. I will try to answer your questions to the best of my abilities. For your first question, the internet explains many places that a toe joint does not immediately mean you're quirkless. Roughly 20 to 25% of people with said extra joint have quirks. To answer your second question, you are closer to death than you may think. The villain only need 5 or less seconds more to kill you. It has been proven that physically and mentally traumatic experiences can and have caused dormant quirks to active. Quirks such as yours. Izuku was now dumbstruck. He had seen articles saying this, but never believed them to be credible. "Well, if I have a quirk and you're part of it, does that mean you know how it works?" Izuku had no clue what to do, nor what his quirk was, so if he could get help from his quirk itself, then he would definitely try. "I proclaimed it before, I am your Titan, you are my pilot. A part of your quirk is also able to teach and train your knowledge of your quirk without using it in real life." Without using it in real life? What do you mean by, without using it in real life? Izuku was again confused. How could he learn about his quirk if he didn't use it? Your quirk involves calling down your powers. They will grab attention from more than just civilians. For that we have the training simulation. Simulation? Now Izuku was intrigued. This was starting to sound interesting to him, but he wondered how his mother would react. He should definitely tell her, but he would have no clue what to say. "I recommend you leave for home, before your mother becomes frantic. It is starting to get late." Izuku looked at his phone, realizing he was almost an hour late to his house. He had been so absorbed about gaining his quirk that he had completely forgotten about getting home. Realizing this, he quickly gathered his things and swiftly made his way home. While he makes his way home, he quietly converses with his quirk BT. It's called BT, he has to remember this. "So BT," he asks quietly, trying to avoid people looking at him strangely. "I should explain, well, you to my mom, shouldn't I? Especially since this training simulation you talked about will probably be something where I won't be able to answer her if she asks for me, right?" "That is correct, pilot. It would be counterproductive to say nothing and make the reveal sour. Also, the simulation pod is nearly impossible to hide. It is rather large." Izuku's sweat dropped at the last part. "I wonder how mom will take it. To her, it might just seem like some kind of gadget I bought from a store or something." Izuku suddenly stops in his tracks. "Oh no, what am I going to say about the villain that attacked me?" he said while starting to panic. "Pilot, calm down, your heart rate is climbing. Be honest with her. Tell her the hero saved you. It will have to suffice." Izuku knew BT was right. Hiding this would be stupid. He just hoped she wouldn't hover too much afterwards. A thought popped into his head at that last bit. "Hey BT, that simulation pod. Can you, create more than one?" "Yes, pilot, but I must ask, why would you need more than one?" Izuku smirks at this. "Because then I can prove to mom that I have a quirk." When Izuku returned home, he instantly gets tackled by a short green blur. "Izuku, I was so worried when you didn't come home on time." "Mom, I'm fine really." Is dinner ready yet?" Sniff. "Oh yes dear, it's been ready for a few minutes, I was just waiting on you." "That's good. Also, I have something to tell you while we eat, it's kinda important." At this, Inko starts worrying again, flinging question after question. Did something happen? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Do you need to go to the doctors? No, Mom, I'm fine. Really, it's something else. But you need to promise me that you won't cut me off when I explain, okay? Inko was silent for a moment, her eyes looking Izuku up and down, scrutinizing him. I'll do my best, honey, but I can't really promise that. You know this as well as I. Izuku chuckled at that. Yeah, I guess I do, but seriously. They then went into the living room and sat down. Izuku then proceeded to recount what happened with the slime villain. Of course, Inko immediately became panicked and tried to take him to the hospital. Of course, Izuku refused, saying All Might got to him quickly and made sure he was okay before leaving. Then he got to when BT first called out to him. So, I guess this is the point where I tell you that, well, the incident made my quirk appear. Mom. Inko was just sat there staring at him blankly, then after a few seconds, tears started to fall. Oh, I see. I'm so happy, you finally have your quirk. Inko once again tackled Izuku into a hug, and after a few minutes she released him and then asked the question that would make things confusing. So, what quirk did you get then? Did you get mine, or your father's? Or some combination of both? Izuku's answer was instantaneous, short, and troubling. Neither. This dumbfounded Inko. How could he have a quirk with no resemblance to hers or her former husband's? What do you mean, neither? I mean just that, it bears no resemblance, not even remotely. In fact, why don't you introduce yourself, BT? At this, Izuku lifts his left arm and pulls down the sleeve, revealing the screen of his manager, as BT called it. Hello, Miss Inko. My designation is BT 7274, you may call me BT, and I am Izuku's Titan. Hey, you finally called me by my name. Inko was now deeply confused. This was his quirk? And what did it mean by Titan? Hello there, BT. I am confused, what do you mean by Titan? IT will be easier to show you rather than explain. Does your apartment contain an unused room? Inko would be lying if she said she wasn't intrigued, so she decided to indulge Izuku's so-called quirk. Why, yes, we have a room we use for light storage. But why do you ask? Because the equipment needed for my pilot to train and become acquainted with his abilities requires space. Equipment. That word makes her worried, both for Izuku's health and their finances, believing they will have to purchase weights and such. Thankfully, Izuku takes over and explains to his mom what BT explained to him on his way home. So these simulation pods, they will allow Izuku to use his quirk without having to worry about causing damage to property and breaking laws? Correct, Miss A. But what about the power? They sound like they will eat electricity, and we aren't that well off. Do not worry, they use special power cells that are capable of staying powered for up to several years, so long as they are given sufficient time between sessions to recharge. At this, Inko raised an eyebrow. Self-sufficient power? That's the stuff of wonders right there. Alright, we can clear out the room tomorrow, Izuku. It will be Saturday and we already didn't have any plans. At this, Izuku let out a blinding smile, while proceeding to give her a big hug. Thanks, Mom. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. Saturday morning, Izuku woke up bright and early as he usually did. The first thing he did was get dressed in something comfortable and put on his manager again. He had discovered how to take it off the night before, after BT had pointed out that it might be uncomfortable. When he exited his room, he found his mom in the kitchen making breakfast, as she usually did during the weekend. Good morning, Izuku, you ready for some cleanup today? Greeted Inko. Good morning, Mom, and do you even have to ask? I'm so excited, answered Izuku, as he bounced with joy. I am glad to see that you are eager to learn, but today will mostly be used to acquaint you with the properties and abilities of your quirk. Training will not start until at least tomorrow. BT's words had done little to dampen his excitement, as such he was quick to eat his breakfast and get started with clearing out the room. A few hours later, the room had been cleared out and dusted off, ready to be used. Well, that's that. So, what happens now, BT? Asked Izuku. I recommend stepping back. Initiating sim pod phasing. Barely a second after BT had said this, In the back of the room, two objects began to appear out of thin air, while crackling with some kind of energy. Both Izuku and Inko stood there, speechless at the display that had taken place in front of them. The sim pods are ready for use. Be aware they will need calibration to your biometrics so as to make the simulated versions of you correct, explained BT. It was at that point Inko decided to speak up. I'm only wondering one thing, why are there two? I imagined Izuku would only need a single 1-inch, questioned Inko. You are correct, Miss Ankao. The second one is for you, in case you wish to oversee his training and understand what his quirk is capable of. Also, your son requested it, but it was a logical choice, admitted the AI. Oh well, I guess I can see how that would be ideal. A parent should always know what their child's quirk is, agreed Inko. Then Izuku spoke up. That's another reason why I spoke up about it, admitted Izuku. Well then Izuku, let's try it out then, said Inko, while moving towards the pods. Izuku nodded and they made their way towards the pods. As they sat down, BT gave them instructions to calibrate the pods to them, stating they would only need to do it once, unless someone else used it in the meantime. Then as the pods finish calibrating, they start to close up, then it start to scan them, and then in a sudden flash of light they're in some kind of open field. Except everything is weird, there are rocks floating around, the grass looks weird and the sky has a weird tinge to it. Where are we? Asks Izuku, now having overcome the shock of the beauty of the simulation. This place is registered in my databank's AS Harmony, and this is where you will be learning how to become a pilot, explained BT. You keep calling me that. What do you mean by pilot? Asked Izuku, still confused by the AI's choice of words. It would be better to show you, but you will need to activate it. Look at your manager. Izuku looks down at his manager. The display has changed, now there's a button flashing with the words, Titanfall on it. Trusting BT, Izuku presses the button, and barely a second later he and his mom hear what sounds like muffled explosions above them. As they look up they see what looks like a meteor coming down, and before they get a chance to panic, it hits the ground. Before impact both Izuku and Inko close their eyes, but as they realize nothing happened they slowly open their eyes. What they see though is not what they expect. Now kneeling in front of them is a giant robot. Then suddenly, what looks like an eye looks up at them, and then, "Hello pilot, we meet in person," greeted BT, having moved to stand up straight. BT! Yell Izuku and Inko in sync. Correct. This is my frame, classified in my databanks as a Vanguard class Titan, explained the Titan. It's at this point the gears in Izuku's head start turning. Wait a second, if I'm your pilot, does that mean you're a mech not a robot? Questioned Izuku, having begun to brim with excitement. That would be correct. Although I am capable of acting without a pilot, I am most efficient when in your control. Izuku is now stunned into silence. His quirk was so potentially strong. Pilot, I believe we should be getting started with getting you educated in your abilities, exclaimed the Titan, wanting to use the time they had efficiently. At this Izuku snaps out of the mumble fest he had barely started, but soon his eyes began to burn with determination. Perfect, we will start with your abilities. As a pilot you will be utilizing a specialized suit, capable of giving you a double jump, wall riding and a plethora of other abilities, began BT, as he displayed holographic projections of what he was explaining. As BT explained, Izuku continued to soak up all he could, while Inko followed as best she could herself. I believe that is enough for today. Tomorrow you will start learning how to move like a pilot. It has been literal hours. Izuku was mentally exhausted from the surprisingly large amount of information that had been dumped on him. While Inko, she had given up long ago, having been content with just watching her son learn about his quirk. But, before you exit the simulation, I find it prudent to inform you that physically your body is not ideal for what you will be doing as a pilot. Therefore I recommend beginning physical training, focusing on your stamina, leg muscles, abdominal muscles and arm muscles. Explained BT. This got both of the Greeneeds' attentions. Why does he need to do this, BT? Questions Inko with worry leaking through her voice. A pilot cannot rely purely on his Titan. A pilot must be able to move around the battlefield swiftly. This involves what you would call parkour, which will require a somewhat high physical conditioning, answered BT. Now Izuku was intrigued. Parkour? I'll learn parkour as part of my Quirk training. Nonetheless, Izuku answers once again with nothing but pure determination. Alright, I'll do it. I'll start running, do push-ups, sit-ups. At this point Izuku descends into one of his infamous muttering storms, until his mother snaps him out of it by also responding to BT. Of course, that makes sense. I'll have to make sure he gets a healthy and varied diet then, mused Inko, having already begun to think of what she might make. That would be an efficient choice. Now it is time to leave, terminating simulation in 3, 2, 1 inch. Suddenly everything becomes static, as the simulation deactivates. Izuku and Inko wake up in the real world. Wow. This is amazing. There's so much to my Quirk, heck it's basically sentient, exclaimed Izuku in excitement. Izuku had begun to fanboy over what he had learned of his Quirk. Inko chuckled at the display, before getting up and walking toward the kitchen. How about lunch, Izuku? Any requests? Asks Inko on her way out. Oh, something with meat and vegetables. I want to start getting fit immediately, answered Izuku with confidence that seemed unlike him. Izuku had recovered that look in his eyes, the one she had inadvertently helped snuff out years ago. She would be eternally grateful to whatever deity that decided to grant him this. Inko chuckled. All right then, but remember to make a proper plan. You don't want to overwork yourself. Now do you? Izuku has not really thought of that. However, he hadn't needed to. I will make sure he gets the most efficient plan, while making sure he gets time for schoolwork, Miss Inko, promised BT, as he reassured Inko that all would be well. Thank God for BT, Izuku had no idea how he would have made the exercise plan, let alone how much would have been good for him. With this, Izuku and Inko went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. That is until they realized they had been in the pods well past lunch, seeing as it was almost 4 p.m. So instead of lunch they decided on a big, early dinner, to make up for missing lunch. Straight face. A week had passed since the first training session in the sim pods, and Izuku was currently jogging past Dagoba Municipal Beach, which had become a dumping ground for junk and other things people had thrown away. But Izuku thought it looked like the trash had been slowly disappearing, very slowly over the previous few days. Hey BT, am I crazy or is the junk for the beach slowly getting removed? Asked Izuku when his curiosity got the better of him. No, you are perfectly sane, pilot. However, you are right, I have been detecting small amounts of junk missing each day, answered BT, who once again misunderstood Izuku's use of idioms. Wonder who is clearing it up. At that point Izuku got an idea. Hey BT, can you check if there is anybody in between the junk piles? Affirmative, pilot, one moment. BT went silent for several seconds before answering. Detecting 2 organisms. To your left, roughly 100 meters down the beach. Interesting, I wonder who it could be. Maybe I'll go see. Izuku then decided to go in the direction BT had pointed out. As he made his way down the beach, moving between piles of junk, he began to hear voices. I wonder who that could be. One of them sounds familiar, muttered Izuku to himself. As Izuku rounded a particularly large pile, he spotted 2 people, one of them lifting the junk away and up the steps towards the parking lot, while the other one seemed to be supervising or encouraging them. It's the second person that grabbed Izuku's attention. Why does he seem so familiar? Izuku racked his brain, trying to figure out where he knew the man from. That was until he heard something he was probably not meant to have heard. Good work, young Mirio. Take a break for a few minutes, said the skinny blonde to the younger blonde. Right, thank you, All Might Sensei, answered blonde as he sat down on the steps. Ere was then Izuku spoke up in shock. All Might. Both of the blondes turned around to stare at Izuku in shock, while he did much the same at them. They stood there for nearly a full minute, before the tall thin man All Might suddenly started to violently coughing up blood. Oh my God, are you okay? What happened to you? Do I need to call an ambulance? All Might quickly pulled out a tissue and wiped off the blood from his face. No, there is no need. This is, sadly, normal, answered the skinny man, as he moved to lift his shirt, showing off a horrifying scar that seemed to be slightly sunken in. I was hurt badly while fighting a villain 5 years ago. He destroyed my left lung and most of my stomach and intestines. Since then I've only been able to keep up my hero form, the one the public knows, for about 3 hours. This caused Izuku to become slightly pale. If this is really All Might, then who could have done something like this? The only one I can think of that he fought in that time was Toxic Chainsaw, but he shouldn't be able to do damage like this. Without knowing it, Izuku fell into one of his muttering storms, wondering out loud what could have happened to All Might. Thankfully, before either All Might or the other blonde could speak up, someone else did. Pilot, I recommend that you calm down. I believe he wishes to speak with you. It is clear that this was some kind of secret, and you stumbling upon it is likely counterproductive to them, said BT, chastising Izuku for becoming distracted by All Might's explanation. Izuku jolted out of his muttering storm and proceeded to bow at the symbol of peace, while spouting apologies. I'm terribly sorry, I intruded and overheard you. If there is anything I can do to make it up to you, please say so, said Izuku, louder than he really intended to have. Well, you can start with answering my question, have we met? Of all the answers he had expected, this was not one of them. Huh, really? Said Izuku as he looked at All Might in perplexed shock. At his surprise, All Might rolled his eyes. Yes, really. Izuku was dumbfounded, but somehow still managed to answer his question. Ah well, you saved me from the slime villain little over a week ago, answered Izuku, while he sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. Recognition flashed on All Might's skinny face as he remembered the encounter. Now I remember. I must apologize for that. I left in a hurry, and I must admit, also lied to you, exclaimed the symbol of peace as he bowed to Izuku. Lied to me? What do you mean you lied to me? Shock had once again found itself on his face. I claimed that I was late for a meeting. That was a lie. The reason I left is right in front of you. All Might gestures to himself. I do not wish to reveal this form to the public. But now that you know, can I trust that you will keep it secret as well? Izuku was surprised by the trust seemingly move upon him, but that made him even more sure of his answer. Of course, I'll say nothing. BT, delete this conversation from your databanks. We don't want any evidence of this slipping out, unlikely as it is, said Izuku as he regarded his companion. Affirmative, pilot. Files deleted. All Might nodded in approval at the gesture, but then gained a look of confusion. If I may ask, who is it that has been speaking? The one you just addressed? Asked All Might. Oh, this is BT. He's basically part of my quirk. This caused All Might's eyebrows rose. Your quirk? Your quirk can talk. Izuku chuckled at the man's surprise. He can do more than just talk, sir. Suddenly, the second blonde spoke up. Wow, that's so awesome. A sentient quirk, I've only ever heard of them, I've never seen one in person before. Suddenly the Tintin-looking blonde was up in Izuku's face. What does he do? How does your quirk work? Asked the blonde in obvious excitement. Izuku was overwhelmed. He had never been approached like this before, and had no clue how to answer him. Young Mirio, please calm down. You are clearly overwhelming him. But I will also admit that have also not encountered a sentient quirk, not even in all my time as a hero, admitted the hero. As Mirio stepped back, Izuku calmed down and began to explain BT, while leaving out the fact he was actually a giant mech as wanted to keep that fact a secret, so he merely said he was some kind of AI assistant that helped him while he fights. Luckily, he had already talked to BT about this beforehand, so he did not try to correct Izuku. When he finished, All Might was the first to speak up. That is certainly very interesting. I have an idea. How about you join Mirio? You can help each other clear the beach, and you will both get some training out of it, exclaimed All Might, wanting to include the young boy, now seeing the potential he had. At this, both the teenagers' heads wiped to him, staring at him with shocked expressions. But Sensei, I thought I needed to get stronger to contain one foe, to properly fight with my quirk? Asked Mirio, while also correcting himself for some reason. Truthfully, you are already ready, but the extra muscle was more to make it easier for you, but I believe young Midoriya here can become a great hero if he gets the proper training, explained All Might. Izuku was still trying to wrap his head around it. Me train with All Might? Are you sure it's okay? I don't want to be in the way, asked Izuku nervously. Nonsense, it was mostly extra work for young Mirio at this point. It will also get the beach cleared quicker, therefore we can move on to different training methods quicker as well, answered All Might with a large grin. Izuku was ecstatic at the turn of events. He got to train with his idol. Thank you for having me, I promise I won't disappoint you. Izuku's eyes lit up with a fiery determination, rivaling that of All Might's. From what I have heard, I do not doubt you. Now do you have a training schedule or something? If not, I would like to make you one so you don't overwork yourself. Before Izuku could respond, BT decided to. Affirmative, All Might sir. I have set up a training schedule with meals and training time integrated. I have already begun rescheduling it to accommodate for clearing the beach, explained the AI. It was times like that where Izuku was glad to have BT. He made remembering things to do so much easier. They discussed the details before finally parting ways, as Izuku was already late coming home. Thankfully BT had long since integrated with his phone, allowing him to send messages if it was required, which he had done while Izuku was preoccupied with conversing with the two blondes. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. It's been roughly 3 months since Izuku accidentally stumbled upon All Might and Mirio training. Since then he had made surprising progress, becoming faster and stronger, faster than his body should have been able to. It's due to this that All Might ended up becoming suspicious of him, but not wanting to doubt him while also being unable to shake of his worry. Therefore the first thing he does that morning is ask Izuku a question. Young Midoriya, I wish to ask you something, and I hope you will answer truthfully, said All Might as he approached Izuku. Izuku turned to look at his trainer, with a perplexed expression. Of course sir, what is it? Have I done something wrong? Asked Izuku, beginning to think he may have done something wrong. That depends on your answer. Now, have you been taking any kind of enhancing drugs? Steroids or anything else? Your physical progress is too much to be natural, asked All Might, getting straight to the point. This caused Izuku to begin to panic. Of course not, I'd never use any illegal substances to become stronger, answered he whilst flailing his arms wildly. Calm down young man, I believe you. I have known you long enough to know that you're not the kind of person to resort to that, but I wanted to make sure, assured All Might. All Might then gained a thoughtful expression, but if it's not that, then what could have caused this exponential growth? Then someone unexpected chimed in. I can answer your question, All Might sir. Izuku and All Might's eyes widened in surprise, having not expected to get the answer like this. It was Izuku who responded to BT, with his surprise clear as crystal in his voice. BT? How do you know what's happening? Questioned Izuku. IT is part of your quirk, part of the progress to make you a pilot. To be able to perform the actions required of a pilot, you will need speed and power beyond what the average human is naturally capable of. To facilitate this, your manager is manipulating your bodily functions, removing the limits normally placed on it. It is also the reason why you have been increasingly sore and eating larger amounts of food. As BT continued his explanation, it made increasingly more and more sense to both Izuku and All Might. All Might then asked a question of his own. Can you do this for other people? Make a manager or whatever to increase muscle building? The answer was less than satisfactory. I apologize, All Might sir, but that would require time to prepare, more time than you wish to use on training, answered BT. But why? Young Midoriya only received his manager little over 3 months ago, so how can you not make one for young Mirio? Questioned All Might, whilst beginning to become slightly annoyed at the AI. That is because it is Izuku's quirk to begin with, therefore the manager was already fine-tuned to his body, so as to not cause irreversible damage. He would need to wear it for near a year until his manager would be safely calibrated to his bodily functions and quirk. His quirk would be another issue as when he uses his quirk to pass through objects, the manager would be inadvertently removed, halting IT's progress, and perhaps even setting it back, explained BT to the symbol of peace. This answer disappointed All Might, but Mirio on the other hand was rather happy. It's alright All Might sensei, I wouldn't have used it anyway. I want to get stronger with my own work, said Mirio, doing his signature power pose. All Might brightens at his response, buffing into his hero form. Such spirit, young Mirio, I'm proud to have you succeed me as the holder of One for All, said All Might, with enough pride to come off as Mirio's father. This was a mistake, however, as All Might had momentarily forgotten about Izuku's presence and inadvertently revealed the reason as to why he had been training Mirio for the previous 3 months. One for all? What are you talking about, All Might? Asked Izuku, greatly confused as to what they were talking about. Both of the blonde's eyes widened in realization. All Might immediately deflated as he started to internally panic. What was he going to tell Izuku? Luckily for him, Mirio spoke up with a suggestion. All Might Sensei, we might as well tell him. We both know him well enough to know he would never reveal this kind of secret. I trust him, said Mirio with a serious face. All Might turned to his successor, staring at him for a few moments, before letting out a sigh. You're right, young Mirio, no point in hiding it now. All right, young Midoriya, what I'm about to explain to you can never be repeated anywhere else. If this got out, people from all over would clamor to claim it. Do you promise never to speak of this? Asked All Might with a grimly serious face. At this point Izuku was perplexed, fascinated and scared all at once, but despite this, he answered with conviction. Yes, All Might, I promise. In fact, BT delete all recordings of the previous 10 minutes, and do not record this next conversation. Also, perform a bioscan of the surrounding area. Don't want anybody walking in on this like I did, said Izuku as he addressed his AI companion. Affirmative, pilot. Deleting files. Recorder deactivated. Bioscan complete. No human organism within a 100+ meter radius, confirmed BT. All Might smiled gratefully to Midoriya at this gesture. Thank you, young Midoriya. Now buckle up, this will take a while to explain. All Might then proceeded to explain One for All to Izuku, from its origins to where it was now and how it functioned. The explanation also included All for One, which All Might was not happy to divulge, but felt he must to get the point down. When he finished, Izuku's face was nothing but shock and surprise. There seemed to be a lot of it that on that day, before he descended into another muttering storm. Pilot, I believe it prudent that you lose this habit you have developed. It will prove counterproductive out in the field, said BT, seeming almost exasperated. Izuku jolted out of his trance, as he smiled sheepishly whilst rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, I know, sorry BT, All Might, said Izuku as he gave the hero an apologetic bow. It is quite all right, young Midoriya, it is a lot to take in at once. I know this from experience. All Might chuckled at the memory of his mentor explaining the quirk to him when he received it. All Might then decided they had wasted enough time, and decided to get their training back on track. All right, you zygotes, get back to it, we've wasted enough time as is. This speech won't clear itself, said All Might, as he directed his trainees back towards the large mounds of junk. Both Izuku and Mirio responded together, with confident grins on their faces. Yes, sir. As their time at the beach came to an end, Mirio decided to ask Izuku a question. Hey Midoriya, we've been going at this together for a while now, but I barely know anything about you, and you barely anything about me. So, I was thinking, do you want to join me and my friends? We were planning on going out to town today, probably eat out as well. It'll be fun, I promise, asked Mirio with his trademark bright smile. Izuku was shocked to say the least. He was not at all used to people wanting to be around him, let alone wanting to get to know him. As his mind started to slightly panic, not knowing what to do, BT decided to apparently encourage that he joins Mirio. Pilot, you do not have any reminders set for the rest of the day, and you require a rest day as per your training schedule. This would be an excellent way to relax and enjoy yourself. Encouraged the AI. Having not expected the encouragement, he decided to follow BT's advice. Assure Togata-senpai. Sounds like fun. But, how many of your friends will be coming? Asked Izuku, not wanting to be caught with a large crowd. Oh, don't worry, it will only be 2 of my close friends. They're nice people, although one of them is a very naturally curious person, so she might start asking you a lot of questions. So be prepared to possibly be overwhelmed by her presence at first, answered Mirio as he gained a slightly thoughtful expression. Oh. Well, thanks for warning me, said Izuku, already slightly regretting his decision to join. Are we meeting up somewhere then? I'd like to go home and take a shower, and put on some proper clothes. Alright, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Hold on, let me ask them, realized Mirio, as he pulled out his phone to send a message to his friends about where they were meeting and when. When he got a reply, he relayed the information to Izuku, who said his thanks and went home to change. A few hours after, Izuku was standing on the corner of a nondescript street, waiting for Mirio to show up. As the time started to drag on, he became increasingly worried that he had either gotten the wrong address, time, or both. However, those worries soon disappeared as he heard a familiar voice. Hey, Midoriya-kun, over here. Izuku turned towards the voice, seeing Mirio walking towards him from down the street. He also quickly saw that he was flanked by two other people. One was a boy with dark hair, whom seemed to be hunched over, as if trying to hide himself. The other was a girl with long blue hair. As she got closer, Izuku couldn't help but think, oh wow. She's pret? No bad, Izuku, Mom taught you better than to do this, he thought as he realized where his thoughts were starting to head. Hello, Togata-senpai, how's it going? Asked Izuku, as he greeted the blonde with a smile. It's going good, Midoriya-kun. Where are my manners? Let me introduce you to my friends, said Mirio as he turned to the side so he could properly introduce his friends behind him. This is Tamaki Amakiji. He's quite shy, so don't be surprised if he doesn't answer you, or seems to be hiding from you. It's just how he is. And this is Nijire Hato. She's very energetic, but also curious, as I mentioned earlier. Izuku gave the two a smile as he opened his mouth to greet them. Before he managed to get out a word thought, the girl Nijire was up in his face, bombarding him with questions. Hey, how did you meet Mirio? What's your quirk? How old are you? What do you like to do? Oh, what's this on your wrist? The last question caused Izuku to begin to panic. He had been told and had witnessed that if someone tried to touch his manager without proper permission, would receive a powerful shock. Mirio himself had discovered this not long after Izuku began training with him. Don't touch it, said Izuku in a slightly raised voice, whilst quickly retracting his arm to make sure she wouldn't try to grab it again. You can't touch it, it'll shock you badly. He's right, Nijire. I experienced it firsthand early on in our training. I was out for about 10 minutes, interjected Mirio, as he made sure his friend didn't do anything rash. Oh, I'm sorry. Sometimes I just get so excited that I can't help myself. But why can't I touch it? Is it for security? And what even is it for? Said Nijire as she began to fall into another question bombardment. Okay. Calm down. Give me a second. BT, set Nijire Hato's permission level to copy command for Mirio Togata and Tamaki Amajiki, said Izuku as he regarded his AI companion. Affirmative, pilot, permission level set 2-2 for subjects. Nijire Hato, Mirio Togata, Tamaki Amajiki, affirmed BT. There, now you guys can touch it without getting shocked. But try and take it off and it will shock you, so be careful about that, said Izuku looking to his slightly shell-shocked acquaintances. Of course, this started another round of questioning from Nijire, as she was definitely interested in the green-haired boy and his companion. To satisfy her curiosity, he gave her the same explanation as he did All Might and Mirio, saying that BT was his quirk and an advanced AI that helped him while he fights. Wow, that's so cool. Your quirk is so awesome, said Nijire with blinding excitement and joy. Izuku, still not being used to people complimenting him or his quirk, responded with a sheepish smile. Thank you, Hato-chan. Call me Nijire. I prefer that over my last name, said Nijire suddenly. Izuku, having not been used to having people act so casual, sputtered as he answered. And no, I can't do that. It's not right to act so casual, said Izuku. But I'm saying it's fine, so what's the issue? Asked Nijire, tilting her head in slight confusion. Well, why would a pretty girl like you want to let a boy like me act so casual with you? Responded Izuku. However, he quickly realized what he had just said, making him blush furiously. But as he moved to apologize, he instead heard Nijire begin to giggle at him. This left him very confused, as he was not used to girls acting or responding to him like this. "Oh, you're such a gentleman, but you shouldn't deny another person's request like that, even if they're, as you said, a pretty girl like me," said Nijire, while lightly teasing Izuku about what he said. "Ooh, not mad at me? For saying what I said?" asked Izuku, very shocked by the girl's reaction. "No, of course not, why would I? You complimented me, which was very sweet, and you made sure I wouldn't get shocked before when I tried to grab your wrist thingy. So in my opinion you're a very sweet person, who cares for others, so why would I be mad?" explained Nijire, looking at the green-haired pilot with another confused expression. "Well, I'm not used to people actually, liking me at all. I don't have any friend besides Togata-senpai, and my classmates aren't usually nice to me. They've gotten better recently, but they still don't talk to me much," answered Izuku sadly while liking at the ground, tears starting to appear at the counters of his eyes. "Well, I guess it's a good thing you've got 2 more friends then, eh?" said Mirio suddenly. This caused Izuku to whip his head up suddenly to stare at his only friend with tear-filled shocked eyes. What are you talking about, senpai?" asked Izuku, wondering if he misheard. "I'm not wrong, am I, Nijire, Tamaki?" said Mirio regarding his friends. "Yep, you've already proved you're a nice guy, so I already consider you a friend," answered Nijire, giving Izuku a bright smile. Yes, I think you're nice as well, Midoriya," said Tamaki simply, having silently watched his friends interact with the green-haired boy. "See, Midoriya? All 3 of us consider you a friend. I hope you'll consider us the same," said Mirio, now looking to Izuku with a bright smile. At this point Izuku fell to his knees as he began to tear up, crying in relief and happiness. But was surprised when Nijire walked over and pulled his head to her chest, slowly moving her hand left in soothing patterns in his hair while the others supported his head. "You don't have anything to worry about now. We'll be here to support you now. So don't worry," said Nijire as she continued to help Izuku calm down, feel better. It didn't take long before Izuku calmed down and pulled away from Nijire, now supporting a blush as he realized where his head had just been, but luckily none of his new friends noticed it. "There you go, feeling better now, Midoriya?" asked Nijire, giving Izuku's sweet and reassuring smile. "Yes, thank you Nijire-chan," answered Izuku whilst correcting himself. "That's good. Now, how about we get going then? Let's have some fun to celebrate our friend circle getting a new member," said Nijire, pumping her arm up and excitedly. "That sounds like a great idea. You okay with that, Tamaki?" said Mirio, as he regarded his silent friend. "Yeah, sounds all right. But please no loud or crowded places. You know how I feel about those," answered Tamaki, still seemingly trying to hide from everyone. "Of course. And what about you, Midoriya-kun? Are you fine with that as well?" asked Mirio, turning his attention back to Izuku. "Sure, sounds like fun. And call me Izuku. You've all done so much for me already, more than you know, so it's only fair," answered Izuku, returning a bright smile. The 4 friends then proceed to go have fun for the day, until they eventually had to return home for their individual curfews. It had been the best day Izuku had had in a long time. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. It had been 2 months since Izuku had been introduced to Nijire and Tamaki. He was meeting up with them for another one of their meetups to have fun, and on that day it was his turn to choose what they would be doing. He had been told quite quickly after he joined the group of friends that they took turns to decide what they would be doing. The first day he joined them, it had been Nijire's turn. Izuku had sent the address for their meetup earlier in the day, which was at his apartment. Izuku had already introduced his friends to his mother, which of course had made Inko nearly collapse from dehydration, as she began to cry in happiness about Izuku having made friends. He was surprised when the doorbell rang earlier than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, he went to open it, thinking it must be someone else. However, he was surprised to find out that the person at the door was in fact Nijire. "Hi, Izuku-kun. I had nothing to do so I came early. I hope that's okay," said Nijire, giving Izuku a bright smile. Izuku, having not known what to do in a situation like that, stood there for a moment before his mom spoke up behind him. "Oh, Nijire. We weren't expecting you for another hour or so. Were you bored?" asked Inko. Yeah, I kinda was. There's not a lot to do at home or in the area I live in. So I decided to come early. I hope I'm not intruding, answered Nijire, looking slightly sheepish, which was unusual for her. Of course not, dear. Come in. Do you want some tea while we wait for the others? Said Inko whilst excitedly waving her in. Inko moved to the kitchen, leaving Izuku and Nijire alone in the hallway. Nijire, for better or worse, decided to break the silence. So, Izuku-kun, what did you have in mind for what we will do today? Asked Nijire, looking excitedly to Izuku. She had quickly found out that some of her favorite outings were Izuku's, as the two apparently had similar interests. Sorry, Nijire-chan, but you'll have to wait till Mirio-senpai and Tamaki-senpai arrive. No spoilers, answered Izuku, giving the blue-haired girl a cheeky grin. This caused Nijire to pout in false annoyance. Fine, I see how it is, said she as she moved towards the living room. Izuku chuckled as he followed her in, seeing that his mother had already prepared the teas. He sat down at the table beside Nijire. Sorry, Nijire, but I wouldn't want to spoil the fun of you three finding out together. I know you love discovering things with your friends present, explained Izuku, looking to her with a knowing grin. Fine, you got me, said she, still trying and failing to act upset. Their witty back and forwards banter continued until Mirio and Tamaki showed up a while later. As they walked in, Mirio greeted Nijire. Oh hey Nijire. You're here early, did you run out of stuff to do again? Or, did you perhaps come for another reason? Asked Mirio with a slightly teasing tone. This, to Izuku's confusion, actually caused Nijire to gain a blush, which she quickly realized as she looked away from the others. That was odd. I'm sure it was nothing, just her unused to being the one teased, I'm sure of it, thought Izuku, trying to rationalize her reaction. Well, since you're all here now, I guess it's time to show you what we will be doing, said Izuku, sporting a bright smile. Show us? Show us what? Asked Mirio, confused as to what his friend meant. If you would follow me, said Izuku as he began walking down the corridor towards the apartment's extra room. As Izuku opened the door to the room, all three of his friends' eyes widened at what was inside. Sim pods, to be precise, for off them. One for each of them. Finally Nijire broke the silence with an excited squeak. Oh my god, are these those pods you talked about? The ones you used to train your quirk? Asked she excitedly whilst floating towards the pods, inspecting them up and down and all around. Yep, and guess what, we're all going to be having fun in them, said Izuku with a wide grin and a mischievous glint in his eyes. However, his friends did not notice said flint as they all looked at the pods, brimming with excitement. Even Tamaki was looking at them with a hint of excitement on his face. Alright guys, if you'd all take a seat, not in the far left one, that one's mine, says Izuku as he begins to prepare for the sim dive. Alright BT, you take it from here. Affirmative, pilot. The pods require calibration before activating so as to make sure your simulated selves are made properly. If you would look to the light above you first, then the one below you. When the light turns blue, you can move on, instructed BT, explaining the calibration process to the three friends. They each followed his instructions, and once they finished, the pods automatically began to close up. Then shortly after the sim pods activated, throwing them all into the simulation. When the big three opened their eyes, they were all blown away by the view that met them. They were all met by the beauty of the fields of harmony, stretching as far as they could see. Welcome you three, to Harmony. This is the basic training simulation, and the first one I used when I got my quirk, said Izuku, pleased by his friend's reactions. Holy! Izuku, this is amazing. Your quirks is insane. How does a quirk like this even appear? Said Mirio as he looked around in wonder. I honestly have no idea. It's nothing like my parents' quirks. The best guess the doctors had was an extreme mutation, and I mean extreme, answered Izuku whilst shrugging. But anyway, what do you guys want to do? BT can make just about any scenario, so speak up. Anything? Asked Mirio with a glint in his eyes. Izuku nodded. I know something me and Tamaki need to try. Okay? What is it? Asked the hero nerd, having gotten slightly concerned by Mirio's excitement. However, it was unexpectedly Tamaki who answered. voice laced with a determination Izuku had never heard from him before. "We want to go to the moon," answered he simply. "The moon? Huh, that sounds interesting actually. Can you do it, BT?" said Izuku addressing his AI companion. Affirmative, pilot. Information pertaining to the moon's surface can still easily be found on the internet, even now, 200 years after the last space launch, answered BT simply. "Well then looks like we will be going to the moon," said Izuku with a smile. "Can I do something else? The moon isn't interesting to me." Izuku, Mirio and Tamaki all turned to their blue-haired friend, Nijire, surprised by her question. "Are you sure, Nijire? It'll be fun though," asked Mirio, wearing a slight frown. "Yeah, the moon isn't that exciting to me. I would rather do something else," answered Nijire simply. "How about I go with you then, Nijire-chan? I don't think it would be as fun to do it alone. Plus, it's obvious both Mirio-senpai and Tamaki-senpai really want to go to the moon," said Izuku to Nijire. He truly thought it would be best not to be alone in a single simulation, but he would be lying if he said it wasn't because he also wanted to spend time alone with her. "I'll leave guys with a Marvin, so you can get in touch with me if you want to go somewhere else." Suddenly a robot phased in right next to Izuku. The robot soon turned to Izuku, gave the boy a salute and walked over to Mirio and Tamaki. "Have you constructed the simulation, BT?" asked Izuku as he addressed his companion. "Affirmative, pilot. Ready to connect at your command," answered BT. "All right, you two ready then?" asked Izuku as he addressed his two friends. "Yep, ready to go," answered Mirio with confidence and excitement. "Yeah, I guess," answered Tamaki with less confidence, but he had an excited flint in his eyes, even if his body language said otherwise. "All right then. Connecting you in 3, 2, 1, go." When Izuku said go, both Mirio and Tamaki began to disappear in the same weird energy that the Marvin appeared in. Speaking of the Marvin, it disappeared with them. "There they go. Guess it's just us now," said Izuku as he already began to feel awkward. "So, what do you want to do? Or rather, where do you want to go?" asked Izuku, genuinely curious as to what she wanted to try. Oh I know," said Nijire as she excitedly turned to Izuku. "I want to go to the Sapporo Snow Festival." "The Sapporo Snow Festival? Why that?" asked the green-haired boy, slightly surprised by her choice. "I've always wanted to go, but my family either didn't have time or the money." "I've heard the snow and ice sculptures are beautiful," admitted Nijire with a slightly downcast expression, which quickly turned back to one of excitement. "And there are supposed to be a lot of them made to look like pro-heroes, new and old," added Nijire, already knowing exactly how to get Izuku invested in something. "Oh yeah, you're right. I've never been there myself either, so it will probably be a lot of fun. BT, can you set it up, preferably so it's the same as it was last year?" said Izuku, now clearly intent on doing it. "Affirmative, pilot. Beginning simulation construction. Complete. Initiating simulation," finished BT. As BT spoke, the surrounding white void they had been in since they entered began to slowly change. The scene changed to that of a late night. Buildings began to pop up. Snow appeared both on the ground and in the air. And finally the sculptures began to appear, spread around exactly as they had been in pictures and videos of the event. It was beautiful. "Wow, it's beautiful. And it looks so real, as if I could touch it," said Nijire as she walked around and began to get near a sculpture, moving to touch it. She was surprised when it felt just like real snow. It was even cold. "Wow, it feels real. This is amazing, Izuku," exclaimed Nijire as she turned to Izuku with the brightest smile he had ever seen her give. This caused him to internally panic as he felt a blush creep up his face. "Why, you're welcome, Nijire-chan. I hope you enjoy yourself," responded the walking hero library as he tried to calm himself down. But before he could do that, he was suddenly rushed by Nijire as she wrapped him in a tight hug. "Seriously, Izuku, thank you so much for this. Besides being a hero, this has probably been one of my biggest wishes, to visit the festival at least once," admitted Nijire as she began to cry with joy. Izuku did not know how to respond to this, but somehow still managed to return the embrace, even as his mind raced and his face erupted into a fierce blush at the contact. Nijire calmed down before long, and they began to walk around, admiring the different sculptures. Some made after pro heroes like All Might, Ryukyu and many others. And some were made after movie scenes or other things. Both Izuku and Nijire enjoyed the entire experience immensely. Eventually, as they walked around, they began to talk about different topics, eventually leading to the topic of Izuku's entrance exam. I don't know how well I'll do, I don't even know if I'll be able to pass it at all. There are so many people with great quirks who have had years to trying with it, and I've only had mine for about 5 months now. I don't want to disappoint All Might or Mirio-senpai after all they've done for me, said Izuku as he slowly became more and more upset, and tears began to slowly fall one by one. Before he could continue, he was brought into another hug by Nijire, as she began to rub circles on his back while whispering reassurances. After a while of this, Izuku calmed down. Nijire took this as her cue to speak. She released the hug, but not her grip on his shoulders. Izuku, you're going to do great. You have a great quirk, heck, it's sentient, which is beyond rare. So don't doubt yourself. After all, we promised each other to meet at you, didn't we? Said Nijire as she encouraged Izuku. Eventually the green-haired managed to find his voice, but not his filter. God, how did I become friends with an amazing girl like you? Said Izuku, before he realized what he was saying. When it did register, he immediately gained another strong blush. But before he could apologize, he heard Nijire giggling, but looked to see her also sporting a small blush. Oh, you really are a gentleman, aren't you? You know, this is kinda like what happened the first day we met. Just with the crying before the sweet compliment, said Nijire, as she teased the green-haired boy. Hey, how about this? Since you've been such a gentleman and kind friend, if you pass the entrance exam, I'll go on a date with you. This caused Izuku's brain to essentially shut down, as he stood there wide-eyed with a new massive blush and dropped jaw. After a minute, Izuku's brain rebooted, letting him answer the patiently waiting girl in front of him. What? Are you serious? Why would you be willing to go on a date with a boy like me? Questioned Izuku in still apparent panic. Because you've only ever been kind and a gentleman, and I thought you needed some encouragement. Most boys just want to get into my pants, not caring about me as a person, but you're different. So I wouldn't mind going out with you, answered Nijire honestly. Izuku was shell-shocked at this revelation. But after a few moments could see it. She was a pretty girl, so it made sense that she would get lots of interested men. With a shaky voice and body, Izuku answered. Okay then. If you're okay with it, then I'll take you up on the offer. I'll do my best at the entrance exam, said Izuku, as he gained confidence with each word. That's the spirit, Izukuan. And of course I'm okay with it. I suggested it, silly, said Nijire with a bright smile, happy that he accepted. They then got back to viewing the many sculptures that were spread around the simulated environment, only stopping when Mirio and Tamaki claimed it was time to go. They exchanged goodbyes at the door, with Izuku and Nijire smiling brighter than usual. What Izuku did not know was that Nijire was as excited if not more than him about the prospect of a date between. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech, writer's note explanation. Enjoy .. Finally, the day of the entrance exam had arrived. Izuku was standing in front of the gates to Yue, admiring its size. Pilot, I would recommend moving inside before the presentation begins, said BT, trying to get the green-haired boy to focus on the task at hand. Izuku, ever thankful for his companion, shook his head to clear it of the many thoughts running through it, including his nerves about his potential date with Nijire. Thanks BT, you're right. Let's go, nothing can ruin this, said Izuku as he moved to enter through the gate. However, as those words left his mouth, he proceeded to trip. But thanks to his extensive training, he turned said fall into a combat roll, easily getting back on his feet. Oh wow, guess I didn't need to use my quirk to help after all. Surprised, green eyes turned to brown ones. Pardon? What did you mean by that? Asked Izuku, confused by her choice of words. The girl, having seemingly not realized she had said that out loud, became sheepish whilst playing with the hem of her shirt. Oh, my quirk is called zero gravity. I'm able to negate the effects of gravity on anything I touch with all 5 of my fingers. I was going to use it to stop your fall, but instead you did that awesome roll to recover by yourself, said the girl excitedly as she recounted his move. At the girl's praise, Izuku couldn't help but blush, having still not gotten quite used to it, but somehow having gotten enough confidence to not stutter while speaking to a girl. Obviously, this was thanks to being around Nijire a lot. Thank you, but it's really not that impressive. I've just had a good trainer is all, said the hero otaku, trying to make conversation. Oh, and who was your trainer? Asked the girl as she tilted her head. Well, it might be a bit weird, but my Quirk is sentient. He helped me train to use my abilities as best I can. Actually, how about you introduce yourself, BT, explained Izuku as he addressed his AI companion. The girl's confused expression quickly turned to one of shock and surprise as BT began to introduce himself. Hello, my designation is BT, you may call me BT. Whoa, you really do have a sentient Quirk. That's amazing, exclaimed the girl with excitement. Izuku began to seize up at the praise, again having not gotten used to it, with most people believing it to be a hoax. Pilot, I would once again recommend making your way to the presentation room before you're late, said BT, once again reminding his user to get going before he's late. You're right, BT. Are you going to the hero course as well? He asked, addressing the girl. Yes I am. Do you know where it is? Replies the girl. Well, if I forget then BT will know. He works basically the same as an AI, responded Izuku. The girl gaped in awe at him. They continued to converse as they made their way into the auditorium. However, when he arrived, he discovered to his horror that his assigned seat was right next to his childhood friend, turned bully. Bakugu. What the f***? What are you doing here? Asked Bakugu in his usual angry voice. If you must know, Bakugu, I am taking the hero course entrance exam. Just like you and everyone else here, retorted the green-haired boy with newfound confidence. Bakugu, not being used to being called by his last name rather than the childhood nickname, did not respond. Izuku took this as his cue to sit in his seat. Several minutes later, the pro-hero present Mike walked on stage. Thanks to much help from BT, Izuku had learned to contain both his hero fanboying and thoughts. As such, he did not cause a disturbance, as he might have otherwise done. Hey there, listeners. Can I get a hey? Much to the hero's sadness, no one spoke up, being unsure of what to do in said situation. Oof, tough crowd I got this time. Well, whatever, time to go over your practical exam. I'll be explaining what will be happening during your exam, what to expect, and of course the rules, said Present Mike as he turned on the auditorium's projector. Present Mike had the auditorium's full attention at that point. You will each be brought out to one of several mock cities. There you will be tasked with gaining as many points as you can, by defeating as many foe villains as you can. The three types of villains are divided up by how many points they give. Firstly, we have the 1-pointers, the easiest villain. Next we have the 2-pointers, or the medium difficulty. And finally we have the 3-pointers, or the most difficult ones. Right as Present Mike was going to continue, someone from the crowd spoke up. Excuse me, may I ask a question? A blue-haired boy with glasses stood up, straight as a board while holding his hand up. Sure, go right ahead, examinee number 7111, indulged Present Mike. On the printout sheet we've been given, it clearly states there are 4 villain types. If this is a mistake, then it reflects badly on this prestigious institution, remarked the blue-haired boy. At the boy's remark, a tic seemed to develop on the voice hero's forehead. All right, examinee 7111, before I answer your question, I have a tip for you. Next time, wait till the person is done before assuming there has been a mistake. I was just about to talk about the 4th villain when you interrupted me, said Present Mike as he reprimanded the boy. The boy seemed genuinely apologetic of his actions, even if his way of showing it were exaggerated. My apologies. I did not intend to offend. I will keep this in mind for the future. The boy proceeded to sit back down, which prompted Present Mike to continue his explanation. Now then, the 4th villain is called the 0-pointer, and as you may have guessed from its name, it is worth 0 points. This one is nothing more than an obstacle, so if you see it, you should just avoid it. This did not sound right to Izuku, which prompted him to believe there must have been some secret point to it. However, he decided to think it over more after the presentation. Now then, on to the rules. There is basically only one rule. No intentionally disrupting your fellow examinees or generally unheroic actions. If we find you to have done either, we will either deduct points or outright deny your application, explained the vocal hero. Izuku was happy to hear they outright forbade examinees from messing with each other. It would be difficult enough keeping an eye out for the villains, let alone also having to be worried about getting attacked by other examinees. All right, listeners, that's all from me. Before I let you go, are there any questions? Asked the hero as he regarded the practitioners. Izuku, as the only one, immediately raised his hand. Yes, examinee number, what's your question? Said Present Mike as he regarded Izuku. When we arrive at the battlefields, how long will we have before the exam starts? Asked Izuku. Izuku's question seemed to intrigue Present Mike as his left eyebrow raised behind his sunglasses. Oh, why do you wish to know, if I may ask? Questioned the blonde, interested in the reason as to why he wanted to know. Well, my quirk requires a bit of preparation. I just wanted to see if I had to get it ready during the exam or if I had time before it started, explained Izuku to the voice hero. Seemingly satisfied, Present Mike relented and gave Izuku his answer. All right, I can understand why you'd like to know if it was a requirement for your quirk. To answer your question, you'll have about 10 or so minutes before the exam starts. Is that enough for you? Happy with the answer, Izuku gave Present Mike a bright smile. That's more than enough. Thank you for answering, sir, said Izuku as he sat back down. You're very welcome, listener. Now, anyone else got a question? Well, all right then, if you'll exit the auditorium through the back, you should see signs pointing towards your assigned buses. I wish you all good luck, and remember the school motto. Go beyond, plus ultra. As Izuku exited the bus, he immediately searched for a clearing where he could prepare for the exam. All right then, BT, during the exam I want you to look out for robots and any other examinees that may be in trouble. Examinees in trouble are priority 1, robots priority 2. Confirm, said the green-haired boy as he regarded his AI companion. Confirmed, pilot, priority 1 and 2 set. What configuration will you use for this battle, pilot? Asked the AI. Let's go with loadout Bravo. Hemlock, wingman, charge rifle and satchel charges. Confirm, answered Izuku. However, before BT could respond, was Izuku interrupted by someone placing a hand on his shoulder. This caused Izuku to jolt and turn around, only to meet the boy who interrupted Present Mix's presentation. What are you doing? You're being very disruptive to those of us that are preparing for the exam, said the boy, seemingly trying to reprimand Izuku for speaking to BT. I'm preparing to, my quirk just requires me to speak to it to do so. It's frankly very rude of you to not only come up and try to reprimand me because of your assumptions, but you reprimanding me for interrupting other people with my preparation is hypocritical of you, explained Izuku as he looked at the boy with a frown. This caused the blue-haired boy to sputter, realizing his mistake. I apologize, I shouldn't have assumed you were trying to be disruptive. I recognize you now. You're the one who asked about the amount of time we had before the exam began, correct? Said the glasses-wearing boy as he realized who Izuku was. Yes, I am. Now if you would excuse me, I need to finish up my preparation, but you can watch if you want. BT resume, confirm loadout selection, said Izuku as he got back to preparing. Loadout selection confirmed. Loadout Bravo selected. Drop pod, inbound, said BT as he hologram appeared on the ground a few meters in front of Izuku. I would recommend standing back, said Izuku as he regarded the blue-haired boy, who had since dropped his jaw, realizing who he was conversing with. A moment after Izuku said this, a rumbling sound began to echo through the area. Other examinees looked around, trying to figure out where the sound came from, until someone pointed towards the sky. As others looked upwards, they could see what most at first thought was a meteor come down, until it seemingly changed directing, coming straight down. At this point some examinees began to panic, thinking it was a bomb of some kind. Then before it hit the ground, what sounded like a mixture between a rocket engine and jet engines sounded from the object. As it approached the ground, it slowly lost speed, but still hit the ground with considerable speed as it kicked up a dust cloud. As the cloud dispersed, people began to open their eyes, no longer being blinded by said dust, to see what it was that had landed. What they weren't expecting was what looked like some kind cylindrical pod of some kind, to be sitting there slightly embedded in the ground. "There we go. BT, we ready to go," said a green-haired boy suddenly to seemingly no one. This meant they weren't prepared when he got a response, most of them having not actually heard his previous conversations with BT. "Affirmative, pilot. Drop pod has successfully landed with no damage from impact. Initiating pod procedures," responded the AI. After this, the pod began to emit smoke as it opened up. When it opened, a small platform moved out of the door. When it came to a stop, began Izuku to move over to it and step on. When he did, it slowly retracted in. When him and the platform were fully inside, closed the door, meaning the other examinees who weren't still looking on in slack-jawed amazement couldn't see what was going on inside. However, not even a minute later did the door open again, revealing someone wearing some kind of suit. Please ignore the gun, it's not the one he's using in the FIC, he is obviously also shorter than the character in the pic. This is to show what his suit looks like, as many may not be familiar with the game itself and I am bad at explaining details such as this, meaning this is the simpler option. Fits perfectly. "Good job BT, said Izuku as he examined his suit, as this was the first time he had used it in real life. "Affirmative, pilot. The specs are adjusted to fit you thanks to your manager," explained BT. Izuku hummed a reply to this as he began to check his weapons, making sure BT had really equipped the Bravo variant, or non-lethal, which consisted of special bullets that didn't pierce skin, but instead acted more as a taser, giving a nasty shock. These bullets were different however in that they had a small computer in them which allowed them to know what they were hitting. For example, in this case, Izuku could specify that they don't shock other examinees and only the robots. This was useful to avoid misfires that could hamper another examinee's progress. At this point though, Izuku was called out. The person who called him out though was very unexpected. "Examinee, this is Principal Nedzu. Would you please make your way to present Mike? We would like to discuss the details of your Quirk," rant out a voice from the many speakers placed around the entrance. Izuku merely quirked an eyebrow at this, and instead chose a different approach. "BT, can you gain access to the viewing room? Pull up a hologram on my side so I can see them, and make sure they can see me," said Izuku as he regarded his AI companion, feeling like showing off a little. Being in his suit always brought up his confidence, therefore he felt brave enough to attempt this. "Affirmative, pilot. Firewalls circumvented. Establishing connection. Complete," said BT as a hologram appeared from Izuku's manager. "Greeting Principal Nedzu. I took the liberty of approaching you instead. I hope you don't mind me doing so," said Izuku as he greeted the mouse. "Dog? Bear? Who knows, it's Principal Nedzu. No, in fact this is quite interesting. You accessed our systems without even tripping an alarm. You are a very fascinating one already. I would like to speak to you about this, but not now. We are stalling the exam to go over a few details with your Quirk. It is listed merely as Titanfall, specifying that you have an AI as part of the Quirk, making it classified as sentient, and you are able to call in or summon several different objects and tools," said Nedzu with his trademark smile plastered on as usual, but having been seemingly wider since BT connected to the school systems. "Yes, sir, if I had specified everything, then it would have exceeded what is permitted to be listed in the Quirk registry," explained as he sheepishly rubbed his neck. "Ah, that explains that then. Then you wouldn't mind explaining why we should let you use those guns that you have seemingly summoned?" asked Nedzu, obviously worried that Izuku had summoned deadly weapons. "I will let my companion do that. I believe Power Loader will find these interesting as well. BT, show them the schematics for the shock bullets," said the suited boy to BT. "Affirmative, pilot. Uploading schematic," responded BT. On the other side of the screen, you could see Nedzu's attention being drawn to something appearing on screen. However, before he could respond, Power Loader did. "Holy Jesus! This is revolutionary," exclaimed Power Loader suddenly and loudly. "I was going to say much the same, Power Loader-san, but do keep your voice down. Now, young Izuku, this truly is quite revolutionary. Did you design these yourself?" asked Nedzu as he turned from looking at the schematics. "In a way you could say," answered Izuku. This caused an eyebrow to raise from Nedzu. "Would you care to elaborate what you mean by that?" asked Mammalian Principal. Of course, sir. I say that because the ideas are mine, but the actual designer is BT. While he is my Quirk, he is also a very advanced AI, who alone probably has more computer power than all the computers in Mizudafu alone, including UA. And if he doesn't have enough alone, he can use other computers as proxy processors. He uses this high processing power to design these. As for how they're actually created, well, that's much more convoluted. But to put it simply, my Quirk creates everything in a pseudo-pocket dimension and then phases it into our reality, explained Izuku, to the slack-jawed amazement of everyone listening. Even the principal had lost his smile in favor of a look of surprise. Netsu shakes out of the daze quickly, however, thanks to his Quirk high specs, letting him respond to Izuku's impressive review of his Quirk. Well then, young Izuku, I have heard and seen enough. I give you permission to use the weapons created by your Quirk. Also, I hope you won't mind lending UA your assistance in the future, even if you fail the exam, which I highly doubt you will at this point, said Netsu with glee. He had discovered a truly interesting individual this year. Thank you for your kind words, and of course, I would love to assist if you ever need me to, responded Izuku as he opened the face of his helmet to give the principal a wide smile. All right then, young man, if you would be so kind as to disconnect us, then we will get on with the exam shortly. We are already slightly behind schedule now. Do not feel bad, it is not your fault, said Netsu as he tried to reassure Izuku. Of course, sir. BT terminate connection, and patch up any holes or weak points their security may have while you're still in there, said Izuku as he regarded BT. Affirmative, pilot. Terminating video connection. Checking system security, vulnerabilities detected. Rectifying. Complete. Terminating system connection, responded BT as he scoured the school's security system for vulnerabilities. All the other examinees stood there, gawking at him, until one of them came over and started gushing over him. Oh my god, that was so cool. Your Quirk really is awesome. Green eyes once again turned to meet brown ones, as the girl from the entrance approached him. Oh, hello again, and thank you for thinking so, said Izuku as he smiled to the girl. Hi. Man, this has already been crazy, hasn't it? And we haven't even begun the actual exam yet, said the girl as she looked out at the sea of people waiting for the exam to begin. Yeah, it has, hasn't it? Oh, I never introduced myself, did I? My name is Izuku Midoriya. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, said Izuku as he gave the girl a kind smile. Oh yeah, we didn't. My name is Ochako Uraraka, and likewise, said Ochako as she reciprocated the gesture. They stood for a moment, making idle chatter, until Izuku noticed the doors to the exam site began to open. Uraraka, come on. The gates have opened, said Izuku as he gestured for Ochako to follow him into the city, which she did after a second of indecision. As he ran toward the gates, he activated Stim. Stim. When activated, it increases Izuku's speed and jumping abilities. It also allows his body to heal from injuries at an increased pace, fast enough in fact to completely close up a bullet wound without scarring in a matter of seconds. After using Stim, he will need to wait a while, roughly 20 to 30 seconds before being able to use it again, as his body can't take the increased load on his system for long PRDS of time. This caused him to rocket into the exam site at remarkable speeds. As he ran, he could hear Present Mike call out to the other examinees. What are you all doing? They got the right idea. There's no countdown in a real battle, and there won't be one here. Get moving, exclaimed Present Mike in an attempt to get the confused examinees going. This caused a massive panic as everyone ran toward the entrance. Immediately. However, as many entered, they immediately saw several robots, already destroyed or disabled in some way. Izuku ran around the site, taking out robots left and right with a burst or two from his hemlock with the occasional wingman shot mixed in for good measure. However, he quickly began to find himself helping out other examinees, as BT pointed them out to him. Among those he helped, one especially seemed out of place, seemingly trying to destroy a one-pointer with nothing more than a broken pipe. This of course led Izuku to disabling the robot as it threw the boy to the ground, preparing to put the boy out of commission. He unloaded two bursts from his hemlock, disabling the robot quickly. However, when the boy didn't get up or react immediately, Izuku became worried as he ran over to check the boy. He expected many things when he ran over, but not the downcast expression on the other boy's face. He almost seemed to have given up already. Hey, are you okay there? Asked Izuku as he got closer to the boy, whom Izuku now could see had lilac-colored hair that seemed to stand straight up. The lilac-haired boy seemed to jolt out of whatever daze he had gotten into, and turned to look at Izuku, with obvious surprise in his face before it turned to one of indifference. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks I guess for helping me, said the boy dismissively. If you say so. Say, why were you trying to beat that one-pointer with a pipe? Can't you use your quirk here? Questioned Izuku. The boy seemed hesitant to answer, but relented as he let out a sigh. No, my quirk is called brainwashing. It only works on people, not these robots, said the boy as he looked down at the ground. Izuku stalled at that, thinking over his options. His quirk really can't help him in this, but it would be so useful if he were a hero. If only there was something, thought Izuku as he gained an idea. Izuku reaches to his hip and pulled out his wingman, along with all the ammunition he had for it. Here, use this, said the green-haired pilot as he held out the weapon to the lilac-haired boy. The boy looked at Izuku in shock, as if he was offering the boy his life. What? Why would you give that to me? Heck, is it even allowed? Questioned the boy as he stared at Izuku incredulously. I'm doing this because I believe you can become a great hero with a quirk like yours. And they never said we couldn't help out other examinees. They didn't stop me when I shot the one-pointer to save you, so I highly doubt they'll stop me now, countered Izuku to the bewildered boy. The lilac-haired boy stared at Izuku for a moment longer, before looking at the gun for several seconds. He eventually reached for the gun, taking it and the ammunition. Be careful when you use it. It has a strong kick. You also won't need more than a shot or two to take down most of the robots. Good luck, and I hope we can meet again at the start of the school year. You also don't need to worry about giving that back. It'll disappear when the exam is over, as will the ammunition, said Izuku as he moved to get back to destroying more robots. The lilac-haired boy stared at Izuku's retreating form for a few seconds before steeling his resolve and getting to work. Several minutes later, Izuku was running around, jumping from wall to wall, maneuvering around the mock city with ease. 2 minutes left. Better pick up the pace, everyone. The voice of Present Mike reverberated through the mock city once again, announcing the remaining time. Before Izuku had time to comment on this, however, he was interrupted by a loud noise, and the shaking of the ground causing him to lose his footing on the wall for a moment before regaining it. What the heck was that? Exclaimed Izuku out in the open. It would appear the zero-pointer has been released. It is moving through the city in our direction, responded BT. Guess I better get out of the way. That thing is too big for me to try and take down by myself, said Izuku as he turned to move away from the Goliath machine. However, he was quickly stopped in his tracks at BT's next words. Warning, there is an individual in the path of the zero-pointer. They are not moving. There is also another individual moving in the direction of the first individual, said BT in alarm. Izuku immediately turned towards the zero-pointer, having BT guide him towards the individuals he detected. As he approached, he could make out two familiar mops of hair. One brown and one lilac, Ochako and the boy Izuku lent his wingman. As he approached, he called out to them. Hey, are you two all right? Asked Izuku as he raced over, thanks to his stim ability. The lilac-haired boy turned with recognition on his face. It's you. Yeah, we're all right, but she's pinned underneath the rubble. We have to get her out before the zero-pointer gets here, answered the boy. Izuku stopped next to the boy to see that Ochako was indeed trapped underneath a large piece of concrete. Izuku looked to see the zero-pointer approached quickly. He quickly went over his options but decided on the one with the most chance of success. I'm going to distract the zero-pointer. Can you get her out while I do that? Said Izuku as he regarded the boy. Are you crazy? You're going to try and fight that thing? You're going to get hurt, said the boy as he looked at Izuku as if he was insane, which he may have seemed in that moment. I won't try and destroy it, only distract it. I will though if the opportunity presents itself. While I do this, you get her out. Get going, said Izuku as he raced towards the zero-pointer. The boy once again stared at Izuku's retreating form before beginning to look for something he could use to move the debris from the Ochako ankle. As Izuku ran towards the zero-pointer, He began to over his options before deciding he should get some help. BD, scan that thing. Find a weak point where I can destroy it from, said Izuku as he began to maneuver from building to building as he avoided the zero-pointer's attempts at hitting him. Affirmative, pilot. Scan complete. Weakness detected. The head. Destroy its eye and throw in both your satchel charges, then detonate them at a safe distance, answered BT as he explained his findings. Alright, here goes nothing. Good thing I have a grappling hook. Our green-haired protagonist then used his grappling hook to hook onto the zero-pointer's face, as he was luckily in range at the time. As he got closer to one of his lenses, he began to shoot at it with his hemlock, shattering the lens. When he finally met its face, did he throw his satchel charges into the now shattered lens. He then let go of the robot as he used his grappling hook to get away from the robot, before detonating the satchel charges, causing the robot's head to erupt into a sea of flames, causing a chain reaction that blew up the rest of the robot for the inside. When he landed, he approached Ochako and the lilac-haired boy, who were both staring at him in slack-jawed amazement once again at his feet. Did you get out, Uraraka-san? Asked Izuku as he got near them. This shook both of them out of their shocked daze, as they got back to the task at hand. No, but he managed to find something to move the debris away, but we got distracted by you destroying the zero-pointer, answered Ochako sheepishly. Ah, well I guess I can't blame you, that explosion was bigger than I anticipated. Here, let me help you, said Izuku as he moved to help the lilac-haired boy move the debris, which they succeeded in after a moment. Suddenly the sound of a horn reverberated through the exam site. Time's up, everyone. The exam is officially over. If any of you have been hurt, then either make your way towards the gate, or stay put until someone comes around to you, said Present Mike as he announced the end of the exam. It's over? Oh no, I don't know if I got enough points, said Ochako sadly. Me neither, I guess we can only wait and see now then, said the lilac-haired boy equally sadly. Cheer up you guys, I'm sure we all made it in, said Izuku, trying to get their moods up, which seemed to work a bit. Hello there dearies, is there anyone hurt? Asked a voice suddenly. The three examinees turned towards the voice to see Yue's head nurse walking towards them, Recovery Girl. Izuku responded to her question, directing her towards Ochako. Yes, Recovery Girl-san, Uraraka-san here got her ankle trapped under some debris, and it looks swollen, explained the green-haired boy. Oh dear. Let me take a look, sweetie, said the elderly lady as she walked over to Ochako. It doesn't appear to be broken, you got lucky girl. Here, I'll fix you right up, said Recovery Girl as she gave Ochako a kiss on the forehead, causing her ankle to heal in a mere instant, thanks to the elderly hero's quirk. This, however, elicited Ochako to let out a yawn as she began to feel tired, as the process took its toll on her already diminished stamina. Here, sweetie, take some gummies. They'll help restore some of your energy, said the hero before turning to Izuku and the lilac-haired boy. Could you two help her get on her way home? She may need some support until the gummies begin to take effect. Izuku answered by giving a thumbs up and a smile, while the other boy merely nodded after a second of contemplation. Before they got moving, however, Izuku decided now would be a good time to dismiss his suit. This consisted of the suit disappearing in a small burst of white energy akin to that which enveloped Mirio and Tamaki in the simulation. Where did your suit go? Asked the lilac-haired boy. The same place the weapon you no longer have went, answered Izuku as he pointed to the boy's, now empty pocket. The boy looked down, shocked until he remembered what Izuku told him when he was given the weapon. Oh, so this is what you meant when you said I didn't have to worry about giving it back, said the boy as he pieced things together. Yep. Oh, I just realized. We never introduced ourselves. I'm Izuku Midoriya and this is Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you, said Izuku as he gave a smile and small bow to the boy while Ochako attempted the same, but didn't do well due to the effects Recovery Girl's quirk. Oh right. Hitoshi Shinso. And likewise, said Hitoshi as he gave Izuku a nod. I guess we should get going. Here, let me help you up, Uraraka-sen, said Izuku as he reached out his hand for her to grab, which she did after a moment. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. I just need help getting out of the exam site, then I can go by myself, said Ochako as she was helped through the remains of the mock city and many robots. As they walked, They eventually made it to the site entrance, at which they traded numbers and split up, promising to meet up at UA together. As Izuku made his way home, he began to think if he passed the exam, and if he did, where should he take Nijire? As he thought, he made it to the train station before he realized it. He then got on a train and was home before he knew it. Now he just needed to wait for the letter to arrive. Easier said than done, right? Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. Days passed, and with each, Izuku's nerves became worse and worse, until finally a week after the exam. Izuku! It's here, came the sudden shout from his mom, as she frantically opened the door to his room, only for her to fall to her knees from the rush of the envelope arriving. Izuku could do nothing for a moment but stare at his mom, before his gaze shifted the envelope in her hands, marked with the UA insignia. Without a word, Izuku walked over to his mom, accepted the envelope, and closed himself off in his room. Well, BT, guess it's time to find out if I passed, said Izuku, as the long wait had caused his mind to drift into uncertainty. Your worry is unfounded, Izuku. I counted the amount of points you gained from the robots. I believe you have more than enough points to pass, said BT as he attempted to reassure the green-haired boy of his success. You say this every time, yet you refuse to tell me exactly how many points I got, replied Izuku as he gave a pointed look to his manager, knowing BT could see him. Revealing it is not my duty, it is that of you. Now I believe it is best to do this quickly, before your mother becomes panicked, answered BT as he had before. But his warning of his mother becoming panicked was sadly accurate. He walked to his desk and sat in his chair, looking at the envelope, before deciding, to hell with it, and ripped the envelope open. From the now torn in half envelope, landed a small disc on his desk. A second after it made contact with his desk, it lit up, projecting a hologram into the air similar to his own. I am here as a projection, yelled an all too familiar voice suddenly. All Might. Izuku was now in shock, having expected anybody but him to appear from the hologram. Indeed, young Midoriya, it is I, All Might, and now UA's newest teacher, exclaimed All Might proudly in the recording, having known exactly what Izuku would say. Teacher? All Might a teacher at UA? Questioned Izuku as he watched the recording in confused suspense. Young Midoriya, I apologize for not speaking to you after the exam, but I was very preoccupied with my new duties as a teacher, explained All Might as he gave an apologetic smile. Before All Might could continue, a hand shot into frame, moving as if someone was talking. Get on with it? But I wanted to say some things to him. I have to do that many? Well, I guess I can say it some other time then. All right, relented All Might as the disembodied hand gave a thumbs up, showing approval. Izuku snickered at the display, finding the hero's brief disappointment funny. Young Midoriya, you did a magnificent job in the exam. As a result, you gained a whopping 82 villain points. This secures not only your spot in UA, but also the #1 spot of the exam itself, exclaimed All Might with pride bleeding off his words. Izuku couldn't believe his eyes and ears. This can't be real, can it? It is very much real, young Midoriya. However, we're not done just yet, exclaimed All Might with more pride than should be possible. If Izuku wasn't focused before, he definitely was now. You did not only score solely on the amount of villains you could defeat. After all, what kind of hero school would we be if we didn't reward heroic actions? But before that, take a look at this, explained All Might as the camera turned to a screen on the wall. When the camera zoomed in, a recording began to play. In it could be seen Ochako walking up to the pro hero present mic. Excuse me, sir. I want to ask something, said Ochako as she looked up to the hero. What is it, little listener? Asked the hero as he looked down to her. You know the boys who saved me from the zero-pointer? Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinso? Is it possible for me to give them some of my points? They used their time trying to help me instead of going to get more points, and I would feel guilty if they didn't get in because of me, explained the brown-haired girl with honesty and determination. Uraraka-chan, you would risk your chances for us? Thought Izuku as he watched the video continue. Don't worry, little listener, even if you could, you won't need to. I'm sure they'll get in. Trust me, said Present Mike as he ruffled her hair. The video ended after that, with the camera turning back to look at All Might. Young Midoriya, your actions inspired others to take action. For actions such as these, we have rescue points, and you Izuku Midoriya have been rewarded another whopping 74 rescue points for your actions in saving young Uraraka from the zero-pointer and giving young Shinsu your side arm, bringing your total points to a record-breaking 156 points, beating both Endeavor's and my own score. Also yes, IT was not against the rules to give young Shinsu your firearm, and he did indeed keep the points he gained from shooting any villains. Speaking of them, while we're at it, Ochako Uraraka, 40 rescue points for your willingness to sacrifice your own future for others, and Hitoshi Shinsu, for running into danger to save another person in trouble, 60 points, ranted All Might in obvious excitement. Izuku was now thoroughly shocked, relieved and happy. He had passed the exam, he'd be going to UA. But something else had him equally, perhaps even more, excited. He was going to have a date with Nijire. Come young Midoriya, this is your hero academia, finished All Might as the hologram turned off. Izuku sat for a moment, still trying to process all that he had just learned. He was beyond ecstatic, but it didn't quite feel real to him. After a few minutes, he finally got up and went to his door, opening to see his mother pacing in front of his door. Izuku, what happened? What did they say? Asked Inko semi-frantically, worried that something may have happened. Izuku looked at her for a moment, face blank, before suddenly gaining a bright smile, one he hadn't made towards her since he told her he had made friends. Mom, I did it. I got in, said Izuku, voice shaky, as his mom slowly began to process the information. Suddenly Inko burst into tears as she enveloped Izuku in a big hug. Izuku, I'm so happy, exclaimed Inko through tears and sobs. But Izuku had more to tell her. Mom, there's more. Inko paused in her teary happiness to release her son and look at him face to face. What is it, Izuku? Is there something wrong? Asked Inko as she began to get worried again by his choice of words. It's nothing bad, promise. In fact, it's probably one of the best things to ever happen, said Izuku as his already bright smile somehow became even brighter. I'm going on a date, Mom. I've got a date. At that moment, Inko's brain shut down from the mass amount of overwhelming news. She stood there looking at her son, even as his face began to turn to one of worry as she didn't respond to him. Thankfully her brain rebooted before Izuku began to panic. Izuku, you're growing up so quick. I'm so proud of you, exclaimed the greenette suddenly as she initiated a bone-crushing hug on her son. Please, I can't breathe, strained Izuku as his lungs were practically crushed by the force excreted by the small lady. Oh Izuku, I'm sorry, I'm just so happy. Well, who is it then? Is it someone I know? Asked Inko as she instantly calmed down and wanted details. Izuku sighed. He knew this would come, but he had to tell her, yes, you know them. It's Nijire-chan, admitted Izuku. Nijire? Oh my, you asked out that sweet girl. You've really grown up, said Inko as she assumed the situation. Actually, I didn't, she kinda did. She said if I passed the entrance exam the she'd go on a date with me, corrected Izuku with a great blush on his cheeks. Oh, really? Did she say why? There must be a reason why she said if you passed the entrance exam, asked Inko in confusion. She said it was because I've been nothing but kind and a gentleman, unlike most other men who only care about her for her body. Also because she used it as motivation for me, admitted Izuku as he rubbed his neck sheepishly. Inko didn't respond immediately to this, instead looking at her son for a few moments before speaking. It sounds to me like she may have feelings for you. Go tell her the good news, Izuku. She was wearing a teasing smile as she said this. Mom. Alright, I'll go text her. And Mirio-senpai and Tamaki-senpai while I'm at it, said Izuku as he moved back into his room, leaving his mom alone in the short hallway of their apartment. I'm so proud of you, Izuku, and I know your father would be as well, whispered Inko to herself, before moving towards the kitchen. To make herself some tea. In Izuku's room, he had gotten his phone and texted Mirio and Tamaki, and was now looking at Nijire's contact. Before he could second-guess, he opened her contact and began to write a message. Hey Nijire-chan. I got my letter from you. and I passed with a record-breaking score. He sent it before he had time to regret his actions, and in true Nijire fashion, the reply was near instant. I told you you would make it. And you know what that means, right? Izuku was now blushing like mad, as he realized she hadn't forgotten. However, before he could respond, she sent a date and address, asking him to meet her there. Is this what I think it is? Oh my god, she meant it. I'm actually going on a date. I'm going on a date with the girl I like. If one could see Izuku's thoughts, then they would be filled to the brim with fireworks. Izuku went to bed beyond happy that day, as he couldn't stop thinking of what was going to happen in little less than a week. Time skip brought to you by Chibi BT. The day had arrived. Izuku's first day of high school at UA. No, I'm kidding. The day had finally arrived. The day Izuku would go on a date with Nijire, the girl he had a crush on. They were meeting on a street in a quiet but popular street, known for their many cafes and restaurants. He was wearing simple clothes, a hoodie, jeans, and his trademark red boots. He was nervous, very nervous. This would be the first date he had ever been on, and he had no idea how to go about it. Before he could properly figure out what to do, he was greeted by a pair of arms wrapping around his chest from behind. Hey Izuku-kun. Hope you weren't waiting too long, asked a familiar voice. Izuku stood there a moment, trying to calm down from the sudden contact and the feeling of her assets on his back. When he calmed down moments later, he found the words to answer her with. No, Nijire-chan, I've only been here for about 10 minutes, lied Izuku. He had been standing there for well over 30 minutes figuring out what to do. Nijire was silent for a few moments, perhaps having sensed his lie or something else, before letting go of him and walking around to face him. She told there, looking him in the eyes with a blank face, before a smile began to appear on her face. No, silly, I mean, hope it wasn't too much waiting a few months for this. I can tell you, it was a bit hard for me, but that doesn't matter now that we're here, said the blue-haired girl with glee. Oh well, I guess I did wait a while for this. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't excited, but I'd also be lying if I said I wasn't really nervous, admitted the green-haired hero otaku. I had a feeling you would be, that's why we're starting here, giggled Nijire at the boy's bashful expression. Izuku was touched by this. She thought of how I would feel when she planned this. Now, come on Izuku-kun, let's get started. I want to enjoy this day to the fullest, said Nijire as she started to drag Izuku down the street. He didn't care, as he trusted Nijire not to do anything he wasn't comfortable with. After walking for a few minutes, they stopped in front of a small cafe. The sign read, Muzutafu Café La Cat. Why La Cat? No one knew nor really cared, as the cafe was very popular. Izuku quirked an eyebrow at their first destination and turned to Nijire, who was looking at him with excited anticipation. A cat cafe? We're starting at this, questioned Izuku, interested in knowing the thought process behind this first choice, as it didn't seem like something Nijire would necessarily go to as the first thing. Well, as I said, I had a feeling you would be nervous. So why not start at a quiet and secluded place where you can ease into the idea of our date? Explained the excited girl. This made sense, as he would be able to sit and relax, petting the cats or just talking with Nijire, which always managed to calm him down, as she was probably the only one who could keep up with him when he got excited about a subject. Okay, sounds nice. Let's go in then, replied Izuku as he gave her a smile, which seemed to make her cheeks redden a bit, without Izuku seeing it sadly. They entered the cafe, and were directed to a table in the back, away from the windows. Nearly as soon as they sat, were they surrounded by curious cats, eager to meet the newcomers. They quickly ordered some refreshments, before each picking a cat or two to pet while they talked. At some point Izuku had pulled out a notebook and begun drawing Nijire while she was distracted by a particularly eager cat. When she noticed what he was doing, she spoke up. Hey, can I see what you're drawing? You're always so good and I want to see. Can I please? Asked Nijire excitedly, acting slightly impatient. Izuku, having found out how fun it is to tease the girl when she gets like this, took a long sip of his drink before answering her. No. Not yet, you'll have to wait, while he gave her a teasing smirk. Nijire puffed up her cheeks in fake annoyance at this, trying to seem upset. Meanie. Why can't I see it yet? Questioned the girl. At this point, Izuku decided to take a gamble as he answered. Because it's not as pretty as you yet, as he gave her a bright smile. Nijire, having definitely not expected this, erupted into a furious blush as she looked away from her date. She took a few moments, very nervous moments for Izuku, before answering. "When did you learn to sweet talk like that, little gentleman?" asked the girl as she looked back to him with a happy smile and still quite red blush. Izuku shrugged, silently overjoyed at her reaction as he answered, "Not sure, the movies maybe?" answered the boy truthfully. Nijire hummed in thought, before gesturing for him to lean forward. Intrigued, Izuku did just that, and when he did, Nijire quickly leaned forward as well, whilst planting a kiss on his cheek. This caused Izuku to recoil in shock, as he put a hand up to his cheek, and looked at his date, who was giggling at his shocked expression. "I thought sweet words like those deserved a reward," said the girl between giggles. Izuku stared at her for a moment longer before his expression softened and he began to smile. They sat there for a while longer before deciding it was time to move on, as Izuku had settled into the idea of what they were doing. The next place they went to was the local mall, where they went around for a while, window shopping or actually buying the occasional thing. As the finished shopping, they found a spot in the mall to have some lunch, before moving on to a small park, where they walked around for a while, before eventually settling on a secluded bench. They had been on the date for a few hours at this point, and were nearing the end of their time together. "I had fun today, Izuku. What about you?" said Nijire out of the blue. "Oh yeah, I had fun too. It was nice being with you," admitted Izuku. They sat there for a few moments before Izuku felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned to see Nijire resting her head on his shoulder. Normally, this would cause Izuku to freak out, but after the day they had just spent together, it didn't affect him as much as he thought it would. Sure, he was still slightly embarrassed, but not freaked out by it. So after a few moments, he gently leaned his own head on top of her. They sat there in silence for minutes, enjoying each other's company. Izuku decided he had to ask Nijire something, even if it was embarrassing. "Hey, Nijire," began Izuku. Hummed Nijire in reply, to show she was listening. "Do you want to do this again?" He could feel Nijire go still and quiet. This of course caused him to worry slightly, as he raised his head to look at her. When he did, her head remained on his shoulder for a moment, before also lifting, and turning to look at him with obvious surprise on her face. "Is something wrong?" asked Izuku, trying not to let his slight internal panic show. She looked at him for a moment before answering. "No, I just didn't imagine you would be the one to ask that. I thought I would have to," admitted the blue-haired girl as she gained a bright smile, obviously overjoyed that he was the one to ask and not her. Izuku processed her words for a moment, before realizing what she implied. "Wait, you were going to ask too?" asked Izuku, surprised that she wanted to as well. "Of course, silly, I had fun. And I guess I like you, so I want to do it again," admitted the girl bashfully. "She likes me? She likes me back," realized Izuku, as his head wrapped around the situation. You like me too?" asked Deku, wanting to make sure he heard right. Why else do you think I invited you out?" said the girl with a teasing smile. Izuku could do nothing at that point other than stare at her, as his brain had essentially crashed from the revelation that the girl he liked also liked her back. Seeing this caused Nijire the Fly into a fit of giggles, which caused Izuku to snap out of whatever trance he had fallen into. What does this make us then?" asked Izuku, unsure of what to do at that point, as he had never imagined himself in the position to begin with. "I guess this makes us a couple, if that's what you want," answered Nijire with nothing but honesty. Izuku looked at her for several seconds, before tears began to appear at the edges of his eyes. He hadn't been this happy since he had gained his quirk, and before that had been years since his last happy moment. As he began to quietly cry, he was drawn into a soothing hug by Nijire, knowing exactly how to calm him down after knowing him for months. When he finally calmed down, he looked her in the eyes as he gave her his answer. "Of course that's what I want, I just never thought it would happen," as her gave her one of the brightest smiles he'd ever given her. In response, Nijire did the same, a brighter smile than he'd ever seen her wear, showing exactly how happy she was. "Well, then my boyfriend, I guess we should get going. It's getting late and we haven't eaten dinner yet," said Nijire as she teased him slightly. We can go to my place. My mom will want to know how the date went anyway, and with you there it'll be nicer to talk about, said Izuku as he invited her home. That sounds nice, responded Nijire with a smile. They then began walking towards Izuku's home, hand in hand. How sweet. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech, author explanation notes. Enjoy .. Have you got everything, Izuku? Asked Inko from the living room. Yes, Mom, I had BT double check it for me, answered her son from the front door, where he was tying his shoelaces. All right then, and Izuku? Said Inko as she addressed him. Izuku turned to look at his mom, who had stepped into the hallway to their front door. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. And I know your dad would be too, said Inko, as she looked at Izuku with tears threatening to spill. Izuku gave her a soft smile as he answered, Thanks, Mom, I'll see you later, as he went to open the door. All right. Oh, and say hi to Nijire and the others when you see them, reminded Inko as he left. Of course. See you later, answered Izuku as he closed the door, leaving his mom almost completely alone. Why almost? Because Marvin, of course. Izuku walked out of his apartment complex and walked down the road. A few minutes later, he arrived at the intersection where he would meet with Nijire, his girlfriend. Even now, weeks later, he had slight trouble wrapping his head around the fact they were together. Before he managed to get too deep into thought, he was roused out of it by the feeling of a pair of arms wrapping around his chest from behind. Hiya Aizu, came the voice of Nijire. Morning Nijire, answered Izuku, having dropped the formalities after their second date. Yes, they had a second date, that we won't see. Sumi. She released her hold of him and walked up beside him, taking his hand in hers, as they began walking towards the station. They arrived there a little while before their train would arrive, meaning they had some time to sit and enjoy themselves. So, how are you feeling? It's your first day at UA. I can imagine you're a combination of excited and nervous, started Nijire as she sat on a bench with the green-haired boy. Of course. This is a big step towards my dream, a dream that I thought was dead around a year ago, answered Izuku as he reminisced about the time before BT appeared. Well, those time are behind you. Now it's time to look to the future, isn't it? Said Nijire as she smiled at her boyfriend. Yeah, you're right, answered Izuku as he returned the smile to his girlfriend. Before they could continue, they were interrupted by a certain blonde-haired boy's head popping out of the ground. Boo! Gee! Yelped both Izuku and Nijire, having been focused on their conversation. Haha, you should see your faces, laughed Mirio from his spot in the ground. Both Izuku and Nijire began to pout as they were embarrassed at having yelled like they had, drawing attention from passerbys. USEK Mirio, said Izuku and Nijire in sync with each other. As Mirio continued to cackle in the ground, Tamaki decided to make his presence known. That morning you too, said the boy quietly as he sat on the bench with Izuku and Nijire, while holding Mirio's clothes and school bag. Oh, good morning Tamaki, said Izuku, foregoing his pout to greet the shy hero in training. How are you this morning? Asked Izuku. I'm nervous, because Mirio brought all of that attention over here, answered the boy as he seemed to try to cave in on himself. Mirio looked at Tamaki. You're making him uncomfortable, admonished Nijire, having listened in on the conversation. Mirio quickly realized this as he apologized to his friend for not thinking of how he would feel. I forgive you, Mirio. But can you go put your clothes on now? The train will be here soon, said Tamaki, making the group realize they still had a train to catch. Mirio disappeared from the as Tamaki stealthily used his quirk to cover Mirio as he put his clothes back on. When he had done this, they began to walk to the platform their train would arrive at. 30 minutes later, they were walking toward UA, having gotten of the train. They were chatting together, with Nijire and Izuku holding hands. They had decided they wouldn't outright declare they were together, but if someone asked they wouldn't deny it, as keeping it hidden and then letting it be discovered would create a much bigger uproar from the jealous people who wanted to get together with Nijire. They were also comfortable with it because if someone did decide to try and confront Izuku about it, then BT could alert the teachers before anything potentially began. I think it would be a shame not to have them be affectionate in school, plus we all know Nijire wouldn't be able to keep it hidden anyway. After walking for several minutes, they arrived at the gates of UA, seeing many other students arriving alongside them. Many of the older students gave surprised glances at the group, no doubt wondering about what Izuku was not only doing with the big three, but also holding hands with Nijire. Izuku and the others, however, paid them no mind, conversing still as they made it into the school. When they arrived at Izuku's classroom, they said their goodbyes and promised to meet at lunch. As Izuku stood and looked at the giant door, he couldn't help but wonder. I know Bakuga got in, I just hope we won't be in the same classroom. That thought was quickly dashed as he heard very familiar yelling from inside the classroom. Guess I will be, sighed Izuku, as he moved to open the door, wanting to get it over with quickly. He opened the door to a rather curious sight. Bakuga seemed to be getting scolded by another classmate, whom seemed a bit too strict about etiquette and rules. Bakuga, in his classic fashion, wasn't having any of it, threatening to beat up the blue-haired boy. Izuku took a double take at that. It was the same boy from the entrance exam, who tried to admonish him. Oh boy, this is going to be an interesting school year, isn't it? Thought Izuku to himself. The blue-haired boy noticed Izuku's presence, as he made his way towards him. Greetings. I am Tenya Ida, formerly from Sumai Academy, said the boy Tenya as he stuck out his hand in a robotic greeting. Hello. I'm Izuku Midoriya, answered Izuku politely as he shook the boy's hand. Yes, I know. We all heard it before the entrance exam. It was hard not to, with how you were speaking with the principal, answered Tenya. Oh, that had happened, hadn't it? Oh, right, said Izuku sheepishly. Also, I must apologize. I was rude to you before that. I shouldn't have assumed you were trying to disrupt the other examinees with your talking, said Tenya as he gave an exaggerated apologetic bow. No, it's okay. I really can't blame you for thinking that way. You didn't know the details of my quirk, said Izuku as he tried to reassure Tenya. Izuku. We're in the same class, exclaimed a voice suddenly behind Izuku. When he turned around, he saw that it was Ochako standing there, with a bright smile on her face. Oh, hey Uraraka-chan. Guess we are. Hey, have you seen Shinsuke-kun? Answered Izuku as he looked around to see if their other friend had arrived. Right here. This time it was Okado's turn to turn around. There you are, Shinso. Are you in 1A as well? Asked Ochako. Yep, thanks to you too I am. Thanks again for lending me your revolver, Midoriya, said Hitoshi with a hint of a smile on his tired face. You're welcome. I truly believe you could make a good hero with your quirk, no matter what anyone else says, answered Izuku, with honesty. Before anyone else could say anything, BT decided to chime in. Pilot. I believe the teacher is here, said BT suddenly, drawing attention to the door, where a yellow caterpillar with a face seemed to lay. Oh. So someone was paying attention, and it wasn't a student, said the caterpillar as it seemed to stand up, only to reveal a zipper which opened. Turned out it was a sleeping bag, and out of the bag came a man who seemed just as tired as Hitoshi did. As the quirk said, I am your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Now take these and go change. We're going to be conducting a test, said the man as he somehow pulled out a stack of sports jumpers from his sleeping bag. When Izuku moved to take one, he was stopped in his tracks. Not you, Midoriya. The principal wants to talk to you. Something about the details of your quirk, since the registry won't allow you to write it in full, said the tired man, as he gestured for the door. When you're done, meet us outside. I know you don't need one of these anyway. Izuku quirked an eyebrow at this as someone spoke up from behind him. What do you mean his quirk? Deku doesn't have a quirk, yelled Bakuga. I have no idea what you're talking about, he clearly has a quirk. Enough of that, get going, I want you lot outside in 10 minutes. Midoriya, you meet up with us when you're done, said Aizawa as he walked out of the classroom. Izuku looked to his friends. Ochako looked as confused as he was while Hitoshi merely shrugged. He walked out, splitting off from his class, but not without Bakuga giving him a piercing glare as he walked toward the principal's office. Once he arrived, he did not even manage to knock on the door before being invited in. Netsu truly was a scary creature at times. Ah, greeting Midoriya. I hope this day finds you well? Do you want some tea? Asked the fluffy principal with his ever-present smile. Yes, I am fine, sir. And tea would be nice, answered Izuku as he returned a smile of his own. When Izuku sat with a cup of his own, Nedzu began to explain what he wanted to ask of Izuku. Now Midoriya. As Aizawa no doubt told you, I wish to know more of the details of your quirk, but not as much for the reason he told you. It is a very unique quirk and very broad as is, explained Nedzu as he folded his paws together. From what I've understood so far, your quirk is an extra-dimensional factory. It's a bit more convoluted than that, sir. It's more appropriate to say my quirk is what is called an atomic fabricator. It makes objects and tools from the atoms up, meaning it can create quite literally anything, with the only limit being the fabricator itself and the size of the pocket dimension. The pocket dimension is rather sizable, however, so I doubt the size issue will ever be it. However, I don't actually know this for sure. I can't access the pocket dimension myself. I only know this from BT as he controls the machines in there, explained Izuku. That seems very useful indeed. Now another thing. Why do they fall from the sky as opposed to appearing here on the ground? Further questioned Nedzu. It depends on the size of the object. Because the phasing technology used to pull things from the pocket dimension to ours is inaccurate at lower power levels. If the situation requires it, or the object is, say around the size of Aizawa-sensei, then I can call things in on the ground, but for anything larger it will require advanced procedures which also use more power, meaning I won't be able to phase in anything else for a longer PRD of time, explained Izuku as he indulges the furry principal's love for information. You mentioned power. Do you mean stamina? Asked the principal curiously due to the choice of words. No. Power as in electrical power. The fabricator is also the thing that transports the things it creates into our dimension. It's also what contains BT's data core and processors. The phaser gets power from a series of capacitors, as the fabricator alone cannot power the phaser, and it takes time to refill these when I use the advanced phase procedures. Thankfully, I can expand on these at any time. Since my quirk is a machine, it also functions as such, meaning I can remove and add parts, which includes these capacitors, answered the green-haired Wonder Boy. Why not just upgrade the power generator then? Asked the now very interested Nedzu. To do that I would need to create a whole new fabricator, which would take a long time considering the size of it. The power generator is just too integral a device to be simply switched out, answered Izuku. Very well. Now about your AI, BT as you call it. Exactly how powerful is it? Continued Nedzu. Powerful enough to completely work around any kind of security. And when I say work around, I mean he essentially is able to ignore firewalls, which is how he didn't trigger any alarms at the entrance exam, explained Izuku with a slightly proud smile. Nedzu was silent for a moment after that, clearly contemplating something, before speaking up again. If I, or UA for that matter, ever were to require someone with skills in computing, would you be willing to assist? Villains nowadays are becoming craftier by the day with their activity, and someone of your caliber would be too valuable to leave out just because you lack a hero license, asked the principal in a serious tone. Of course, sir. If I can help, I will do anything that's needed, answered Izuku determinedly. Good. Oh, I nearly forgot to ask, where does this fabricator get its materials? Continued the principal. I don't know that actually, I've never asked. BT, can you answer? Answered Izuku as he regarded his companion. Affirmative, pilot, I can. The pocket dimension is connected to a secondary universe, which I believe is devoid of certain laws of physics allowing atoms to bond with electrons. The pocket dimension is connected via a small rift, where the matter is funneled in and used to create anything my pilot wishes, answered BT. Wait, you mean to tell me there exists other universes? Asked the principal, whom was now quite shocked by the implications of what the quirk was suggesting. Affirmative, Nedzu, sir. I cannot confirm with certainty as anything I send in becomes affected by the odd laws of physics, causing drones to essentially dissolve when they enter. But this is the most logical answer, confirmed BT. Interesting, this could revolutionize science as a whole. I will have to let the scientists of Island know of this, noted the principal. Is there anything else you wanted to know, sir? Asked Izuku. Yes, there is a small matter. I've overheard some interesting chatter from some unexpected individuals regarding your quirk, said Nedzu with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Izuku sighed. It was Nijire, Mirio, and Tamaki, wasn't it? Asked the boy. Yes, it was. How, if I may ask, do you know them? Asked the fluffy mammal. Izuku was silent for a moment before answering, I know All Might, but I don't know how much you know about him. So, easy question, do you know of his quirk? Answered Izuku. Nedzu's eyes seemed to widen at the implications. I know what his quirk is. Question is, how do you? Asked the principal with a careful tone. I stumbled in on him training Mirio. A few weeks after All Might accidentally spoke of One for All in front of me, forcing him to tell me about his quirk and how he's transferred it to Mirio, answered Izuku. So you know Mirio due to this. Alright, I believe you. I will have to ask Toshinori why he didn't mention to me that you knew of his quirk, and I'm guessing his second form as well? Said Nedzu. Yes, sir, answered Izuku simply. Alright, well, enough of that. The big three were talking about their experiences in some kind of simulation. How, pray tell, did you manage this? Asked the principal with obvious excited glee. It was one of the only things BT ever developed alone before my quirk manifested. It's a special pod I can create which essentially causes a deep dive into a simulation. All your senses are stimulated, everything looks and feels real. At first it was nothing more than a way for me to train my skills with the suit you saw in the entrance exam. But after I started joining Mirio, Tamaki and Nijire in their weekly trips to have fun, I thought of indulging them. So I created a few extra and we went in. Mirio and Tamaki wished to go to the moon, which they did, while Nijire and I went to a recreation of the last Sapporo Snow Festival, explained Izuku. Interesting. I noticed at the exam that the pod with which the suit arrived in seemed to disappear shortly after exited it. Does this always happen? Continued the mammal. With those pods? Yes, with everything? No, not necessarily. The simulation pods I spoke of will stay for as long as I wish them to. Izuku paused for a moment as he realized where Nedzu was going with this. You want to use the sim pods, don't you? Asked Izuku suddenly. Nedzu clapped his paws, happy that Izuku figures it out himself. Why yes. A chance for our students to be able to train their quirks without exhausting themselves or hurting themselves. Why would I pass that up? Asked Nedzu. Fair point. There is only one issue. The pods can't function without BT's presence, as it is him that creates and controls the simulations. They pods themselves contain the processors that the simulation use, however, so BT may be able to create a 6 that can take over for him, surmised Izuku. That is possible. I can integrate it into UA's mainframe wherein it can double as a security 6 for the school, added BT. That would be wonderful of you, Midoriya-san. If you did this I would be very grateful to you, said Nedzu as he gave Izuku a bow. It's nothing, sir. Do you have an estimate of how many you would like? Asked Izuku, needing to know so BT could begin producing the pods. I believe 30 would be plenty. This way the teachers can join and we will have extras in case of them needing maintenance. Regarding maintenance, is that something we can do? You could, but they're delicate. I can have BT upload the blueprint for them, but they're convoluted and may take time to decipher, admitted Izuku. Very well. I thank you either way, Midoriya-san. Notify me when they are ready, would you? Finished Nedzu. Of course, sir. Was that all then? Asked Izuku. Yes, that is all. Thank you for answering my questions, Midoriya-san. I will update UA's file on you to include the information you've listed, and the contribution to both our ability to teach and our security systems, answered Nedzu gleefully. Alright, I will take my leave in a moment then. I need to run this through BT first, admitted Izuku sheepishly. Of course, I would love to hear the process anyway. Your quirk truly is fascinating, answered Nedzu. Izuku gave the principal a nod before addressing his companion. All right, BT, you heard the principal. Q30 sim pods for construction. Priority notify me of estimated completion time. And construct the 6 for the school like we said. Copy sim pod blueprints to UA mainframe. Confirm, said Izuku. Confirmed pilot. Q set. Priority set. Estimated time, 4 days and 5 hours. 6 programming complete. Uploading 6 and sim pod blueprints to UA mainframe. Complete, answered BT. There we go, principal. Oh, one quick thing before I go. If Class 1A uses the sim pods, then please allow BT to be in control. It's not the same if it's not BT, but you can still request changes through the 6-inch, asked Izuku on his way out of the chair. Yes, I see no problems in that, they are technically yours either way. Now off you go, I believe Aizawa is about to start outside, answered the principal has gestured for Izuku to exit the office. Izuku gave the principal a bow before turning and leaving the office. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. When Izuku made his way outside, he saw his class gathered in front of Aizawa. He appeared to be explaining something to them. When he got near, Aizawa turned his attention to him. Ah, Midoriya. Good timing, I was just about to begin the test. I'll give you a quick rundown of it then. Basically, you'll be doing the same aptitude tests you did in middle school, but with your quirks. This is to set a baseline for what you need to improve upon. And before you ask, yes, you can use anything your quirk can create, unless I say otherwise. Understood, explained Aizawa to the green-haired boy. Understood, sir, answered Izuku. Good, get ready then and make it quick, said Aizawa as he gave the boy a dismissive wave. BT, initiate suit drop. Charlie configuration, said Izuku as he called in his suit. Charlie configuration is the code name for a weaponless drop, while Bravo means non-lethal variations, with some weapons completely restricted, and lastly, Alpha means lethal or normal, deadly bullets and all weapons available. Once again, like in the entrance exam, those who were not at Izuku's site were confused when the telltale sounds of the pod dropping. When it landed, Izuku immediately opened it and entered, and after a moment re-emerged wearing his suit. When he did, he came out to his classmates wearing raised eyebrows and wide eyes, obviously surprised by the way his quirk functioned. Say, Midoriya, I'm curious about something, how do you put on the suit so quickly? Asked Aizawa suddenly, obviously intrigued by the boy's speed. Oh, it's an application of the phase technology that my quirk uses to send the things it creates into our dimension, answered Izuku happily. Dimension? Oh right, your quirk has some sort of pocket dimension where it makes things, said Aizawa dismissively. Anyway, before we start, I forgot to mention. Whoever comes in last place will be deemed without potential and will be expelled. This caused an uproar among the students, however Izuku, that was a lie. Quiet down. The teachers of UA have a lot more freedom than normal, so this is well within what I'm allowed to do. Anyway, let's get started. Midoriya, what was your score for the ball throw in middle school? Asked Aizawa as he moved on, ignoring the looks from his obviously bewildered students. Oh, 46 meters I think, answered Izuku honestly. That's not a lot considering what you look like, but whatever. Here, go into the middle of that circle and throw this, but try and use your quirk, said the scruffy teacher as he threw the boy a ball. Izuku grabbed the ball, looked at it, then his teacher. After a moment he walked into the circle, considering how he should throw the ball. After a moment he decided on the best way he could go about it. He held it in front of himself, then he attached his grappling hook to it. Letting the grappling hook fully extend, he began to spin around as quickly as he could. Then at top speed he released the hook hold on the ball, sending it flying. Interesting strategy, but not bad, said his teacher as he turned his measuring device around to show the screen. It read 468.8 meters, which was a rather high score considering his method. Suddenly, however, things took a turn for the worse. DKU. Since when have you had a quirk? You been lying to me all these years? Yelled out Bakugo suddenly as he rocketed himself towards Izuku with a twin explosion. In another universe, Aizawa would have stopped him. In this, however, he was blinded by the dust cloud Bakugo inadvertently kicked up with his initial explosions. Luckily, Izuku noticed this. Were you looking down at me for all these years, HA? Continued Bakugo as he got closer and closer to the remarkably calm boy, still standing in the circle. Izuku's calmness combined with his seemingly indifferent attitude made Bakugo lose all semblance of self-control. "Ding-you!" yelled Bakugo as he got within reach of Izuku. His palms began to glow as he charged a massive explosion, which he released in close proximity to Izuku. The whole class, including Aizawa, were shocked to say the least. They had just witnessed what they believed to be a blatant murder. This belief was only strengthened when the smoke cleared and there seemed to be no trace of the green-haired boy. Bakugo stood there, as he realized what he had just done. The first to shake of the shock was Aizawa, said, shock being replaced by indescribable anger at the spiky-haired boy's action. But before he could act to secure Bakugo, something earth-shattering occurred. Behind Bakugo, in a flash of white energy, appeared Izuku. And in a flash he had brought Bakugo to the ground, going so far as to make sure Bakugo's hands were pointed to the ground, to make sure he couldn't make any further explosions. "Midoriya, is that you?" asked Aizawa in disbelief. "Yes, sir. It's me. Sorry for the scare, but this would make the takedown easier," answered Izuku as he apologized for making everyone believe he had just been killed. "Are you hurt? And better yet, how did you do that?" asked Aizawa further as he took over keeping Bakugo secure with his scarf. "I'm unhurt. And as to how I did that, it's another application of phase, like when you saw the pod disappear before. It basically briefly sends me out of sync with the world, letting me avoid attacks and other things," answered Izuku rather nonchalantly. Aizawa looked at Izuku for a few moments longer, seeming to ponder something, before turning his attention to Bakugo. "Katsuki Bakugo, you are very lucky. Had you actually killed Midoriya, I wouldn't have hesitated to not only expel you, but have you arrested and charged for manslaughter. However, I see potential in you, so consider yourself on thin ice from now on." "Understood," said Aizawa with a glare powerful enough to burn through steel. "Understood," scoffed Bakugo from his spot on the ground. "The same goes to all of you. Do anything like this and you will be out." "Got that?" said the annoyed teacher to the remainder of his class. He received a chorus of "yes, sir" from them, satisfying him. "Before we do move on, Bakugo, you'll be going to the school therapist for anger management. This is not up for debate. If you let your anger take control like this again, then you may kill the next person. You're just lucky Midoriya can seemingly teleport," continued Aizawa as he brought back another glare on Bakugo. Bakugo merely grunted in acknowledgement. With that, they got back to the tests, with Izuku scoring well in most of the exercises. When they finished, Aizawa took their scores and displayed their final scores on the board, with Izuku coming in at 5th place, which he was satisfied with. "Oh, and the expulsion was a logic ruse to get you all to do your best," revealed Aizawa suddenly. This caused an uproar among the students, except for two. "I thought it was obvious. No way would they actually expel someone just like that," said a tall, black-haired girl as she tried to ease everyone's panic. "Wrong." Everybody's heads whipped around to face the speaker. The speaker being our green-haired pilot. "Excuse me," said the black-haired girl, sounding slightly offended. "I said you're wrong. He would have expelled anyone he thought wasn't worthy of being here. Why do you think there's no Class 2A? He expelled them all," said the boy as he pointed towards their teacher. You know your stuff, kid. No point in denying it." "He's right. If I thought you didn't have potential, no matter your score, I would have expelled you without hesitation," admitted the scruffy man with a wicked grin. This caused the entire class besides Izuku, Bakugo and a boy with two-toned hair to shiver, feeling as if they had dodged a bullet. "By the way, Aizawa-san, how does an underground hero like you end up teaching in a place like UA?" asked Izuku suddenly as he looked intently at the man's neck. "He gets dragged in by his friends who also became teachers at the same institution, that's how." "So you figured out who I am?" asked the man, clearly intrigued by the student's knowledge. "When you bound Bakugo up in your scarf. I only know of one hero who uses something like that. The Erasure hero, Eraserhead," answered Izuku confidently. You know a lot about heroes, don't you?" said Aizawa as he gained his trademark grin. Izuku shrugs. "Before my quirk manifested, I thought I had to in order to become a hero. Now it's just useful for when I need to analyze a situation or quirk," answered Izuku. "Not bad, kid. All right, class is over. Go change and go to your classroom and grab the syllables on your desks, and then go get some lunch." "Class dismissed," said Aizawa as he began to walk away. Izuku was now in the cafeteria, trying to find his friends and girlfriend. After a moment of looking around, he spotted Mirio waving him over. He quickly made his way to his friend's table, moving to sit beside Nijire. They were the only people at the table, meaning they had the whole table to themselves. "Hey Izuku, how's your first day going?" asked Mirio as he sat down. "Could have gone better. Bakugo tried to use an explosion to hurt me once he saw my quirk in action. I'm fine though, I used phase to avoid it, said Izuku nonchalantly. Does that boy ever calm down? Well, you're fine, so that good, added Mirio. Hey Izuku, wanna try some of my bento? Asked Nijire. She had discovered not long after their first date that sharing food with Izuku was fun to do. Sure, what have you got today? Asked Izuku, having discovered he also enjoyed it. Nothing extravagant, here try, said Nijire as she took some with her chopsticks and offered it to Izuku. He obliged as he ate the entire thing, sighing in content at the taste. Did you make this again, Nijire? Asked Izuku as he recognized her cooking. He had quickly discovered as well that he loved Nijire's cooking about as much as his mother's. Of course I did. Only the best for my sweet Zuzu, said Nijire as she pulled out her nickname for Izuku. Thanks, said the green-haired boy as he gave his girlfriend a sweet smile. Hey Deku, can we sit with you? Asked a familiar voice to Izuku's right. He turned around to see Ochako and Hitoshi standing with their trays of food. Before he could ask his friends if they were fine with it, mostly Tamaki, had Mirio already decided. Sure you can. Any friend of Izuku's is a friend of ours, answered Mirio as he moved to the side to let them sit beside him. Ochako sat beside Izuku while Hitoshi sat next to Mirio. So you going to introduce us Izuku? Asked Nijire as she eyed Ochako and Hitoshi. Oh, you're right, Nijire. Guys, this is Ochako Uraraka and this is Hitoshi Shinso. Uraraka-san, Shinso-san, these are my friends Mirio Togata, Tamaki Amajiki and Nijire Hadu, introduced Izuku as he pointed to each of his friends. Nijire gave Izuku a pout, slightly sad he didn't outright mention they were together, but also understanding he wasn't comfortable just telling people out of the blue. Izuku noticed this, and gave her an apologetic smile, showing he knew what she was thinking. Oh, Izuku mentioned you too. Izuku gave you his other gun, which I'm guessing allowed you to pass the exam. And you're the one they both saved from the zero-pointer, am I right? Asked Mirio, as he recalled Izuku explaining what had happened during the exam. You're right. A combination of the points I got from shooting the robots and helping with Save Ochako got me into the hero course. I owe Izuku a lot for what he did, answered Hitoshi as he gave Izuku a thankful smile. I mostly got in because I was rewarded for my willingness to give up my points for others, who I thought deserved them more. I also owe both of you to my life for saving me in the exam, added Ochako as well, flashing both Izuku and Hitoshi a bright smile. I couldn't just leave you there. If I can help, I will. Don't doubt that, responded Izuku with a determined expression. Izu, this just makes me like you even more, said Nijire as she planted a kiss on Izuku's cheek, making him burst into a brilliant red blush. This action raised eyebrows from both Ochako and Hitoshi, obviously surprised by the sudden move. Careful Nijire, you might make him seize up like that one time in the arcade, laughed Mirio, remembering one of their outings after Nijire and Izuku's first date, where Nijire rewarded him with a kiss on the cheek for winning her a plushie had she wanted. Hitoshi looked back and forth between Izuku's bright red face and Nijire's teasing smile for a few moments, before his eyes widened in realization. You two are more than just friends, aren't you? Said Hitoshi with a teasing smirk as he figured they were together. Guess you may as well know. Yes, Nijire and I are together. Have been for around 2 or so months now, answered Izuku with a sigh, figuring that now rumors would spread like wildfire, especially considering the subject being the unofficial idol of UA. Ah, you two are cute together, said Ochako absent-mindedly. This elicited a slight groan from Izuku, having been told this repeatedly to his embarrassment. He didn't deny it, but he wasn't used to being told it either. Everybody says so, it's just embarrassing to me to hear it. It's not necessarily that I mind it, explained Izuku as he saw the confused face Ochako gained at his reaction. Don't mind him. He's still getting used to the idea of us being together. He didn't have a lot of chances to socialize before he met us. His school wasn't very nice to him. Keep this between us, got it? Said Nijire hushed from her place beside Izuku, not wanting other tables to hear what she was talking about. Normally Izuku didn't like telling others about his past, but he trusted Ochako and Hitoshi to not go around and tell random people, so he didn't interrupt Nijire. Oh, that explains some things I guess. I won't tell anyone, you have my word, answered Hitoshi, with Ochako nodding in agreement. Thanks you too, said Izuku simply. After this, they decided to chat and get to know each other, mostly Mirio and Tamaki talking to Ochako and Hitoshi, with Izuku speaking every now and again, and Tamaki merely listening, still too shy to interact with the newcomers. After a short while, the bell rang for lunch to end, as Izuku and his larger friend group began to shuffle out of the cafeteria towards their respective classrooms. Izuku, Ochako, and Hitoshi were now back in class after lunch as Aizawa shuffled into the classroom tiredly. Alright class, since it's still the first day, we don't have normal classes, meaning until school is done, we basically have free time. I recommend getting to know each other for that time, or you can do whatever, just be quiet, I'm taking a nap till the bell rings out, droned Aizawa as he got into his yellow sleeping bag, before promptly falling to the floor, seemingly fast asleep. The classroom was silent for a moment, as mostly everyone was unsure of what to do, until a certain blue-haired boy spoke up with a suggestion. I suggest we do as our teacher suggested. How about we take turns at the podium to introduce ourselves, our quirks and something about ourselves, said Tenya to the classroom. In response he received a chorus of positive agreement, with a negative disagreement from Bakugu as always. Alright, shall we go by seat number then? It will make the selection easier, suggested Tenya further as he received another chorus of agreement. First up was the flamboyant blonde. He walked up to the podium at the front of the class and began his introduction. Greetings, mon amis. I am the fabulous Yuga Aoyama, and my quirk is called Naval Laser. It allows me to shot out a brilliant laser from my belly button, however it will leak out if I'm not wearing this special belt. I enjoy sparkling brightly in French cuisine, introduced Aoyama. He then walked off, letting the next person step up. Next up was a girl with pink hair and, oddly enough, pink skin plus a pair of horns protruding from her pink mop. Hiya, my name is Mina Ishido, and my quirk is called Acid. It allows me to secrete acid, which I can control the strength and viscosity of. I love dancing and hanging out with my friends, introduced Ishido. Next up was a green-haired girl, whom was slightly hunched over, but not in the style of trying to look small, like Tamaki. Hello, my name is Tsuyu Ajui, but I prefer to be called Tsu. My quirk is called Frog and I can basically do anything a frog can do. I like swimming in the rain, introduced Tsuyu. The next person was the class's blue-haired speedster. Sonic. I'm kidding. Greetings, class. My name is Tenya Ida. My quirk is called Engine. It allows me to run at great speeds. I enjoy reading and running as a hobby, introduced Tenya. Up next was the pink-cheeked puffball. Hi everyone. My name is Ochako Uraraka. My quirk is called Zero Gravity and it allows me to make anything I touch with all 5 fingers weightless. I like machi and hanging out with friends, introduced Ochako. Next up was a rather normal-looking blonde boy. Hi, my name is Masahiro Ojiro and my quirk is called Tail, and it's just that, a tail but it's very strong since I've been training it for years. I like martial arts, introduced Ojiro. Next up was a more confident-looking blonde boy. Sup everyone, my name's Denki Kaminari and my quirk's called Electrification. It allows me to generate huge amounts of electricity, but I can't really control where it goes and if I use too much, I'll literally short-circuit my brain, making me dumb for a little while. I love having fun with friends, introduce Kaminari. Next up was a boy with red hair and shark-like teeth. Heya, my name's Eijiro Kirishima. My quirk's called Hardening. It allows me to harden any part of my body, making me super tough. I love the hero Crimson Riot and aspire to be like him, introduced Kirishima. Next up was a rough-looking but also nervous boy. Instead of talking he wrote on the blackboard, obviously too nervous to speak in front of a crowd. My name's Kuji Kuda. My quirk is called Ani Voice. It allows me to speak with animals and ask them for help. I like animals, introduced Kuda simply, wanting to sit down quickly. Next up was a brown-haired boy with somewhat big lips. Sup, the name's Rikidu Sato. My quirk's called Sugar Rush. It lets me get temporary super strength when I eat sugar, but I become kind stupid the more sugar I eat. I love baking in my free time, introduced Sato casually. Next up was a large, masked boy with 6 arms. One of said arms turned into a mouth which began to speak. Hello, my name is Mezu Shuji. My quirk is called Doubly Arms. It allows me to turn my hands into different body parts like eyes and mouths. I don't really have much I do in my free time besides studying and training, introduced Shuji. Next was a girl with short purple hair. Hi, my name's Kyukajiru. My quirk's called Earphone Jack. It basically lets me insert my earlobe jacks into walls and such to hear things from far away, or I can send my heartbeat through them. I like playing music and going to concerts in my free time, introduced Kyuka. The next boy had black hair and a seemingly permanent smile. Hey, the name's Hantasiro. My quirk is called Tape, and it lets me shot this strong tape from my elbows. I like having fun with friends, introduced Siro. Next up was an edgy-looking boy with a raven's head. Greetings, my name is Fumikage Tokoyami. My quirk is called Dark Shadow. It gives me a companion which I can command to attack my opponents. I enjoy the darkness and poems, introduced Tokoyami politely. Next up was a boy with hair split perfectly down the middle, with his right side being white and the left red. He also had a large scar on the left side of his face. My name's Shuto Todoroki. My quirk's half hot half cold. I like cold soba, introduced Shuto simply, evidently not a fan of talking. Next up was what seemed to be a girl, yet she was completely see-through. Hiya everyone. My name's Toru Hagakure, and my quirk is pretty obvious. It's called invisibility. The cells of my body basically refract light, meaning I can't be seen. I love having fun with friends and gossip, introduced Toru cheerfully. Next up was the resident temper tantrum. The name's Katsuki Bakugu and my quirk is explosion, and it's better than all your shitty quirks. I'll be the #1 hero and you better not get in my way, said Bakugu gruffly as per usual. Finally it was Izuku's turn. He was nervous of course, but thanks to the big three it wasn't nearly as bad as I could have been. Hello everyone. My name's Izuku Midoriya, but you probably already knew that at this point. My quirk is called Titanfall. In short, it gives me a pocket dimension wherein a machine can make just about anything I want, but there's a size limit to what it can make. Of course, BT is also part of my quirk. I like watching heroes and learning about their quirks and also hanging out with my friends, introduced Izuku as most of the class were shocked by his quirk explanation, still unable to wrap their heads around it even after Aizawa's questions during the test. They quickly shook off the shock as the next person went up to the podium, which was the purple-haired mind controller. Hi, my name's Hitoshi Shinso. My quirk's called brainwashing. If respond to me I can take control of you. I understand if you think it's villainous, you wouldn't be Dash. He was cut off mid-sentence by several people speaking up. It's not villainous Shinso, I've told you before. It's a great quirk for hero work, said Izuku as he stood up from his chair. I've said the same, so stop beating yourself up, said Ochako as she stood up. Suddenly Aizawa spoke up from behind Shinso, surprising the boy. They're right Shinso. Your quirk is perfect for many different situations. Anyone who has said otherwise is a fool, said Aizawa from his spot on the floor. Hitoshi stood there for a moment as most of the class began to shout their agreements. He could feel tears pricking at the edges of his tired eyes, but dried them off before anyone saw them. Thanks everyone, said he simply as he walked back to his desk. The last person to walk up was a girl with a rather mature feeling about her, and it's not her body I mean. Greetings, I am Momo Yaoyorozu. My quirk is called Creation, and it allows me to turn the fat cells from my body into anything non-living, as long as I know its molecular structure. I enjoy reading and studying in my free time, introduced Momo politely. Izuku found her quirk intriguingly similar to his own and spoke up. Your quirk is rather similar to mine. We both can create things but we have different ways about it, said Izuku. Yes, I noticed. It's very intriguing, but nice at the same time to see a similar quirk, said Momo with a smile as she walked back to her seat. I agree, we will have to compare them someday, won't we, said Izuku happily, wholeheartedly agreeing with her. Sentiment. Sounds like fun, responded Momo with a smile. Just then the bell rang. All right everyone, school's out. I'll see you all tomorrow for homeroom. Class dismissed, droned Aizawa as he got out of his sleeping bag. He received a chorus of, yes sir, from the class before leaving. Izuku was now outside, waiting for his friends to come out. While he stood there, Ochako and Hitoshi walked over. "Hiya Midoriya, you waiting on Haru-san and the others?" asked Ochako as she approached. "Yep, we promised to walk together to and from school," replied Izuku with a happy smile. Just then the doors opened and out came the big three, flanked by others formed their year. "Hiya Izuku, hope you didn't have to wait long," said Nijire as she practically tackle-hugged the boy. Thankfully he had gotten used to this and stood his ground as the girl ran into him. During the exchange, many if the third years gave shocked and envious looks at the boy, much to his obliviousness. "Nope, I haven't been here long." "You ready to go now?" responded Izuku as he released the hug and took the girl's hand. "Yep, ready to go," said the blue-haired girl as she began to walk side by side with him. "Mind if we walk with you?" "We're going to the station as well?" asked Ochako as she looked to Hitoshi, who nodded at her question, before looking back to Izuku and the big three. "Sure, you guys don't mind, right?" answered Izuku as he looked to his friends. "Of course they can tag along," said Mirio with much enthusiasm. "I love talking with you during lunch, so I don't have any issues with it," answered Nijire as she looked to Izuku's classmates. Tamaki nodded in agreement, although shyly as he was still unused to their presence, but he trusted them after having met them during lunch. Ochako gave a bright smile, while Hitoshi gained a small tug at the edges of his mouth. They then proceeded to walk to the train station together, conversing among each other and learning things about each other. It was safe to say for Izuku that his time at UA was going to be fantastic. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. The second day of high school started much the same as the first, with the exception of no jumpscare from Mirio and that Ochako and Hitoshi met them when they got off their train. They arrived at the school in good time and proceeded to mingle together before they had to split up for their respective classrooms. Once Izuku and his two friends got to class, the day started. How was it? Normal. More normal than one would expect from a school known for fostering heroes. However, that was not the case for after lunch. Izuku was sitting in class, waiting alongside his classmates for their teacher. "I am Dash," yelled a very familiar voice from outside the classroom door. Every head in class turned to the door, that slammed open once in view. Coming through the door like a normal person, continued the number one hero, All Might, as he most definitely did not enter like a normal person. The class immediately burst into excited chatter at the entrance of the number one hero. "Wow, it's All Might. He really is teaching here. We're going to learn from the number one hero. This is awesome. That entrance was so manly. I want to be even a fraction as manly as him." The general consensus was this: All Might is awesome. And not hard to understand why. He was the symbol of peace for a reason. All Might walked up to the front of the class, as he stood behind the podium, wearing his Silver Age costume as it had been dubbed, and addressed the class. "Greetings, young heroes and training. You all know who I am, but I'll introduce myself anyway. I am All Might, your basic hero trainings teacher," boomed All Might, getting the students' attention as they ceased their gossiping. "Now, for your first lesson with me, we will be jumping straight into the thick of things," said the hero as he pulled up a board with a single word: "Battle." This elicited excited murmurs from the class as a whole. "You will all be participating in 2-on-2 battles with your classmates. But before that, you will need these." The hero then pulled out what seemed to be a small remote, on which he pressed a button. When he did, several panels opened up in the wall, revealing cases with a number corresponding to each seating number, with one exception. "You will all need your hero costumes. Take these cases and go change, then meet me at ground beta. Young Midoriya, you come with me. I've been told your hero costume is part of your quirk," said All Might as he gestured for Izuku to follow him. Izuku nodded as he stood up and followed All Might, while the others went the other way, slightly jealous at the boy getting time with the hero. After walking for a little bit, All Might looked around. Seeing that the coast was clear, he released his hero form to relax for until the other students came. "You alright, Yagi-san?" asked Izuku. He had been asked long ago to be called Toshinori or Yagi when not in his All Might form, to make sure his identity wasn't revealed. Izuku was initially surprised to be given the hero's real name, but got over it when he let the hero's words sink in. "I am fine, my boy. It is just becoming increasingly taxing to stay in my hero form, answered the hero, touched by the boy's worry. He had given Mirio one for all not long before Izuku took the entrance exam, giving him a few months to become acquainted with the quirk before school started again. Don't push yourself. I know you said you wouldn't, but these lessons can drag on for a while. What if you start to reach your time limit before we finish? Asked the green-haired boy, worried for about what the hero was planning. Don't worry, my boy, I have a plan, one I think you will enjoy, said the hero cryptically. If you say so, said the green-haired boy as he released a sigh. Before I call in my suit, can you quickly in short tell me where we will be doing this? I want to choose the right weaponry, asked the boy as they approached ground beta. It will be close quarters, so probably a shotgun, said Yagi. He had become familiar with the basics of Izuku's loadout options in the time he'd known him, so he could offer advice here and there on choices. Alright, thanks Yagi, said Izuku as he got around to setting up his loadout for the day. BT Bravo loadout, EVA shotgun, alternator, no special, and finally let's go with electric smoke grenade, said Izuku as he made his selection. Affirmative, pilot. Drop pod inbound, responded BT as the familiar sound of the incoming pod reverberated through the area they stood at. When Izuku had put on the suit, he decided to keep watch at the entrance to the grounds, to make sure Toshinori didn't get caught out of his hero form. A few minutes later, Izuku heard her footsteps and turned to Toshinori. Yagi-san, they're here, said he simply. The man nodded as he proceeded to turn into his hero form once again, and moved to stand in front of the entrance to greet the class. Izuku was excited to see the many different costumes on display when they left the entrance. Some colorful, others practical. You all look splendid. They do say the clothes make the man, and you young children are now one step closer to being heroes, boomed All Might as he gave the class a thumbs up. Sir, this looks like the field we were using during the entrance exam. Does that mean we will be fighting robots again? Asked Ida from his medieval-looking armor crossed with an engine. Not quite, young Ida. Here's a little explanation before I give my answer. Most battles you see on TV are outside, but statistically most villain fights happen indoors, out of the public's view. Therefore, as I said in the classroom, we will be holding 2-on-2 battles, heroes versus villains style, explained All Might to the class. Before he could continue, he was bombarded by questions, which Izuku did not manage to catch. Please, one at a time. My quirk isn't super hearing. I'll explain the scenario, said the hero as he put up a hand. But before that, I would like to introduce you to someone, said the hero as he took up his famous hero pose. Everyone was confused for a moment until suddenly, boo! The whole class, except Izuku, Bakugo and Todoroki yelled in surprise as a head seemingly popped out of the ground. Ah, you should see your faces. Mirio. Why must you be like this? Said Izuku exasperated. Ah, come on Izuku, you love me for acting like this and you know it, said the blonde as he fully emerged from the ground. You're right. But still, not a good first impression, said the green-haired boy as he sighed. I guess you're right. Hello 1A, I'm Mirio Togata, a third year. I'm here today as a sort of assistant student teacher, said Mirio as he regarded the class. Young Togata will be assisting me with this and some future lessons, therefore you will listen to him as much as me. Understood, interjected All Might. A chorus of yes sir resounded from the class in front of him. All right, with that out of the way, let's get started, said the hero as he pulled out a script. Really Yagi-san, thought Izuku exasperatingly. The villains will have hidden a nuclear device on one of the floors of the building you'll be infiltrating. To win the exercise you must either capture your opponents with this capture tape, or in the hero's case place a hand on the bomb, while the villains must simply keep the heroes from letting them touch the bomb or capturing them, explained the hero as he finished. How will we be choosing the teams? Asked Yaoyorozu. Simple. By drawing lots, said the hero as he pulled out a box. Lots? Why would you choose such a method? Asked Ida, surprised by the simplicity of it. Probably to simulate how heroes sometimes have to team up on the spot in some situations, said Izuku from the side. Exactly young Midoriya, said the hero as he gave Izuku a thumbs up and smile for his deduction. Ah, I see. That makes sense. I apologize for my sudden outburst, responded Ida as he bowed in apology. Alright, let's get to it. Everyone form a line and come up and draw a lot. When everyone has drawn, we will set up the who goes against who, said All Might as he gestured for them to line up. Izuku picked a lot with the letter G on it. When everyone had picked a lot, All Might proceeded to ask Izuku something. Young Midoriya, would you help me with setting up the teams? Asked All Might, obviously wanting it to be truly randomized, and what was more random than a super AI making the choice? With beat, I'm guessing? Asked the green-haired boy. When he received a nod from the hero, he turned his attention to BT. BT, mind setting it up? You know what to do, said Izuku as he addressed his AI companion. Affirmative, pilot. Setup complete. First teams. Team G as heroes, versus Team B as villains. Izuku was surprised that his team was first. B, you didn't rig it, did you? Asked Izuku as he furrowed his brow at his manager. Negative, pilot. It was completely random, as you requested, responded the AI. Izuku turned to All Might. Well, you heard him, said the boy sheepishly. Don't worry, young Midoriya. I can tell it wasn't rigged, considering who you're fighting, said the hero as he pointed a thumb to the side. Izuku followed the finger, only to see a malicious grin on his ex-childhood friend's face, who was standing next to his partner Zero, who was looking nervous at the sight of his partner's evil look. Oh, said Izuku simply, regretting everything at the moment. Yeah, bad luck Izubro, said Mirio as he winced at the blonde's rather evil-looking expression. Looks like it'll be us together, Green, said someone from behind Izuku. Izuku turned around to face the speaker, Kyuka Jairu, and she was holding a piece of paper with the letter G on it. Looks like it, Jairin, responded Izuku with a smile. All right, villains, move into the building and set up. Heroes, take this map and these earpieces. Jairu took the earpiece while Izuku took the map, but put up a hand when the hero offered the earpiece. I don't need it. Beast, said the boy. Connecting to earpiece. Link established, said the AI simply as he connected Izuku's helmet radio to the earpiece in Jairu's ear. Can you hear me, Jairu-san? Asked Izuku, testing the connection. Loud and clear, Green, answered Kyuka. Right, I forgot about that, said the hero, having forgotten the extent of Izuku's suit's capabilities. Izuku and Jairu were now stood in front of the building they were supposed to infiltrate. We should set up a plan of attack, said Izuku, instigating their conversation. Yeah, but I'm not super good at that, answered Jairu sheepishly. I have an idea, and you can give your input. Sound good, responded Izuku as he turned to her. Sure, said she simply. Alright, well, for starters, I know for a fact Bakugo will be coming for me. He's always had a strange grudge against me, and I don't know why. Anyway, I think it would be best if you could locate where they are, then you head in from the roof or a window and take on Zero-san, while I distract Bakugo. What do you think? Explained Izuku. Makes sense, those explosions of his hurt my ears as well, so being away from him will be for the best, I guess. Zero's quirk is tape if I remember right. Do you think he will have made traps then? Responded Kyuka. Most likely, so be careful. If that's what we'll do, then could you figure out where they are? Asked Izuku. Sure, answered the punk-looking girl as she hooked her ear jacks into the side of the building. She took a few moments to listen before answering. Sounds like they're on the 5th floor, roughly somewhere in the middle of the floor, said Kyuka as he unhooked her jack. Alright. Here, take this to get onto the roof, answered Izuku before grabbing onto something on his right arm, before detaching said thing and giving it to Kyuka. She took it and looked it up and down before she realized what it was. Izuku's grabbing hook. You can take it off? Asked Kyuka surprised. Most of the equipment on my suit can be taken off, but some things can't. It's mostly in case something malfunctions or are damaged and just become dead weight, explained Izuku briefly. Izuku then took a moment to help Kyuka but on the hook and show her how to fire it and how to take it off again if need be. Alright, you zygotes. Begin the exercise. Heroes, move in, sounded the voice of All Might from their earpieces, or in Izuku's case his helmet radio. Izuku and Kyuka shared a look, before nodding to each other and going their separate ways. The hallways inside were dark, but he could see thanks to the night vision he and BT had thought to include into the helmet's visor. BT, alert me if you pick up anything, whispered Izuku to the AI. Affirmative, pilot, answered BT through his helmet radio, so as to not reveal his location. Izuku continued to walk through the hallways cautiously with his EVA pointed forwards. When he got to the second floor, things turned up a notch. Pilot, I am detecting a signature ahead, around the corner, said BT a few moments after Izuku had gotten to the second floor. All right, thanks BT, responded Izuku, knowing full well who or what was ahead. Wanting to mess with Bakugo, instead of walking forward, he used his suit's hollow decoy, which made an identical copy of him which merely continues in the direction he was previously walking. When the hollow decoy arrived at the corner, it was promptly erased by a very angry Bakugo jumping out with an explosion aimed right for the head. He was confused when the smoke cleared and he saw nothing or Izuku, before remembering what happened the day before, and instantly went on guard. No need to put up your guard, Bakugo. I'm right here, said Izuku as he gained the ash blonde's attention. Fing Deku, what was that trick? I would have heard you if it was that teleportation sheet you did yesterday, responded Bakugo angrily as he kept his stance up. Trick? Nothing much, just some holograms, explained Izuku nonchalantly as he made another, which stood still while Izuku took a step to the side. This, however, only made Bakugo more angry, as he thought Izuku was making fun of him. I'll hurt you so bad they'll have to stop the lesson, seethed Bakugo as his anger was reaching its boiling point. Come and get me then, invited Izuku, waiting for Bakugo to lose his temper as he usually did. It didn't take long till he did, and in a near-feral roar, Bakugo launched himself at Izuku. Izuku meanwhile lifted his EVA back up and shot at Bakugo, slowing him down, before moving in to fight him at close combat. Izuku went for a few jabs at Bakugo's midsection, before Bakugo recovered from the stun and retaliated. Bakugo suddenly, during a head-on charge, blasted himself over Izuku, and attacked him with an explosion from behind. How do you like that, sneered Bakugo whilst wearing a wicked grin. Doesn't feel like much more than what you used to hit me with, replied Izuku as the smoke cleared to reveal Izuku standing perfectly fine. For a moment Bakugo was shocked, seeing his explosion at close range like that have no effect, but quickly shook it off before going for the attack again. Izuku, however, decided enough was enough, and threw down one of his grenades. A large cloud of smoke erupted from the grenades as it hit the ground. You think this'll protect you, shitty Deku, roared Bakugo as he charged into the smoke. This turned out to be a mistake, as it wasn't regular smoke. No, it was highly conductive. The remains of the grenade on the ground began to release high levels of electricity, effectively hitting Bakugo with about the same strength as a stun gun. Izuku took the chance to retreat and gain some ground, before the smoke dissipated, which wouldn't be long. After using Stim to gain some distance, he quietly contacted Kyuka to get a status report. Gyro, status report, said Izuku into his radio. I'm nearing the area where I can hear Zero shuffling around. In the middle of the 5th floor, just like I said, replied Kyuka. Alright, I'm hiding real quickly from Bakugo, but I'll take him out quickly if I have to, and then meet up with you. If I'm not there within 5 minutes, then do what you can against Zero. You okay with that? Explained Izuku, waiting for his partner's input. Sounds fair. If Bakugo were to attack us while we fight Zero, then things could go wrong fast. He's set up a lot of tape up here, agreed Kyuka. Alright, keep your eyes and ears open. I'll contact you again when I've either beaten Bakugo or if you'll need to move in on your own, said Izuku as he turned to his radio. Where are you? Come out, you coward, yelled Bakugo from down the corridor to Izuku's right. I'm right here, Boo-boo, responded Izuku as he stepped out from the corner. There you are, you little sheet. Bakugo was now wearing his feral grin again, before extending his hand in front of him. You always were an observant sheet, so you know how my quirk works. You see these gauntlets? They store up my sweat, and guess what happens when they're all filled up, said Bakugo as he pulled back the handle to reveal a pin, much like the ones on an actual grenade. Suddenly All Might's voice rang out of their earpieces radios. Young Bakugo, do not use that. You'll kill him. He won't die if he dodges, yelled Bakugo in response as he pulled the pin, and a torrent of flame burst forward towards Izuku. In a split-second decision as the pin is pulled, Izuku himself pulls something from his back and throws it. Everything was silent as the explosion dissipated. The corridor they were in was destroyed, and dust and smoke was everywhere. The viewing room, everything was chaos. Students freaking out, believe this time the blonde had actually killed the brunette. Izuku won't die from something like that. He's come too far for something like that to kill him. Everyone, even All Might, turned to look at the speaker, who was none other than Mirio. "Young Togata?" asked All Might, voice dripping with confusion and worry. Mirio merely nodded towards the screen, "Watch and see." And so they did. And what they saw was mind-blowing. The smoke and dust dissipated, and as it did, an orange glow began to be seen through it. When it completely dissipated, stood Izuku, behind some kind of orange hexagonal shield of light. Bakugo was shocked. Whatever that was, it had tanked his strongest explosion. He shook it off quickly, before bringing up his other gauntlet, preparing to fire that one too. Before he could though, he was interrupted by All Might. "Bakugo, I'll give you one warning. Use that gauntlet, and not only will you be disqualified, but I will make sure you receive detention for at least a month. Do you understand?" All Might's voice was serious, unnaturally close, and made Bakugo freeze for a moment, never expecting to be on the receiving end of such a tone. He didn't need to worry about this, however, as before he could respond or react, he was suddenly hit by something in his chest. During him being frozen, Izuku had moved fast, using stim to close the distance and unleash a volley of blows to his opponent's chest, knocking the air out of Bakugo, before finishing it with a harsh uppercut, knocking the blonde out. Izuku quickly bound up the blonde's arms with the capture tape, before reaching to speak through his radio. "I'm finished with Bakugo. How's it looking with you?" asked the brunette as he moved towards the stairs. "Midoriya? Oh God, I thought something happened. That explosion was massive. Hurt my ears really bad," replied Kyuko worriedly. "I'm fine. I managed to use my AWOL before the explosion reached me," reassured Izuku. "I don't know what it is, but thank God you had it," sighed Kyuka exasperatedly. "I'm making my way up to you. How are you looking?" further asked Izuku. "I'm outside the room Shiro is in. I'll wait for you, then move in," replied Kyuka, as she stole another glance into the room, with the bomb practically covered in tape. "All right, I'm almost there," finished Izuku as he increased his pace. Before long, he was at the room, meeting up with Kyuka. "All right, you've been looking into the room longer than me. You got any ideas?" asked Izuku. Kyuka hummed in thought for a moment, before speaking. "He's keeping close watch, and there's tape everywhere. Maybe you could sneak in with that teleporting thing while I distract him," suggested Kyuka. "I've got an actual cloaking device. It would work better. I can actually see what I'm doing if I use that." "All right, let's do that. You distract, while I capture the bomb or him if I have the chance," agreed Izuku. "All right, here I go," said Kyuka as she took a deep breath and exhaled. Then she stood and walked into the room, getting Shiro's attention. As she did, Izuku activated Cloak, and stealthily and quickly made his way to the bomb. He didn't need to be quiet as Kyuka was covering him by weakly sending the sound of her heartbeat through her boot speakers. Right as his cloak was about to wear off, he made it to the bomb, and as the kook faded he placed a hand on the bomb. "Hero Team WNS," yelled All Might enthusiastically. Shiro whipped around instantly, and at the sight of Izuku with a hand on the bomb, slouched as he realized he lost. "Aw man, how'd you even get over there?" asked Shiro in a very defeated tone. Izuku shrugged. "Cloaking device," answered he simply. They all then made their way back to the viewing room, with Bakugo being brought to the infirmary, as he was still unconscious. "Good job, young ones. You did excellently, especially you young Midoriya. Dodging the blast from young Bakugo's gauntlet the way you did was impressive," boomed the blonde symbol of peace. "Now, can any of you tell me who the MVP of this match was?" asked All Might as he addressed the rest of the class. Momo was the first to raise her hand. "Yes, young Yaozu," said he as he gave the word to Momo. "I believe it was both Shiro-san and Jiru-san, sir," said the creation quirk user. "Right you are. Care to elaborate why?" continued the hero. "Of course, Shiro-san would be MVP because he still tried to work with his teammate at every turn, and when he couldn't, he did what he could to protect the bomb, using his tape to set traps around the building and the bomb room. Gyru-san is also MVP because she followed the plan and shouted out their opponent's position, and she did excellently distracting Suro-san when Midoriya-san sneaked in. Speaking of Midoriya-san, I don't believe he is MVP because he didn't defeat Bakugo-san earlier, when he easily could have. Yes, he made a plan and considered Gyru-san's input and situation concerning Bakugo-san's quirk. The reason why Bakugo-san isn't MVP honestly doesn't need elaborating, does it? Explained Momo. All Might's sweat dropped at the girl's analysis of the battle, but also agreed with the part about Bakugo. He would have to talk to Aizawa and the principal about it. Ah, right, you are young Yaoyorozu, great analysis. Now on to the next battle, exclaimed the hero as he recovered from the info dump. Mirio cut in before anyone made it too far though. Learn from the first match, alright? That includes those of you who have already fought. Make a plan with your teammate, but also ask for their input, instructed Mirio before letting them continue. When the next teams went into positions in and outside the building, Izuku was approached by Momo. Midoriya-san, may I ask you something? Asked Momo politely. Of course, Yaoyorozu-san, what is it? Invited Izuku. That orange hexagonal wall you used when Bakugo-san fired off his gauntlet. What was it? It must obviously be very tough to survive a blast of that magnitude, asked Momo. Ah, the A-wall or particle wall. How it functions is honestly pretty confusing, so I don't really remember it, but I can send you the details if you're interested. Anyway, it's very tough as you saw, but it has limited battery life. It also increases the damage done by any bullets I shoot through it, explained Izuku without mentioning you could destroy it by just breaking the disc it's projected by. Fascinating. Your quirk sure is something to be able to create. Things like that? I can only create regular items, sadly, said Momo as she looked down with a frown. I can only make them, because BT can invent them. If I gave you the blueprint, you would be able to make the smaller items yourself, countered Izuku, knowing full well where thinking like that brought someone. Momo looked surprised for a moment, before thinking about it and seeing the logic. I suppose you're correct. Still, it is very impressive. You can create technology we can only dream about thanks to BT, praised the girl. Izuku blushed slightly at the compliment. It's not that big of a deal. There are scientists who can do it just as well, if not better, countered Izuku. Maybe so, but you can actually make a lot of the things our scientists can't, due to the constraints of technology. You can build things at the atomic level. We can't do that, meaning you can make much more advanced technology than any scientist, recountered Momo. She is correct, pilot, said BT suddenly, as he voiced his support of Momo's claim. Izuku sighed and gave in. Fine if you say so. I still don't think it's that big of a deal, said Izuku with a slight pout. Izuku and Momo continued to chat, while the other students finished their fights. As the last match ended and the post-match analysis finished, All Might gave them a few parting words and a job well done, before rocketing down the hall towards the teacher's lounge. Mirio did much the same, except he just phased through the ground instead of running off. When they were finished, they all changed out of their costumes and went back to the classroom. Izuku was the first, as he didn't need to use the locker room as his suit just phased back to the pocket dimension to be repaired if need be. When the rest of the class arrived, he was swarmed by a group of them, completely ecstatic about his performance. Man, Midoriya, you were so awesome when you were fighting against Bakugo. The way you just made it seem like Bakugo's biggest explosion was nothing, was awesome, gushed several of them, in their own ways. Thanks guys, but it's really no big deal, said Izuku, as he was overwhelmed by the attention and praise he was receiving. No big deal? It's a pretty big deal. Didn't you see what happened to the hallway you were in? It was completely destroyed, and you just stood behind that orange energy shield, gushed a boy with red hair. Kirishima, remember Izuku. Izuku shrugged, not sure how to respond to the compliment. Pilot, I recommend you move soon, lest you make your friends wait, spoke BT, as he reminded Izuku to meet up with the big three. Oh shoot, you're right. Thanks BT, exclaimed Izuku, as he quickly collected his things and made his way out, slightly ignoring the questions of his classmates. He made it down before long, and exited at the same time as his friends and girlfriend did. Phew, Hi guys, said Izuku, exhausted from running the long way he did. Hiya Aizu, said Nijire cheerily as she attached herself to his arm. Nice work today, Izuku. Looks like all that training paid off, didn't it? Greeted Mirio as he walked over. Hi Izu, greeted Tamaki quietly, not wary or shy of Izuku anymore, but merely because of his personality. Ready to go? Asked Izuku as he gestured behind himself. What about Shinso and Uraraka? Asked Nijire, having grown fond of them even though she'd only known them for a day. They were packing their things when I left, so they might be here soon, answered Izuku thoughtfully. Why don't we wait for them then? We've got plenty of time before the train is supposed to arrive, suggested Nijire excitedly. Before the others could even voice their opinion, something, or rather someone, interrupted them. "Dee!" roared a voice from inside the building. The group turned just in time to see the doors of the building slam open, to reveal a very infuriated Bakugo stomping towards Izuku and his friends. "UBSTRD. UF cheated. Now way a powerless loser like you can beat me," roared Bakugo as he got closer and closer to Izuku, who was beginning to shake. Luckily, someone stepped in the bully's way. "And what exactly do you think you're doing, Katsuki-bu?" Nijire's voice was stern, and her glare as hard as Aizawa's. "Get out of my way. This is between me and Deku," yelled Bakugo to Nijire's face. Nijire, however, did not take kindly to this, and decided to teach him small lesson. She used Quirk to create a small shockwave in the Ash Blonde's direction, knocking the boy over. "Be careful about what you call Izuku, and don't even think about getting near him again if it's to fuel your own ego and superiority complex," said Nijire as venom was practically dripping of her words. Bakugo, for once in his life, was too shocked by the hate in her voice to retort, and instead just sat on the ground. Before he could recover, Hitoshi and Ochako came out. Thankfully they didn't question why Bakugo was on the ground, maybe they had seen the exchange. "Hi you two, you wanna join us walking to the station?" asked Nijire, her mood having taken a complete 180. "You, sure," answered Hitoshi nervously, they had definitely seen the exchange. "Great, let's get going then," said Nijire as she grabbed back onto Izuku's arm and began to drag him off of UA grounds. Despite the rocky start to the trip home, it was very pleasant for Izuku. Now he knew there were people willing to also step up for him if someone was acting like how Bakugo did. Izuku decided that his time at UA was definitely going to be great. If only he knew the truth. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. Third day of school and Izuku was, as became the norm, walking with his friends and girlfriend to school. What they weren't expecting was a massive group of people crowding in front of the campus gate. No, not people. Reporters. "Hey you, what's All Might like as a teacher?" asked a nosy reporter who approached Izuku. Izuku had become accustomed to speaking to people over the months he's known the Big Three, but reporters and their cameras made him quite nervous. That didn't stop him from thinking of a way to avoid the reporters. "Sorry. We're from the business course. We don't have All Might as a teacher," replied Izuku a bit hastily, wanting to get the reporters to back off quickly. This had the intended effect, and the reporters immediately left them be to try and catch some other students off guard. "Nice thinking, Izuku," praised Mirio as he slapped Izuku on the shoulder and gave a big grin. "Thank you," Izuku thanked. Tamaki, clearly upset by the sudden crowd that had surrounded them, but all the more grateful for Izuku's quick thinking. When Izuku took a glance back to the reporters, he could see they had caught Tenya, and he seemed to be giving them a long-winded explanation on how All Might was as a teacher. "Midoriya, make your way to the classroom. I have some vultures to get rid of," droned a monotone voice from in front of Izuku. Izuku turned his head to see his homeroom teacher walking towards him and his friends. "Can you do it alone, sir? If you want, I can give you some help," asked Izuku as his teacher walked past him. Aizawa glanced back to him, before turning back around and continue walking. "I said go to the classroom. It wouldn't look good if a student helped a teacher clear out reporters," explained Aizawa. "I didn't say it would be me physically." This stopped Aizawa in his tracks. "And pray tell, what do you mean by that?" asked Aizawa as he looks at Izuku over his shoulder. "Mechanized drones. Robots one might call them." You could claim they were a new security measure installed in the school, explained Izuku. Aizawa seemed to think it over, before shaking his head. Just go to the classroom. I may not like the press, but that doesn't mean I don't know how to handle them, said Aizawa as he continued towards the horde of reporters. Izuku watched Aizawa's back for a moment before looking to his friends. They merely shook their heads and turned towards the main building and began walking towards it. Moments before they made it inside, they heard the telltale sounds of the UA barrier going up. Probably a rookie reporter unaware of the school's security. This brought a smile to all their faces, even Tamaki. Class had started, and Aizawa looked even more tired than usual, if that was even possible. Okay, I've gotten your performances from yesterday's lesson with all might, started Aizawa. I'll address some of the big issues quickly, the others will be passed out to each of you, so you better look them over and learn from them. Now, firstly, Bakugu, I don't know what your problem with Midoriya is, but grow up, you act like a child throwing a temper tantrum. This can easily be used against you by a villain, understood? Bakugu scoffed, yeah, whatever. And Midoriya. I've been told by not only All Might but also the TA for the day that if you really wanted, you could have knocked out Bakugu much earlier than you did. I want to know why you didn't, asked Aizawa as he turned his attention to the greenette behind the ash blonde. Because I wanted to give my partner time to get into position and get a chance to participate as well. Had it been real, then of course I would have done it quickly, but what's the point in having an exercise if someone doesn't get anything out of it, answered Izuku as he gestured to Kyoka. As far as reasons go, it's logical for this situation, so I'll let you off this time. Aizawa then proceeded to hand out a piece of paper to each student, before returning to the podium. Alright, I forgot to mention, but today, started Aizawa. Is it another test? Thought the class, as they thought back to the first day when they had the Quirk apprehension test. You will be choose you class representatives, finished Aizawa as he let out a yawn. The class erupted into cheers, at the thought of a normal school activity. Aizawa clearly did not appreciate this, as he glared at the students with his quirk activated. This got the class to quiet down quick. Aizawa sighed, just decide before homeroom is over, said Aizawa as he hopped into his sleeping bag, zipped it up and promptly fell asleep. The classroom immediately erupted into a mass of shouts of, I want to be class rep, and, you should choose me because blank. Everyone, be quiet, yelled someone above the shouts of the class. The class, even Bakugu, immediately quieted down and turned to the source, that being the spectacled boy, Tenya Ida. Clearly this isn't working. Instead, I propose a democratic vote. We vote on who we want to be class rep, suggested Ida, wanting to get this over with before homeroom ended, so as to not incur the wrath of Aizawa. But won't we all just vote for ourselves? Asked Tsuyu, realizing pretty much everyone wanted to be class representative. That's exactly why the person who receives multiple votes will be all the more worthy of being the class representative, explained Ida, which seemed to satisfy Tsuyu as she nodded. The class then proceeded to write down their votes on a piece of paper each, before depositing them on the teacher's desk, where Ida counted them and wrote down the results. The results were mostly ones and zeros, with the exception of Izuku and Momo. Izuku had gotten 5 votes, while Momo had gotten 2. What? How did I get 5 votes? Yelled Izuku in surprise. Who the F voted for Deku? Yelled Bakugu in anger. Quiet, both of you. So the class rep is Midoriya, while the vice rep is Yaoyorozu, droned Aizawa as he got out of his sleeping bag. Izuku and Momo were standing at the front of the classroom, Izuku being quite nervous about the turn of events that led him there, while Momo seemed content, even though she's only the vice rep. I look forward to working with you, Midoriya, said Momo as she smiled at Izuku. Likewise, Yaoyorozu, responded Izuku as he gave a slightly wobbly smile. Okay, you two, back to your seats, said Aizawa. Moments after, the bell rang, signaling the end of homeroom. As it did, the door to the classroom burst open, and in walked an energetic present Mike. Hey kiddos, YA ready to really erase her head? Present Mix Quirk boosted yelling was cut off as Aizawa glared at Mike with his quirk activated. Shut up, you're too loud, grumbled Aizawa. The whole exchange brought out several laughs from a few students. I still can't believe I'm the class representative. Who even voted for me? Izuku had still not gotten over his promotion to class representative by lunch, and was asking out loud, not expecting an answer. Well, I did for one, answered a new voice, one that hadn't been at the table before. Izuku turned to see none other than Kyukajiru standing with her tray of food. Beside her stood the class vice rep, Momo Yaoyorozu. Greetings Izuku and his friends. Would you mind if we join you here? Asked Yaoyorozu politely. Izuku was about to ask his friends, but they beat him to it. Sure, the more the merrier, answered Mirio, as he scooted down a few seats to make room for the two. The table now had 8 people at it. Excuse me, may I join as well? Asked Ida, who was walking over. Scratch that, 9 people. Sure, any friend of Izu is a friend of ours, grinned Mirio as he motioned for the boy to come over. Thank you, I wanted to congratulate you Midoriya, for becoming class rep. I knew I was right to vote for you, said Ida as he sat down. Izuku sputtered for a second. You voted for me? I was under the impression you wanted to be class rep yourself. Well yes, but I thought you would be better than I, plus you have an air of trust around you. I believe that is important for the one who will represent our class, explained Ida. I voted for you too, but mostly because you're thoughtful. You proved that when we were teamed up together yesterday. You made sure I was far away from Bakugo so he didn't hurt my ears with his explosions, explained Kyoka as she spoke up. Basically the same reason for me, answered Momo. You voted for me Yaoyorozu? I voted for you though, admitted Izuku himself. Momo blinked, really? You voted for me? Yeah, you're very forward-thinking and you care for those around you. I saw that yesterday as well, answered Izuku as he gained a small blush. Momo said nothing more and merely smiled. I voted for you because of how you helped me during the entrance exam. You thought about your fellow examinees, even though it might cost you your place in the school, explained Hitoshi with Ochako nodding in agreement, clearly having the same reasoning. Yeah, that's why I voted too, voiced Ochako as she swallowed the rice she had been chewing on. Izuku was speechless. He couldn't wrap his head around all the praise he was getting. He, however, didn't have long to think about this, as something else caused his thoughts to truly grind to a halt. Nijire decided it was the perfect time to give him a big kiss on the cheek. And Nijire. Ah, come on Izuku. You can't blame me for that one, can you? Responded Nijire teasingly. Ida, Kyoka and Momo watched the interaction with wide eyes, obviously not having expected anything like this among the group. Yeah, the two of them are together. It's honestly adorable to watch. The 3 newcomers turned to the speaker, Hitoshi, who decided to answer the unspoken question. Yeah, but that's mostly because of Midoriya's reactions, added Ochako. Ida opened his mouth as if he was about to say something, but seemed to change his mind midway, and closed his mouth again. She loves to tease him. She's been doing it since before they became a couple, but he still hasn't gotten used to it, continued Mirio as he grinned at the newcomers. However, before any of this could continue, a loud alarm began to blare in the entire cafeteria. Kyoka immediately began to cover her ears, as the alarm was ear-piercingly loud to her. Thankfully Momo noticed this immediately and created a pair of noise-canceling headphones for her. What the heck? That's the intrusion alarm. It's never gone off before. Mirio looked serious. What? Are you saying someone broke onto the campus? Asked Ida loudly due to the alarm. That's the only time it would sound, so yes, replied Mirio. The exit to the cafeteria was quickly becoming backed up, as students began to shove at each other trying to get out. I'm going to go check outside, said Izuku as he ran to the windows and looked outside. What he saw actually made him angry. It was the DMN reporters. They had somehow gotten past the gates and were surrounding 2 people, Eraserhead and Present Mike. Izuku quickly ran back to his group. It's just the reporters, yelled Izuku as he got closer to them. What? It's just those demon vultures? Replied Kyoka, still able to hear him, even with the noise cancellers on. I'm going to stop this, then I'm going outside to scare the hell out of those reporters. Izuku was now in a bad mood. BT, access the intercom system. Affirmative, pilot. Intercom accessed. Please speak into the manager, confirmed BT. Everyone, calm down, yelled Izuku over the intercom, successfully getting everyone to freeze in their tracks. Thank you, now if you would all just calmly look outside, You will see it is just the reporters from this morning who have somehow gotten on campus. Please exit the cafeteria in an orderly fashion, without trampling over your fellow students in the progress. The students closest to the windows all yelled out in confirmation that he was correct, and the students all calmly left the cafeteria, although most of them seemed very embarrassed by the looks on their faces. BT, sever connection the intercom, and send Nedzu a message reading, "I'm going outside to give the teachers some assistance with keeping the reporters away from the building." "Got that, BT?" said Izuku as he began walking outside. "Affirmative, pilot," answered BT. Izuku's friends were too stunned by what he had just done and said to stop him, before he was already outside the building. Outside he approached Eraserhead and Present Mic from behind as they tried to fend off the reporters until the police arrived. "Aizawa-sensei, need some help now?" asked Izuku honestly as he approached. Aizawa turned to look at him, obviously not happy that he was out with them. But he seemed to consider his offer at that point. After all, the underground hero Eraserhead really dislikes the media. Aizawa sighed in what sounded like defeat. "You know what, normally I would never say this, but today is already exhausting, so go ahead," said Aizawa as he nodded for Izuku to help. "Alrighty. BT, how are the Reapers looking?" Izuku was hoping they were operational. "2 Reapers are functional and ready for drop, pilot," answered BT. "Please do so, B." Izuku was glad they were ready. He had gotten the Reapers made just for an occasion like this. "Affirmative." Of course, the sound of the objects falling caused everyone except Aizawa to stop what they were doing and look up. From the sky were 2 different fireballs, coming down rather fast. They landed on either side of Izuku, throwing up a large dust cloud. When the cloud lifted, there could be seen 2 rather bulking-looking robots, about the size of the 2 or 3-pointer robots from the entrance exam. But they were definitely taller than even Aizawa. They were crouched, to absorb the impact from when they touched down but quickly stood up. "Reapers. Set hero Eraserhead's privileges to 2, follow his orders." "Understood." Izuku was going to leave the Reapers in Eraserhead's capable hands. The Reapers made what could only be described as a metal roar as they responded to Izuku's command. "They're all yours, Aizawa. If needed they can fire, but it's non-lethal of course. It'll just feel like getting hit by a stun gun," explained Izuku as he moved to walk off. "Oi, Midoriya." Izuku turned to his teacher. Aizawa pointed to the 2 robots. "We're going to talk about this later," said the man gruffly before turning back around and seemingly ordering the Reapers to do something. Izuku returned to class, and not very long after he did, Aizawa came back. "Midoriya, the bots are outside, we're done with them," droned Aizawa nearly instantly after he opened the door. Izuku merely nodded, before pressing a button on his manager, causing the out-of-view Reapers to phase back into the pocket dimension for storage. "Okay class, since the reporters basically caused a massive ruckus in the cafeteria today, which resulted in a lot of injuries, we are letting you off early today. So get some rest, because tomorrow, we're having a special class. See you tomorrow." Aizawa then proceeded to flop back into his sleeping bag, as everyone packed their bags and left. Today, he couldn't walk back with the big 3, as they had work to do at their respective internships, so it was just him, Ochako and Hitoshi, but before they got far, they were joined by Momo, Kyuka and Ida. The walk to the station was filled with chatter as everyone conversed with each other, completely oblivious to the horrors they would face tomorrow. Or so they were supposed to, but the universe had a different idea in store this time around. Wonder what it could be. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. The next day had rolled around, and it had been fairly unremarkable so far. This did not carry over after lunch. "Today, as I mentioned yesterday, we will be having a special class," droned Aizawa in his usual as class began after lunch had ended. "Excuse me, Aizawa-sensei, but what will we be doing?" asked Tsuyu as she politely raised her hand. "We will be doing this," answered Aizawa, as he turned over a card with the word rescue on it. This elicited excited cheers from the students, as they began to chat with each other about how exciting it was going to be. "Alright, that's enough." Aizawa decided they had wasted enough time, and got back the class's attention. "As I said, this is a special class, therefore it will be supervised by me and 2 other teachers. plus a third year acting as a TA, like you had with Mirio Togata, explained Aizawa. Now, before we go, you will all have the option of wearing your hero costume for this, but not everyone's costume is fit for this, so I suggest you think carefully as you decide. Aizawa pressed the button to release the costume cases from the wall as he talked. Decide quickly. We leave the campus in 30 minutes, so finish any business you may need to, then meet out in front of the school, understood? Aizawa received a chorus of yes sir, just how he secretly liked. 25 minutes had passed, and all of the class were standing in front of the school building. It seemed that everyone had decided to wear their hero costumes, including Izuku, who had called in a drop pod as soon as he exited the building so he could wear his suit. Hiya Izuku. Izuku froze. They didn't. They did. Before he had a chance to prepare, a blue blur crashed into him, knocking him over. And Nijire? Please, not in front of my classmates, pleaded Izuku as his girlfriend nuzzled up to his chest. Come on, I missed you, replied Nijire with a pout. We literally just saw each other at lunch. Izuku loved Nijire, but she could be exasperating at times. I still missed you, continued Nijire, before she decided to have fun and kiss him on the cheek. This effectively shut Izuku down, as the embarrassment of getting kissed by his girlfriend in front of his classmates became too much for him. Hadu, stop breaking my student. Everyone, except Izuku, turned to look at their teacher, who was walking over with the most done expression they had seen yet. Ah, but Aizawa-sensei dash. No buts, I need him functional for this class, and not a barely functional mess because you throw more affection his way than he seems capable of handling. Aizawa was starting to regret having allowed Nijire to be the student TA for this class. Nijire pouted, but listened as she got off of Izuku, who seemed to still be blue screening, as his face was frozen, as if he had his picture taken. Oi, Midoriya, get up, said Aizawa as he kicked the boy lightly in the side. This did the trick, as you could practically hear the Windows startup sounds as his brain rebooted. The first thing he did was look at Aizawa. Who decided to bring Nijire? Aizawa sighed. It was me, but I'm starting to regret it. This brought out snickered from among the class, as the whole interaction was too funny. Izuku stood up and dusted off his suit. Oi, dat. Oh no, Izuku was dreading what was about to happen. How much did you pay that beach to act all lovey-doves with you? Asked Bakugo not so quietly. Every head, including Aizawa's, turned to stare wide-eyed at the ash blonde. Excuse me. Now every head turned to Izuku. He had lost the tension in his frame that would normally be there when Bakugo was near, and his voice held none of the nervousness it normally would have with Bakugo. You heard me. How much did you pay the beach to dash? Suddenly, mid-sentence, Bakugo was cut off, as something filled the air. An aura, a sense of dread, one that promised pain. All emanating from one person. Izuku. What did you call her? Asked Izuku dangerously, his tone practically saying, I dare you to repeat. Bakugo was speechless for a second, having never in a million years thought Izuku of all people would be able to give off such a dark aura, before seeming to recover. I said she's a bit dash. He was cut off again, but this time, by a white cloth wrapping around his mouth and body. Bakugo, this is your one and only warning. Insinuate anything like that about anyone again, let alone one of my best students, and I promise you that you'll be out of my class faster than all might can run. Aizawa was seething. This boy was really getting on his last nerves. Had it not been for his high potential as a hero, he would have been expelled after the stunt he pulled on the first day alone. Bakugo remained silent for a few moments, before grunting in confirmation that he understood. He was promptly released and immediately stalked off. Izuku, however, was still emanating the dark aura, as his sight followed Bakugo. Aizu, that's enough. He's not worth it. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to meet the eyes of his girlfriend, and after a moment the aura, and Izuku's anger, disappeared. You're right, Nijire. But I couldn't help but get angry when he called you that, responded Izuku as he turned away from Nijire to look at the ground. I appreciate that, Izuku, but he isn't worth you getting angry at, okay? Izuku sighed, okay. Silence fell on the congregation for a few moments. Alright, now that that's over, everybody on the bus. It's open-floored, so no need to make a line. Just get on. Aizawa had gotten a headache and was now really not looking forward to the rest of the day. Everyone was seated in the bus. Izuku was in the middle of the bus, sat between Nijire and Tsuyu, with the others spread around the rest of the bus. I tend to say what's on my mind, as in I can be blunt, said Tsuyu suddenly. Good to know, Ajusan, responded Izuku as he turned to her. Call me Tsu, please. Izuku blinked. You sure? I always preferred it over my family name, plus it sounds cute, answered Tsuyu honestly as always. Alright then, Tsu. It was a good thing Izuku had gotten to speaking without formalities, otherwise he would have been a stuttering mess as he tried to say people's names casually. You know, your quirk is really interesting. It seems almost too powerful. Tsuyu was now encroaching familiar ground. He had thought about this before, extensively. Yeah, I thought the same when it first manifested. I couldn't believe something like BT could ever appear, and yet here he is, agreed Izuku. Say, Midoriya, what's the biggest thing you've summoned so far? Asked Kirishima excitedly from across the bus. The biggest thing I've called in are the Reapers from yesterday, but I have bigger things I haven't called in before. Hopefully I will never need to, answered Izuku, as he thought back to when he had first met BT face to face. Really? Then you're so lucky. You have such a strong and flashy quirk. Meanwhile here I am with just my hardening. Kirishima was now looking down, as he hardened his arm. What are you talking about? Most of what my quirk creates ends up destroying the ground when I need it. Meanwhile you can just harden and become a shield for civilians or an unstoppable tank. You have a wonderful quirk, fit for a true hero. If there was one thing Izuku was good at, it was praising quirks and figuring out ways to use them. Thanks Midoriya bro, thanked Kirishima as he gave Izuku a bright smile. By the way, your suit looks different. Like it is camo or something, said Ochako suddenly from beside Tsuyu. That's what it's intended for. I wanted to get used to it, in case it's needed at some point during training, explained Izuku as he tugged at some of the material. Alright class, we're here, droned Aizawa, who seemed even more exhausted than when they'd left. The class quickly exited the bus and gathered up in front of Aizawa. He began walking into the massive building with the class following close behind. I mentioned there would be 2 other teachers here. Say hello class to Dash. Aizawa stopped mid-sentence, as he saw that there was in fact only one hero present. It's 13, the rescue hero. Every head turned, just in time to see Ochako's face burst into a brilliant red as she realized she had just blurted that out. Indeed, I am 13. Nice to see I have a fan, said the hero as they chuckled. 13, where's All Might? Asked Aizawa, already dreading the answer. Looks like the big oaf ran out of time. Again, answered 13 as they held up 3 fingers. Aizawa groaned, at least we have Nijire, so that distributes the workout a bit more. I will do my best Aizawa-sensei, said Nijire as she popped up next to the hero. Aizawa totally didn't jump. Well then class, as your classmate just pointed out, my hero name is 13, and I would like to welcome you to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. I had this facility built to assist in teaching the new generation of heroes in rescue work. 13 seemed quite chipper about being in the spotlight. Now before we begin, I have 1, no 2, no faux dash. 13 was promptly cut off. Attention, warning, warning. BT? What's wrong? Asked Izuku. He hadn't experienced BT acting like this before. Pilot, connection to your mainframe has been severed. I believe the signal is being jammed, answered BT, causing a wave of confusion among the class, but instantly alarmed the heroes and third-year student. The signal is being jammed? Asked Aizawa, now on high alert. Affirmative, erase her head. Attempts to hail the mainframe have been unsuccessful, admitted the AI. Sensei look. Everyone turned to look at Mina, who was pointing towards the main plaza. There, in front of the fountain, was a purple mist starting to form, before suddenly flaring. A moment later, a hand appeared out of the mist, followed by another hand and another. A man, wearing severed hands around his body, had just stepped out of the purple mist. It didn't take long before dozens of other people stepped out of the mist. Lastly, a giant, purple bird-looking man walked out. However, one might not be willing to call something with its brain exposed a man. Eraserhead in 13? I thought All Might was supposed to be here? Asked the man wearing the severed hands. According to the plan we stole yesterday, he should have been here, answered the mist. No, a man with a quirk that made his body into mist, that allowed people to warp to and from locations. Must have been a change of plans. The man was silent for a few moments, as if pondering something. Hey, Kurojari, do you think if we kill some of his precious students, he'll come? A chill went up everyone's spine at that. 13. Protect the students. Nijire, you too, said Aizawa as he put on his goggles and prepared for a fight. Sensei, wait. Aizawa stopped and turned to the speaker. Why are you going? Asked Midoriya, as he gained his teacher's attention. To give you time to escape and wait for backup, responded Aizawa. You heard BT. We have no way to contact the school. And more importantly, I'm worried about that mist guy. It's obvious he has a warp quirk of some kind. Who's to say when you blink, he won't just warp up here and teleport us away? Izuku was making a lot of logical theories. Aizawa was quiet for a moment, as he let the words sink in. Demon, you're right. Chances are that mist guy will attack you students, and I can't let that happen. I guess we were more obvious than we thought, or one of you is very intelligent. Everyone's head snapped toward the direction of the door, just in time to see a purple mist begin to appear out of thin air. I won't let you escape. My job is to scatter you all around the complex while we take you out one by o dash. The mist man Kurojiri was stopped mid-sentence as Aizawa threw his capture gear. The gear, however, seemingly passed through the villain. That was close, muttered Kurojiri quietly, but not quietly enough for one student. Aizawa, he just muttered, that was close, to himself. Something's up. Jar's amazing hearing was truly a blessing in times such as these. Aizawa nodded, before throwing his capture gear. The villain, however, attempted to open a warp gate to redirect the piece of cloth approaching him. Aizawa did not take kindly to that, and activated his own quirk, causing the warp gate to dissipate before the capture gear entered it. This time, the cloth found something solid underneath the large amount of mist. Gotcha, said Aizawa as he grinned at the villain, before slamming the villain into the ground, knocking him out. All right, everyone outside, yelled Aizawa as he brought up the rear, while 13 and Nijire were at the front. They made it out, but were met with a very unwelcome sight. The bus was up in flames. They must have destroyed it while they were distracted by the villains warping in. Luckily, the driver seemed to have made it out as he was lying on the ground nearby, and when Aizawa checked him, he still had a pulse and no injuries. All right, the bus is a no-go, and we can't contact the school. Ida, run to the school, warn them about what's happening. While you're gone, we will hold the villains back. The warp guy shouldn't be back up for a little while, so they will all have to get out through the doors. That means a choke point, ordered Aizawa. Beeb, I can't leave you all here, argued Ida. Ida, go, we're counting on you. Izuku believed in Ida. He was the fastest person in class. Ida was visibly torn, but seemed to make up his mind and raced towards the school as fast he could. All right, class, get her at Ash. Aizawa was cut off. There seemed to be a lot of it that day. Before they had a dance to formulate a plan, they villains were already running through the doors. So, you thought you could run? Asked the man with hands, who was flanked by the giant purple man. Nobody answered. Aizawa-sensei, I have a way to turn this around, so please trust me, whispered Izuku suddenly. Aizawa glanced at the boy incredulously from the side. BT, Bravo Configuration Ion, said Izuku, as he regarded his companion. Attention, Ion Core will require verbal activation on Bravo Configuration. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, you ready, BT? Asked Izuku. Affirmative, pilot. Titanfall, ready, affirmed BT, confusing Izuku's classmates and his teacher. The AI never said his quirk's name before, why is it doing it now? And what's this about a core? Questioned Aizawa mentally. Aizawa-sensei, stay by the class. There's something I need to do, said Izuku as he started to walk forward. He was stopped as Aizawa grabbed his arm. What are you doing? You're going to get yourself killed, said Aizawa sternly with a glare strong enough to pierce steel. Trust me, sensei, answered Izuku. Normally, Aizawa considered himself a very rational person, But something about the way Izuku spoke, while leaving little room to argue, gave a sense of trust. Against his better judgment, he released his grip on Izuku, who proceeded to walk towards Shigaraki and the giant purple man. "You think you can take us all on by yourself?" said Shigaraki cockily as he watched Izuku stride towards him. "Nope, I'm not naive enough for that. Luckily I have BT, so I'm never alone," responded Izuku. "Your little friend there? What is he in AI? I bet he'll betray you when he can, just like in all those movies and games," laughed the man with hands. Izuku frowned and crosses his arms. Deciding to prove him wrong, he spoke. "BT, recite your main protocols for us, please," asked Izuku, as he pressed a button on his manager's screen. "Affirmative, pilot." At that moment, the telltale sounds of something having phased in and was dropping sounded out. However, it was different, deeper. "Protocol operate and maintain atomic assembler." Everyone looked to the sky. Something big, bigger than anything he had called in before, was approaching the ground and fast. "Protocol assist and follow the pilot." Then, the object landed, just behind Izuku, throwing up dust. This time, BT did not sound from Izuku, but from the dust. "Protocol protect the pilot." And out of the dust rose a titan. "Speech, thoughts, titan speech. Enjoy .. Shock had spread to everyone. No one had been unaffected by the fact a giant robot just fell out of the sky. Not a sound was uttered, until the handyman muttered, "This is just like my game, Goliath drop." Nobody was able to make out what he said, however. "I'll give you all one chance. Surrender now, and you won't be hurt," warned Izuku. "You think your measly robot can beat us? He won't be able to protect you while you fight," mocked the handyman. "Who said he'd be protecting me?" The moment the last words left his mouth, the robot grabbed him. Everyone was shocked when what seemed to be a hatch opened up on the front of the robot, and the robot deposited Izuku inside. Then the robot spoke. "Releasing control to pilot. Titan protocols online." "It's a mech!" yelled most of Izuku's classmates and several of the villains, including Handyman. Before anybody had a chance to think the situation over further, the robot reached over its back and pulled out a weapon. Immediately, what looked like orbs of orange electricity shot out of the weapon, flying straight towards Handyman. "Sheet!" yelled Handyman. In a flash, the purple man Nimue had moved in front of Handyman, protecting him from the ion shots. "You diamond cheat." "That was dirty," growled Handyman, obviously not happy with the sudden attack. Only an idiot would wait until the villain finishes monologuing. "It's a movie cliché. It doesn't happen in real life," answered Izuku, obviously not willing to let the handyman have his way. Handyman growled, "You diamond brat. I'll kill you myself," before gesturing for the other villains to attack the other students. Izuku wouldn't have any of it. "BT, prepare for combat." He began to fire at the large rushing crowd of villains, shocking them into unconsciousness as they were hit by several shots. "Don't you ignore me. Numu, get him out of that thing," yelled Handyman in his rage. The Numu screeched inhumanly before rushing towards Izuku and BT in an instant. What the dash, Izuku was cut of, as the Numu punched BT's main chassis, pushing him back, but only barely breaking through the Titan's shields. "That thing is fast and strong. Be careful, everyone," said Izuku as he warned his classmates and teachers. "Izuku, be careful," yelled Nijire. Izuku turned on of the Titan's shoulder cameras to look behind him, seeing Nijire's worried expression. "Don't worry, Nijire, I'll be safe," promised Izuku. "I hate to say this, but that thing would annihilate us if we fought it head-on. I'll assist with my quirk if I can, but otherwise, it's safer for you with that mech. Just don't get in over your head. Hold it off until the other pros get here," ordered Aizawa, as he wordlessly put his faith in Izuku. "Understood, sensei," answered Izuku. "Numu, get him out of there," seethed Handyman, as he ordered the Numu to continue its attacks. This time, however, Izuku was prepared, and before the Numu reached him, he pulled off a move. In a sudden burst of speed, the Titan dashed to the side, avoiding the Numu's punch, sending the purple being stumbling as its weight was thrown off balance. Before the Numu could recover, Izuku was already making his move. Out of the Titan's shoulder, A latch opened up, revealing what looked like his handheld charge rifle. It began to glow orange, before a second later firing a bright orange beam at the Numu. It seemed to shock the Numu, but not as much as one would expect. That didn't do much, mumbled Izuku, forgetting the Titan would amplify his voice. Of course it didn't work. Numu was bioengineered to kill All Might, so he's tougher than anything you have to offer, gloated Handyman cockily. Oh really? Answered Izuku absent-mindedly. Izuku turned off the broadcast function for his voice, before speaking to BT. BT, can you estimate how many of those punches we would be able to handle before the core is ruptured, or the chassis fails? Asked Izuku, as he continued to dodge the Numu and fire his splitter rifle to occasionally stun it. I estimate the chassis being able to take 3 more punches, the core the same, answered BT. That's not as much as I would like, we may have to use that. Moments after this, the Numu caught Izuku off guard. It seemed to suddenly move faster than BT could currently track, meaning Izuku has no chance to avoid it. The punch was stronger, nearly causing the chassis to fail and the core to be exposed. Warning, chassis integrity critical. Core exposed, warned BT, as warning signs appeared all over the view screens. Demon, that thing is dangerous, swore Izuku out loud. Numu, stop. The Numu stood its ground, staring at Izuku and BT with empty eyes, as if there was nothing left of its conscience. Well, how do you like him? Asked Handyman cockily. I don't like him, answered Izuku immediately. After a moment of silence though. He's not conscious, is he? Asked Izuku. Handyman began to cackle maniacally. Oh, so you could tell? No, he's basically brain dead. No free will left, a side effect of the multiple quirks given to him, answered the blue-haired man gleefully. Did you just say multiple quirks? Asked Aizawa as he suddenly spoke up. Oh, did I not mention that? Yes, Numu has multiple quirks. I did say he was bioengineered, right? You maniac, said Izuku absent-mindedly. Aizawa-sensei, that thing, it isn't human anymore. I'm requesting permission to use lethal force, asked Izuku seriously as the Titan turned to the teacher hero. Aizawa looked shocked for a moment, before steeling himself, as he realized what the student was saying. Whatever it was now, it wasn't human. Death would be a mercy. You have permission, but you'll go to therapy, for evaluation, answered Aizawa as he leveled Izuku with a serious gaze. Understood, answered Izuku, before turning back to the Numu and Handyman. What are you babbling about? You think you can kill Numu? He has a shock absorption quirk and regeneration quirk. You'll never kill him, mocked the man as he cackled again. Can he regenerate from nothing but his bones? Asked Izuku. Handyman stopped laughing abruptly. What are you talking about now? Asked the man confused. BT, core power status, asked Izuku as he ignored the man. Core at maximum. Ready to fire, answered BT. What ditch dash, began Handyman before being cut off. The eye on the Titan began to turn red. I won't let you continue to hurt people. I'll put that thing out of its misery, declared Izuku. Numa dash. Activating laser core, declared BT. Out of the glowing red eye, fired a massive laser. It hit the Numa straight on, being unable to dodge the laser. Barely a second passed before the screeching began. The skin of the Numu began to turn black, before tearing off from the force of the laser, tearing and destroying the flesh underneath. Slowly, the screeching turned into rasps, as the vocal cords were burned away. Slowly, the bones began to be exposed, which seemed to have a metallic coloring to it. Likely a mutation quirk. Then, as quickly as it began, it ended. The laser stopped, leaving the charred remains of the Numu. Nobody said anything for several seconds, then several of the students began to sound like they were sick. Not surprising, considering the grotesque state of the Numu. Numu, why aren't you regenerating? Come on, get up. Handyman was beginning to sound distressed, as he stared at what remained of the monster. He won't be getting back up. Handyman turned to look at the remain of the Titan, which was kneeling, to see Izuku standing on the open latch of the cockpit. You DMN hacker. You killed my Numu, yelled the Handyman as he began to scratch violently at his neck. Tamura Shigaraki, calm down. The students and teachers recognized that voice. Kurogiri had woken up, but not in time to stop the death of the Numu. We must retreat, but I suggest we kill that student before we do so. He's too big a threat if he could kill the Numu, said Kurogiri as he appeared behind Handyman Shigaraki. Shigaraki seemed to calm down after a moment, as he seemed to think it over. You're right, said the man simply, before suddenly dashing at inhuman speeds towards Izuku. Izuku, however, flinched due to an injury he got when the Numu hit the Titan the last time, causing him to be unable to avoid the attack. Luckily, someone saved him before the man reached him. Have no fear, why? The man's head began to turn as he yelled. All me dash. Then he got punched away hard. Because I am here, declared All Might as he stood in front of Izuku, where Shigaraki had been moments before. All the students, even Nijire, yelled together. All Might. Are you all right, young Midoriya? Asked the blonde hero as he turned to Izuku with a worried frown. I'm all right, just hurt a bit from the last hit to BT, answered Izuku as he pointed to his leg and ribs. That is good, now time to bring you dash, began All Might as he turned, only to see the body of the villain he knocked out be enveloped by the black mist and disappearing. He escaped, swore All Might as he scowled, infuriated by his lack of action. It's for the better, All Might. You're low on time, right? Said Izuku while whispering the last part. All Might was silent for a moment. You're right, young Midoriya. Anyway, I see you have summoned your Titan. Must have been bad if you needed to do that. See that over there? Izuku pointed to the remains of the Numu. Ice that? Asked All Might, dreading the answer. They called it Numu. Said it was bioengineered to kill you. Between you and me, it might have succeeded with you low on time, answered Izuku as he frowned. All Might was silent for another moment. The rest of the teachers will be here in a moment, so rest up, okay, finished All Might as he turned to walk towards Aizawa and 13. For the first time since the battle began, Izuku looked around. Spread around were dozens of villains, knocked unconscious in one way or another. Seems they were all low-level thugs brought in an attempt to overwhelm either the teachers while the Numu fought All Might, or kill off the students and teachers while the Numu fought All Might. Izuku liked neither of the ideas. Izuku's eyes widened. Nijire, wait, yelled Izuku as he put up his free hand, the other clutching his injured ribs. Nijire actually stopped, having never been yelled at by Izuku before. Izuku? Asked Nijire, worry dripping off her voice. I'm sorry for yelling, but if I didn't you would have tackled me and I'm hurt. I'm sorry, explained Izuku as he apologized. Nijire immediately relaxed. Izuku, I was so worried, seeing you face off against that thing. I know BT is a great machine, but that thing took out the shield with the first punch alone. Nijire walked over and sat beside Izuku, putting her head on his shoulder. I was scared I wouldn't get to cuddle with you again, to tease you, spend time with you. Nijire was beginning to tear up. Izuku moved his hand up to pet her head. I'm sorry I worried you, but I needed to protect you and my classmates, answered Izuku as he continued to pat her head soothingly. Nijire was silent for a moment, before lifting her head slightly to look at his face. Can you promise me something? Asked Nijire, as she looked at him with pleading eyes. Anything. Promise me that you'll always stay safe, and never run into a dangerous situation you may not get out of, asked Nijire as tears began to appear again. Izuku wiped the forming tears away from her eyes before answering. You know as well as I do that I can't promise that. But I'll do my best, answered Izuku as he gave her a sheepish and apologetic smile. Nijire smiled. I had a feeling you'd say that. They continued to look each other in the eyes for a moment, before suddenly Izuku moved forward, and his lips met hers. Nijire's eyes widened in surprise for a moment, but quickly closed as she moved into the kiss. After a moment, they split from each other, breathing hard. I love you, Nijire, confessed Izuku. I love you too, Izuku, confessed Nijire too. They moved in for another kiss, but were interrupted by a throat clearing. Both of their eyes blew wide open as their heads whipped to look in the direction of the sound. There, staring at the couple, was a rather unamused Aizawa, flanked by the entire class. Most of the class wore amused smiles, while others looked like they were about to squeal. Are you two done? Or should we let you be until you finish eating each other's faces? Asked Aizawa deadpanned, eliciting several snickers. Both Izuku and Nijire immediately burst into brilliant bright red blushes, realizing they had kissed and confessed in front of the entire class and their teachers. I guess you're done. The teachers and police will be here soon. They'll want your statements, so get ready, and focus on that, not each other, explained Aizawa as he turned to leave them be. When he had walked away, most of the girls and several of the boys surrounded the couple. Oh my god, you two were so cute, gushed Mina as she got all the way up in Nijire's face. Yeah, it was so cute watching you confess to each other like that, agreed Ochako giddily. The rest of the girls, except Kyoka who didn't join the group, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Izuku was getting interrogated by Kaminari and Shiro. How did you get a cute and beautiful girl like her? Tell us your secret, demanded the two as they surrounded Izuku. Izuku stammered, unable to build a coherent sentence. Everyone, stop this at once. Especially you two, Shiro and Kaminari. It is obvious Midoriya is very uncomfortable and injured, chastised Ida as he walked over and began gesturing robotically. Everyone around them looked genuinely guilty and apologized. It wasn't long before the teachers arrived to help look over the villains until the police arrived. The police arrived before long, taking the villains to lock up and getting statements from everyone involved. Izuku was brought back to UA to be healed by Recovery Girl and then went home as the stamina drain was negligible. Inko fussed over Izuku when he walked in, having been called to have the incident explained. In the end, everyone went home safe and sound. Better than what could be said about Shigaraki. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. It was the next day. Izuku had woken up, and his mom immediately told him he was not allowed to leave the house that day, under any circumstances. Izuku couldn't blame her, not after what had happened the day prior. So he was instead sat in the living room of the apartment, watching the news and writing quirks he could see in his notebook. It was peaceful and quiet, but not for long. Pilot, queued construction has finished. Sim pods ready for phase. BT had a strange habit of speaking suddenly in quiet moments, leading to both Izuku and the people around him getting startled. He yelled Izuku as jumped off the sofa he was sitting on. Izuku! Yelled Inko from elsewhere in the apartment. I'm okay, Mom. BT just scared me again, reassured Izuku as he yelled back to her. Did you fall off the sofa? Asked Inko then, voice suddenly sounding teasing. Maybe, replied Izuku back with a slight grin. Inko laughed at from where she was. Izuku then turned his attention back to BT. You finished constructing sim pods? Asked Izuku in confusion. Yes, pilot. The sim pods the principal asked of you, reminded BT. Izuku's eyes lit up in remembrance. Oh right, I forgot about that, exclaimed Izuku as he hit his hand against his palm. I guess I need to set up a time with the principal to show him and the other teachers the sim pods functions, mused Izuku as he muttered to himself. He then had a thought and decided he need to clear something up. Remember how I told you that I was having BT make a large amount of sim pods for UA? Yelled Izuku to his mom. Yes, honey, what about them? Replied his mom. BT just told me that they're done constructing. Would you have a problem with me getting a meeting together with the UA staff tomorrow to do a rundown of the sim pods? Questioned Izuku, hoping she would be fine with it. Inko was silent for a few moments. Only if I can come along and observe, answered Inko, giving her only condition for allowing it. That shouldn't be a problem. Do you want to come in while I talk with the principal? Asked Izuku. No, I trust you to handle it just fine, answered Inko, truly trusting her soon to take care of it appropriately. All right, I'll call the principal now. Izuku pulled his phone out of his pocket and went to dial the principal. The phone barely rang twice before it was picked up. Hello Midoriya, what can I do for you? Asked Netsu as he answered. Hello sir, I just wish to inform you that BT finished constructing the sim pods you asked about and wanted to set up a time to meet up and go over the functions and operation of them, explained Izuku politely. Excellent. Why not come here tomorrow? It will allow me time to inform the staff of it and you time to prepare if need be, suggested Netsu, clearly excited to hear that the pods are ready. That was my thought as well, sir. However, my mom wants to be there. After what happened yesterday, she isn't quite willing to let me out of her sight, explained Izuku. Ah, I can understand that. It's no issue, however. I'll just have a teacher be ready at the gate with a guest pass when you arrive. That should work. Thank you, sir, thanked Izuku. No, thank you once again for doing this for Yue. I'll see you tomorrow then. I'll notify you of the time, finished Nedzu before hanging up. Izuku put his phone back in his pocket, before noticing his mom had moved into the kitchen behind him. How did it go, Izuku? Asked Inko when she noticed he was finished. There were no issues, and he also had the idea of doing it tomorrow. He'll send us a time along the day. He also didn't mind you coming along tomorrow, answered Izuku. That's good to hear. I'm making sandwiches. Do you want ham? Yes, please, thanks. The rest of the day passed much as it had before BT had spoken up, quietly and peacefully, until it was time to sleep before the next day. The time to meet at UA approached quickly the day after, leading to Izuku and Inko finding themselves walking to UA. The campus is pretty big, so it might be overwhelming at first, said Izuku at one point during their walk from the train station. I've heard, but I am used to large buildings. I work at the hospital, remember? Responded Inko as she chuckled. Oh, right, but still, insisted Izuku. They continued in comfortable silence towards the campus. When they arrived, they were met at the gate by a man wearing a mask. Oh, hello, Snipe-sensei, greeted Izuku as he bowed to the man. Howdy, Midoriya. Good to see you doing well, even after what happened at the USJ. Ah, you must be Ms. Midoriya. You can call me Snipe. I've got your guest pass right here, greeted Snipe as he handed Inko the pass. Thank you, but please, call me Inko, greeted Inko as she smiled at the man. That's mighty kind of you, ma'am. Now follow me, I'll show you to the new building set up for these pods, or whatever y'all call 'em. Snipe turned on his heel, walking through the gate and in a seemingly random direction. After walking for a while, they arrived at a building that definitely had not been there on the first day. Nedzu truly worked fast when need be. They're waiting inside, come on, said Snipe as he waved them in from the open door. Izuku and Inko obliged, and entered the building. Inside was a group of people, consisting of Nedzu, Aizawa, Present Mike aka Hisashi Yamada, Midnight aka Namuri Kiyama, Vlad King aka Sekijiro Ken, Power Loader aka Higuri Majima, Cementos, aka Ken Ishiyama, Ectoplasm, 13 and last but not least All Might aka Toshinori Yagi, however he was in his skinny form. Ah, there you are. Welcome to UA, Ms. Midoriya. I am Nedzu, the principal of this institution, greeted Nedzu as he walked over to welcome the Greenettes. Oh, hello, sir. I must be honest, I was not expecting someone of your stature, admitted Inko as she greeted the rodent. Don't worry, most people don't, assured Nedzu with a dismissive wave. Now, Midoriya, would you mind if for today I call you by your given name, to avoid confusion? Began Nedzu before asking. Yes, that would probably be for the best, agreed Izuku. Good. Now as I was saying, Izuku is here today as he has so graciously lent Yue the use of one of his Quirk's creations. I will let Izuku explain, began Nedzu as he turned over to Izuku. Alright. This came to after Principal Nedzu overheard some of my friends talking about their experiences in one of my constructs. This is a thing dubbed the simulation pod, or sim pod for short. These pods send you into a deep dive experience into a simulation, where everything is simulated, even smell and touch. Nedzu hopes to use this to replace certain parts of the curriculum. If you'll excuse me for a moment, I will begin sending them in. Do you have placements in mind, sir? Explained Izuku, before turning to ask Nedzu. I believe there are markers on the ground. If you could place them there, it would be most appreciated, answered Nedzu as he gestured to the ground around the building. Izuku scanned the ground, noting where the markers were. BT, you got the markers' coordinates? Asked Izuku as he turned his attention to his companion. Affirmative, pilot. However, the capacitors do not have enough charge in total TO phase in all pods at once, answered BT. Then just phase in those you can? And we will do the remaining later, said Izuku as he slumped over slightly. I need to make more capacitors, or increase power production somehow, thought Izuku as BT began phasing in the pods he could. When BT had called in those there was power for, only 19 of the 30 pods were present. Well, the fact that it's more than half of them is a good thing. BT, remind me to set construction queues for more power capacitors when we're finished here. Reminder set, pilot. The teachers meanwhile, especially those who hadn't seen his quirk in action before, stood in awe at the display. Incredible, muttered Power Loader. He was particularly excited, as he had been the one to go over the blueprints of the sim pods when Izuku had sent them. Do any of you have any questions before we get started? Asked Izuku. One hand raised up. Yes, Mike-sensei? We won't be able to suddenly lash out or use our quirks while we're in, right? Asked Present Mike. No, don't worry. The pods induce the same condition as when you sleep, which you hopefully know is called sleep paralysis, so you don't have to worry about accidental quirk use, reassured Izuku, which seemed to make Present Mike more relaxed. If there's nothing else? No answer. All right, please find a pod you want and sit inside when it opens. All the teachers did as asked, finding themselves a pod and sitting inside. BT, take them through the calibration process, please. Affirmative, pilot. No one, except Nezu and Aizawa, noticed when Inko and Toshinori completed the process before anything was said by the AI. Please look into the light above until it changes color. Afterwards do the same with the light below, instructed BT, as Izuku had already finished calibrating his pod and entered the simulation. The teachers did as instructed. Calibration complete. Please is still as deep dive commences, requested BT as the doors on the teachers' pods closed, and lights began to dance in front of their visions. It didn't take long before everything in their sights was nothing but a green light, before it suddenly ended. Welcome to the simulation, senseis, greeted Izuku when they finished phasing in. What the he dash, yelled Present Mike before stopping and turning to look at Aizawa, before his face lit up in shock. Wait, you're not using your quirk? Asked Mike in confusion. Aizawa looked confused. No? Were you trying to? Asked Aizawa in return. Mike turned back around to look at the white void they now found themselves in, before taking in a large breath. Yeah, yelled the man suddenly. Everyone expected to have their eardrums blown out when they saw what he was about to do, but were surprised to find it no louder than when anyone else yelled. My quirk, it won't activate, said Mike shakily as he turned to look at everyone else. Everyone became worried when they saw tears rolling down his cheeks, but they didn't need to wonder for long why he was crying. I've wanted for so long to do that. So long, but my quirk has always gone off when I try to yell loudly, continued Mike as he tried to rub away the tears from his cheeks. Midnight went over to him and began helping calm him down. Why isn't his quirk working though? Asked 13. Because BT hasn't simulated them. Until he does, everyone here is essentially quirkless, explained Izuku, gaining surprised looks from the teachers. Young Midoriya. Izuku turned to the emancipated man that is Toshinori Yagi. Yes, All Might? Asked Izuku, not noticing the looks of surprise from the teachers. Could you do the usual? Asked the man, pointing to his side where the wound was. All right. BT, if you would please. All Might protocol accessed. Initiating. The skinny form of All Might flickered, before returning to normal. Then the man suddenly buffed up into his hero form. How much better. Thank you, young Midoriya, thanked All Might as he clapped the no longer wounded side of his stomach. You're welcome as always, All Might replied Izuku with a bright smile. Wait. You know All Might and he's done this before? Asked Midnight loudly. Izuku turned to look at the teachers, only now noticing the looks of surprise and shock on most of their faces. Oh, did Nezu not tell you? Asked Izuku in return. Instantly every head turned to look at the principal, who did not flinch under the looks. Don't look at me like that. Even I forget things on occasion, retorted Nezu. The teachers didn't look convinced but didn't push it further, mostly out of fear of the repercussions of angering the rodent. Wait, Ms. Midoriya is here too, but she hasn't reacted to it, said Snipe suddenly as he pointed at Inko in the back, smiling at the exchange. Oh, when he arrived at our apartment to try using the sim pods, he had to deflate otherwise he wouldn't fit inside them, which led to him revealing his identity to me, explained Inko. But how did you end up meeting him at all? Asked Mike, having forgotten about crying in favor of being utterly shocked by the turn of events. Izuku gave a look to Nezu, who shook his head, meaning not to reveal All Might's connection to Mirio. He overheard some of my friends talking about when they were in the simulation at home with me and how I could make anything the way I wanted, even their bodies. So he sought me out in hope of getting some relief from the wound on his side, both pain-wise and the fact he can't eat most foods, explained Izuku. This seemed to satisfy most of the teachers, but Aizawa's gaze rested on Izuku for a while longer, before looking elsewhere. Is there anything we should know before we get started? Asked Nezu as he turned to look at Izuku, after having looked around with intrigue at the white void they were in. Izuku took a moment to think, putting his hand on his chin. Young Midoriya, how about explaining the function that allowed me to relive past memories and experiences? Suggested All Might, gaining inquisitive looks from the other faculty. Oh, good idea, All Might, thank you, thanked Izuku as he turned to smile brightly at the tall man. All Might smiled back and gave Izuku a thumbs up. Izuku turned to the UA faculty. What All Might just talked about is a function of the sim pods. This function allows the pods to interpret the signals in your brain to read what you're thinking about, allowing them to recreate any experience you've had, so long as you can remember them in enough detail. All Might's body being returned to a state before his injury is an example of that. The faculty stood in awe at the explanation the young man had just given. The devices are capable of reading minds, yelled a shocked but excited power loader, obviously excited at the thought of a mind-reading machine. Sort of, but not in the traditional sense. It can't read stored memories, only the ones you're actively thinking of, so unless you're thinking about it, the pods can't pick it up, explained Izuku, doing little to dampen Power Loader's excitement. Calm yourself, Power Loader. You'll have plenty of time to explore this discovery at a later date. Right now we must focus on Izuku's presentation and explanation of how these pods work, and more so the actual simulations inside, admonished Nezu. Power Loader did as asked, but was obviously still excited about the technology Izuku possessed. This function can be helpful in many situations. But it's ultimately up to you to decide how to use it, finished Izuku. To say the teachers were stunned would be an understatement. The sheer amount of information dumped on them would make most people's heads swim. I guess I should show you how you're supposed to operate the simulation next. This one might be confusing, so please pay attention, asked Izuku as he gestured for the teachers to come closer. Normally for me, BT takes care of all of this, however since you're going to be working with a 6, which can't freely think and act in the same way BT can, you will have to do a lot of the work yourselves. To start off, you just have to say, hollow screen. Right after the words had left his mouth, a holographic screen appeared in front of Izuku. Now, I've had BT prepare a large amount of setups, meant to prepare students for any eventuality, explained Izuku as he gestured to a window on the side, with a large amount of still frames of sceneries and other things. Next there are the options of AI difficulty, like in a video game, and other specifics that you might need. These of course are explained. Izuku gestured to a smaller box next to the large one. And below this are settings for what you and your students will feel. Basically, whether or not your students will feel pain, exhaustion, etc. This is useful for different occasions. Izuku gestured to a box below the second one. If you want to make a new scenario, then you'll have to make it outside of the sim pods and add it to the files on the UA mainframe, added Izuku. Do you have any questions? Asked Izuku as he turned to look at the teachers, who were all looking on in amazed wonder. Even Aizawa seemed marginally intrigued, which brought a small smile to Izuku's lips. Midnight raised her hand. Yes, Midnight-sensei? In case we forget, or we get lost along the way, is there a manual? Asked the heroine, and it was a genuinely good question. Oh, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it? I'll have one put together and upload it to the mainframe. That way you can look at it any time before you enter the simulation. Izuku was silently appreciative that she had brought up the point. That would be appreciative. It would make teaching new teachers how to use the sim pods easier, added Nezu. Would you all like examples of some of the simulation choices before we finish this? Asked Izuku as he gestured to the hollow screen. Izuku gained affirmative responses, leading him to start on of his favorite simulations. They had spent an hour in the simulation, before calling it quits. Midoriya. What the hell? asked Mike when they returned to the white void. Izuku laughed in response even as Inko scolded the man for swearing in front of her son. Yes, that one is a cruel one, added All Might absent-mindedly. Izuku had pulled him into that one simulation once when he asked the boy what kind of training he did in the pods. There were so many robots. How do you handle that? Yelled Mike, sounding terrified. Very well, answered Izuku with a grin, enjoying his teacher's reaction. You certainly have an interesting training regiment if you do this often, remarked Nedzu, with what sounded like a small amount of respect in his voice. This also explained why you had little to no problems with killing the Numu, added Aizawa, as he stared at Izuku with the most exasperated stare Izuku had seen from anyone ever before. Izuku froze at that. It was different, but I don't regret doing it. It wasn't truly alive anymore, and it would have hurt you, Nijire, and my classmates. I refuse to let that happen, admitted Izuku, as he leveled Aizawa with a serious look. Everyone, except All Might and Inko, were surprised by the sudden change in attitude from the boy. Don't get me wrong, if you hadn't done it, chances are many of us would have been severely hurt or worse. But I'm still not happy about it, and you better not make a habit out of it, elaborated Aizawa, as he gave Izuku a direct order. I have no intention of doing that, sensei, answered Izuku. Aizawa nodded, satisfied with the answer. Silence fell on the group. I believe that is enough for now. We have established that these pods do work, and are efficient at what they do, spoke Nedzu as he clapped his paws. Izuku, how do we exit the simulation? Asked Nedzu as he turned to the Greenette student. Oh, just say, user screen, and a screen will pop up. There are different settings there that you all can mess with, like enabling and disabling quirks here in the void, among other things. One of the options is exiting the simulation, explained Izuku. I'll have to remember to add the user screen to the manual, thought Izuku as he saw the others open their user screens and choosing exit. Let's go BT, said Izuku, as the void began to disappear, BT exiting Izuku from the simulation instead of using the user screen. Izuku returned to reality, watching as the teachers stumbled out of their pods, which brought a chuckle out of Izuku. Well, that was certainly an experience. Nedzu actually looked slightly sick. Maybe the pods affected his animal biology slightly differently than a regular human. A chorus of agreement rose from most of the teachers. Thank you for the presentation, Izuku. UA once again thanks you for your contribution to our ability to teach the future generations of heroes, thanked Nedzu once again, when he had recovered from the disorientation of exiting the sim pod. It was no trouble, I'm just happy to help make the best out of what we can be, answered Izuku as he smiled at the principal. They finished up their meeting, but not before Izuku phased in the remaining pods he hadn't managed to when they first arrived. They said their goodbyes, with Izuku and Inko leaving for their apartment while the faculty remained to finish. Work required to be done before school started again. This is going to be fun, thought Izuku as he walked off the school campus. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. It was the first day of school after the USJ incident, and Izuku was walking through the hallways of UA towards his classroom after having split from his friends, just as usual. When he opened the door to the classroom, he was met with several bright smiles. Midoriya, there you are. You absolute maniac, exclaimed Kirishima the second he laid eyes on Izuku. Oh, hi guys, greeted Izuku with a nervous stutter. He had been nervous ever since the USJ incident, that his classmates would look at him differently after what he did to the Numu. Dude, you were so awesome back at the USJ. If it weren't for you, we would have likely been hurt badly by those villains, so thanks for saving our butts, thanked Kirishima with a bright, toothy smile. Yeah, you're a literal lifesaver, agreed Kaminari. Most of his other classmates voiced their agreements. So, you're not upset with me because of what I did? Asked Izuku timidly, which was out of character for him. The class turned silent for a moment. If what you mean what you had to do to that Numu thing, then I can't lie and say it wasn't disturbing, but I also heard what you and Aizawa said, so I understand why you did it, answered Kirishima, his tone and face serious. Kirishima then draped an arm across Izuku's shoulder, but that doesn't change who you are. You're Izuku Midoriya, the guy who single-handedly defeated a monster meant to kill All Might. You put yourself in danger for our sakes, no way I can hate or be scared of a guy like that, continued Kirishima, receiving a chorus of agreement from the rest of the class, except for Bakugo and Todoroki obviously. When they did this, Izuku's nervousness faded as he realized they didn't think of him as some sort of monster for what he did. Thanks guys, was all Izuku said as he tried not to cry. Key word being tried, as tears began to run down his cheeks. Tsuyu frowned when she noticed this. Was it eating you up that much? Asked Tsuyu bluntly. Ida seemed about to chastise her for her bluntness, but Izuku spoke up first. Yes. I heard some of your reactions, and just couldn't help but worry you guys would think of me as a bigger monster than the one I fought, admitted Izuku as he tried to wipe away the tears. He was suddenly enveloped by a pair of arms. How could we ever think of you like that? You've been nothing but good since we've met. Remember the entrance exam? You distracted and then destroyed the zero-pointer to make sure I wouldn't get hurt. It was Ochako that had hugged him. Then another pair of arms. You gave me one of your guns to help me secure a place in the hero course. I owe you everything for doing that. It was Hitoshi. Soon after, many more gathered around him, comforting and letting him know they would never think differently of him. Thanks guys, thanked Izuku as he leaned into the embraces. They hadn't noticed when the door opened, and a man with a white scarf overheard and watched the entire exchange. You feel better now, problem child? Asked Aizawa as he watched almost the entire class envelope Izuku in a group hug. Aizawa-sensei? Asked several people including Izuku. The bell rang 2 minutes ago, but I overheard, so you're not in trouble for not being in your seats, but please finish up quick so we can get started, asked the man as he walked over to the teacher's podium. The class released from the hug one by one, until Izuku was free and walked to sit at his desk. Alright class, I hope you didn't completely slack off during your extended break, because your battle isn't over, started Aizawa as he leveled the class with a serious look. Is it more villains? Thought the class in unison. The annual UA Sports Festival is coming up. It's the sports festival, thought the class in relief. And to prepare you for this, you have 2 options. One is the usual one, where you train using one or more of our many training grounds or our gym, explained Aizawa, getting nods of understanding from the class. The other is a new one you can thank your classmate for. Aizawa turned to look at Izuku, who shrunk under the many looks he was getting from his classmates. Excuse me Aizawa, but what is this second option and how is Midoriya responsible? Asked Ida as he raised his hand. I won't be telling you. I'll be showing you. Come on, Aizawa gestured for them follow him as he left the classroom. They exited the main building and walked over to the new building where the sim pods resided, the building now named the Matrix. When they entered the building, confusion spread among the class. Aizawa-sensei, what are all these? Asked Momo as she approached one of the pods. When she did, the hatch opened, making her and several others of the class jump in surprise. These are simulation pods. Have any of you watched that old movie called The Matrix? Asked Aizawa as he turned to look at the class. Mina raised her hand. Isn't that the movie where humanity now lives inside a simulation? Wait a minute, answered the girl as she slowed at the end. Yep, these pods send your mind into a simulation realistic enough to simulate smell and touch. And guess who the creator is? Explained Aizawa as he turned to Izuku, who was hiding in the back of the class. The class looked at Izuku with wide eyes, until Kirishima spoke up. Have any of us mentioned how overpowered your quirk is? This brought a chorus of laughs from many of the class. Alright, everyone, find a pod and sit inside, they'll play a voice clip to tell you how to prepare them, droned Aizawa as he found the pod he had used last, meaning he didn't need to go through the calibration process. What he's talking about is that they need to be calibrated to you. So follow the instructions when the pod tells you, elaborated Izuku as he watched his teacher sit in a pod and enter the simulation. I don't think I'll fit Midoriya, said a voice beside Izuku. Izuku turned to see Shuji looking at him. Oh, a look in the back. I had a few made larger in case someone with a bigger build needed to use 1 inch, replied Izuku as he pointed to the back of the room. Shuji gave a thumbs up before going in the direction Izuku pointed to. Izuku looked around, making sure everyone had found a pod, before going to find his own and quickly entering, pre-calibrating the pod for him. When the lights stopped, he was standing in the white void together with Aizawa. Hey sensei, should I change the simulation and mess with them? Asked Izuku as he walked up to his teacher. While it's tempting, I think it would scare them off, and we don't want that, answered Aizawa as he sighed in disappointment at the missed opportunity. Alright, I'll at least call in BT though. I need to test something, said Izuku as he turned to the side and prepared to call in BT. Before Aizawa had a chance to tell him no, he disappeared in the same energy his suit pods disappeared in when he's finished. What the dash, began Aizawa, but as he did, several students appeared behind him. "W-O!" exclaimed Kirishima as he looked at the void they were in. "This is incredible," marveled Momo as she stared at the infinite white void they found themselves in. The rest of the class slowly trickled in, each having varying reactions. Then a new sound reverberated through the white void. "What's that?" asked Ojiro as he looked around the white void. The class listened. "Sounds like jet engines almost," answered Shuji. "Over there, look," said Siro as he pointed up into the sky. A black dot was approaching. "What the heck is that?" exclaimed several students together. The black dot approached, quickly before its shape became clear. "Hey, doesn't that look like Dash?" started Kirishima as he squinted at the object. "Titan inbound." The object approached quickly, before pulling up just a few feet from the ground. "Is that a flying mech?" yelled most of the class in unison. "Hey guys. Sorry about the scare. I needed to try out a new setup," apologized Izuku when BT sat down on the ground and he jumped out. "Dude, I said it earlier, but your quirk is way too overpowered," said Kirishima again as he was exasperated by Izuku's entrance. "Sorry, but BT told me you all had arrived while I was testing out the flight controls, and I wanted to get over here quickly," explained Izuku as he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Izuku scanned his classmates, before he noticed someone out of place. "Wait, who are you?" asked Izuku as he looked at a girl he hadn't seen before. The girl blinked. "Me? It's Hagakure. That should be obvious seeing as I'm always invisible." That made no sense. "But, you're not invisible," said Izuku as he pointed at her up and down. The girl blinked again before looking down. His eyes widened. "What the heck? I'm visible?" yelled Toru in shock, as she put her hands and arms in front of her to make sure she wasn't going crazy. The entire class was watching in shock and confusion. "Midoriya, how is this possible? I know you said quirks wouldn't be active here in the white void, but nobody knows what Hagakure looks like," demanded Aizawa as he stared at Izuku with a glare. "I have an idea, but only BT can confirm it. The pods don't make your simulated versions off of visual information, but your physical information. Basically they read your appearance without actually seeing you, unlike how you would a camera." "BT, is this how you got Hagakure's appearance?" theorized Izuku before turning his attention to BT. "Affirmative, pilot. The sim pods read physical information instead of relying on visual information, as it can be unreliable and often leads to much less detailed simulated avatars," explained BT as he confirmed Izuku's theory. Before they could get further, they heard sniffling. Every head turned to look at Toru, whose eyes had filled with tears. "Hagakure? Are you okay?" asked Mina as she went to make sure her friend was all right. I haven't seen what I look like since I was 4, answered Toru, who began to fully cry. The revelation hit most of the class hard. They couldn't imagine what it would be like to not know what they look like. "Guess you'll have to get a lot of pictures, won't you?" Everyone turned to look at Izuku, who had materialized a camera. Can I see myself first?" "In a mirror?" asked Toru as she smiled at Izuku's gesture. Izuku nodded, before opening the administrative settings and enabling the large mirror. Toru looked at the giant mirror that sprouted out of the ground. She, for the first time in over a decade, got to see what she looked like. She was pale, which was to be expected since her body refracted the sunlight instead of absorbed it. She had ginger orange hair, green eyes, a deeper shade than Izuku's and also light brown freckles similar Izuku, but many more than Izuku has. "You're really pretty," noted Ochako as she looked at Toru in the reflection. She could see most of the class nodding in agreement in the reflection. Toru began to tear up again. "Thank you guys." She then suddenly turned around, ran up and hugged Izuku. "Thank you so much Midoriya, for giving me this," thanked Toru as she hugged him tightly. Under different circumstances, Izuku might have been flustered, but thanks to Nijire doing it often and the situation he found himself in, he wasn't. You're welcome, Hagakure-chan. And I'll make sure before we're done here today, you'll have an entire folder of pictures to show your parents when you come home, promised Izuku as he patted Toru on the head and rubbed soothing circles on her back. Thank you so much, thanked Toru again as tear continued to spill from her eyes. Izuku looked at Aizawa, a look that asked him to move on. Aizawa looked at Izuku calculative for a moment before nodding. Alright everyone, we're going to move on. Midoriya and Hagakure will join us later. We will go and test different simulations to see which fits you the best to train in, explained Aizawa as he opened up the holoscreen, deselecting Izuku and Toru from joining them in the new simulation. Izuku and Toru were now alone in the white void, still locked in an embrace. It took a few minutes, but eventually Toru managed to calm down. You feeling better now? Asked Izuku as he moved back from the embrace, hands on Toru's shoulders. Toru nodded, yeah, thanks. Toru looked around when she noticed how quiet it was and realized everyone had left. Where'd everyone go? Asked Toru as she looked around. They went to get on with the program. Aizawa seems to have decided to allow you to get those pictures now, and when we're done, we'll meet back up with them, explained Izuku as he released his hold on the girl's shoulders. Toru's eyes widened. Really? He's not heartless, just harsh. He knows you haven't seen what you look like for years, and he also likely realizes if you had to wait, you'd explode. Toru smiled sheepishly at that. Well, that would probably happen if I'm honest, agreed Toru. Do you have anything in mind? Place. And what you want to be doing in the picture? Asked Izuku. Toru brought her hand to her chin, the other supporting her arm on the elbow. After a few moments she asked, can you make it so I'm wearing different clothes? Asked Toru eventually. Are you thinking about a changing room type thing where the curtain goes in front and then away again to reveal a new set of clothes? Asked Izuku in return. You read my mind, confirmed Toru. I can do that. BT, showroom simulation please, requested Izuku as he spoke to his AI companion, who was still crouched behind him as a titan. Affirmative pilot, gathering information from the internet. Constructing simulation. Complete, initiating. The white void began to fade as they were transported to the new simulation. When everything faded back in, they found themselves in what could only be described as a showroom, a large curtain draped in front of a modest stage. Wow, this is so cool, marveled Toru as she looked around at the new environment. I'm glad you think so. Now, do you have any clothes in mind? Or do you want a selection? Asked Izuku as he turned to look at the empty clothing rack. What do you mean by, do I have in mind? Asked Toru in confusion. Oh, the pods can actively read what you're imagining, so if there are any clothes you can imagine vividly enough, the sim pods can recreate it, explained Izuku. Toru's eyes went wide. What? You're not going to start scanning my brain for every secret I know, right? Asked Toru, genuinely nervous about what the machine might get out of her. No, don't worry, it can only read what you're actively thinking, it can't read your memories, reassured Izuku hastily as he tried to calm her down. Promise? Asked Toru, looking unsure. I promise, just like I promised you'd come home with plenty of pictures to show your parents, answered Izuku. Toru visibly relaxed at that. Alright, I believe you. So, how do we do this then? Do I just think of the clothes and you'll make them appear? Questioned Toru as she picked at her school uniform. Something like that. You imagine the clothes and I'll have BT assemble them on the hangers there, then when you want to try them on, you just grab them and they'll be simulated on you, answered Izuku as he pointed to the clothing hangers to the side. Alright, let's get to it then, said Toru, before she closed her eyes and began to recount some of her favorite outfits, and some she had seen in stores but couldn't buy. After several minutes, Izuku spoke up. I think you have plenty of outfits now. Toru opened her eyes and was surprised when she saw the many outfits now hanging from the stand, all of them exactly how she imagined and remembered them. Wow, this is amazing, they even feel the same, marveled Toru as she felt the fabric. Moments after she took hold of the outfit, however, it suddenly disappeared, before reappearing on her instead of her uniform. Whoa, that felt weird. The sudden sensation of cloth changing without her doing anything wasn't exactly a comfortable feeling to her. Sorry about that, but I did tell you just had to grab it to wear it, chuckled Izuku. I didn't think you meant literally just grab it, pouted Toru as she crossed her arms, but couldn't keep up the facade for long. So, you ready for a photo shoot? Asked Izuku as several cameras and lights materialized, all pointing towards the small stage. Toru smiled brightly, let's do it. Izuku and Toru were finishing up their photo shooting session before they would rejoin Aizawa and their classmates. And done, that was the last outfit you wanted, right? Asked Izuku as Toru jumped off the stage. Yep, thank you again for this, Midoriya. I can't wait to show these to my parents. Toru was vibrating from her excitement. I'm glad to do this for you, and if you ever want to do it again, just ask and I'll set it up for you, assured Izuku. I wish I could make it up to you though. Is there anything I can do? Asked Toru as she felt a need to repay Izuku for what he had done for her. All I ask is that you're happy, nothing more. Now, let's go meet back up with the class, reassured Izuku as he began to fiddle with some simulation settings. A few moments later, the showroom began to fade as the simulation shut down, and they entered the one where everyone else was. When everything faded back in, they were standing behind Aizawa and the rest of the class, save for one. Hello everyone, we're back, greeted Izuku, grinning when he saw some of them jump in surprise at the sudden voice. Midoriya, Toru, you're back, greeted Mina as she ran over to hug her friend. Yep, and just as he promised, he helped me take lots of pictures for my parents, greeted Toru as she hugged Mina. Awesome, nice going Midoriya. Kirishima gave Izuku a thumbs up and toothy smile. Good to see you're back, problem child. Is she set? Asked Aizawa as he looked Toru over. Yep, we took at least 5 pictures of every outfit, and I can't even remember how many outfits we ended up with, answered Izuku as he tried to count the outfits. Hagakure tried on 37 outfits, pilot, answered BT helpfully. Several classmates sputtered at the amount of outfits, but said nothing to it, not being able to really blame her for getting excited about the opportunity she had been given. Good, well, we were about finished here anyhow, just missing Hagakure's simulation and then yours, problem child. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You do remember I can actively modify my own simulation, I don't need you to set one for me. I know, but I want to establish your ground simulation, see what you plan on doing, explained Aizawa further. Izuku shrugged, fair enough. Alright, time to move on. Azui, are you finished? Asked Aizawa as he addressed the simulation's owner. Yes, Aizawa-sensei, rip, answered Tsuyu as she jumped back to the assembled class. Alright, I'm loading up Hagakure's simulation then, said Aizawa as he opened the hollow screen again. Once again the simulation faded, before they found themselves in a new environment. This time being that of a long corridor. What's the simulation? Asked Toru, confused by how this was supposed to help her. Oh, this one. It's very fitting, sensei, noted Izuku as he remembered what the current simulation was. This Hagakure is a trapped hallway. There are lasers that you're going to have to avoid as well as noise sensors, which will force you to be quiet, explained Aizawa, as he did the lasers in the corridor activated. These weren't stationary lasers, they moved and in random patterns too, so they couldn't be predicted. Toru's sweat dropped at the challenge set before her. Isn't this a little much? Asked Kaminari, who seemed intimidated by the challenged set for Toru. No, not if she intends to use her quirk while out in public. It'll be much more difficult then, answered Aizawa as he fixed a hard look at the girl in question. Toru didn't cover under the look, instead fixing a determined look as she got ready to try and complete the challenge. Wait, Hagakure, before you go, said Izu hastily, as he messed with some options on a hollow screen. There, you now have the option to turn on and disable your invisibility at any time in your personal options, finished Izuku as he smiled brightly. My personal option? Asked Toru, her head tilting in confusion. Oh, right, we never explained that. If you say, user screen, a screen will pop up in front of you. On it there are a few options you can mess with, and now one of them for you is whether your quirk is activated or not, explained Izuku as he pulled up his own screen as an example. Toru looked at him for a moment, before attempting this herself. She jumped slightly when the screen appeared in front of her. When she looked over the options, she saw that she did in fact have an option to activate or deactivate her quirk. She chose the activate option, and watched as her body slowly became see-through. Wow, this is actually pretty cool, remarked Toru when she was fully invisible again. Toru then proceeded to attempt the corridor runs several times, failing each but getting noticeably further each time. That's enough Hagakure. Not bad for your first time, said Aizawa eventually when he decided she had tried enough. Thank you, sir, thanked Toru, before opening her user screen again and disabling her invisibility. Now, it's your turn, problem child. Choose your poison, instructed Aizawa as he turned over the wheel to Izuku. Izuku grinned before setting the selection to his favorite simulation, the same he had shown the teachers over the break from school. The hallway faded, signifying the transfer to another simulation once again. When everything faded back in, the class was shocked. The simulation looked like a battlefield, craters spread about, the sound of gunfire in the background. Oh God, said Aizawa aloud, gaining the attention of all the students. You've seen this one, sir? Asked Momo, concerned with what she's seeing. I have, and it's made me understand both Midoriya's skill and his surprisingly small amount of trauma from killing the Numu, answered Aizawa. You're not going to get us involved this time, right, problem child? Questioned Aizawa as he glared at the boy. Izuku merely smiled. No, don't worry. Only if you want, but I don't recommend it. Remember, the pain is real, the damage isn't, warned Izuku, before getting ready to move. Simulation, start, declared BT, as the sound of pods dropping sounded out. The class looked up, seeing dozens of pods raining from the simulated sky. Why are there pods falling? Asked Ojiro confused. They're the enemies. Every one of those pods have 4 soldiers, each equipped with an assortment of weapons, answered Aizawa, recalling from his previous time in the simulation. Izuku took in a deep breath, before his mask sealed up. Suddenly, he jumped into action, performing moves one would only see in movies as he jumped from wall to wall and flew between buildings. As he ran, he took out soldiers left and right, dodging gunfire as he went along. Holy dash, how is he doing that? Exclaimed Kaminari, gapping at the Greenette's moves. The entire class's reaction was similar, not all expressing it the same, but definitely feeling it. He has to be messing with the laws of physics. No way someone can move like that, decided Ojiro, looking skeptical. He's not. I've seen him do this in real life, at the entrance exam. He's fast and nimble. I'd wager in a cityscape battle, even if it were all of you against him, he'd win. Without the mech, refuted Aizawa as he continued to watch Izuku parkour at incredible speeds. Initiating faux Titanfall. Faux Titanfall? Wait, isn't that what his AI said when he called in that mech at the USJ? Wondered Tsuyu aloud. Her question was answered, as the sound of something falling rang out. Falling from the sky were 3 titans. Are those the mechs? Asked Mina, her face showing clear nervousness. Yep. Now watch and learn, kids. This is the only time you'll likely see how to beat that mech of his, answered Aizawa as he nodded towards the holographic screen following Izuku. One of the titans landed in front of Izuku, while the others landed a ways away at the other side of the field. These titans, however, looked different from the one Izuku had called in at the USJ, the chassis being completely different. The titan immediately stood up, using the same weapon as BT did at the USJ, the ion loadout. Before it had a chance to fire, Izuku was already on its back doing something, before pulling a glowing green object from the titan. The titan appeared to become sluggish as he did this, moving slower. What did he just do? Asked Momo, who was watching wide-eyed as Izuku literally rodeoed a giant mech. That glowing green thing, it's apparently a battery. Pull it out and the mech will become sluggish. It's also a quick way to bring down the shields surrounding it, explained Aizawa nonchalantly. Izuku proceeded to jump off the titan, before appearing to run away. He's running now? Questioned Kirishima, confused by the sudden action taken by Izuku. Wait for it, Aizawa was grinning. He'd be lying if he said this part wasn't fun. Once again, the sound of a titan falling sounded out. This one, however, wasn't hostile. BT dropped down right in front of Izuku, immediately opening up the hatch to let Izuku inside. BT stood up, immediately drawing his weapon to engage the approaching titan. Hey, that doesn't look like the weapon he used at the USJ, thought Ochako aloud as she looked at the weapon. She was proven right a moment later, as a ball of flame suddenly shot out of the weapon, hitting the enemy titan head-on. IT shoots fireballs? yelled a large part of the class in unison. The opposing titan appeared to flinch as its core became exposed, which gave Izuku the chance to move in close and finish it off. BT moved in close, before jumping and punching the titan from above, then as the titan fell forwards, kicked it upright, before creating some kind of flame vortex which literally melted to opposing titan. Shock gasps erupted from the class. That was brutal, noted Shinso, his face slightly pale. Izuku and BT kept going, moving to where the other two titans fell. Once there, he found two titans of the same loadout as the first titan. Izuku, deciding to end it quickly, launched something from the back of the titan. They fell to the ground before releasing some kind of gas. Izuku baited the opposing titans into the gas, before firing a fireball into the gas, immediately igniting it. The opposing titans immediately began to run towards Izuku, just as planned. Flame core, ready, BT's voice reverberated through the simulation. Izuku holstered the titan's weapon, before clenching both of the titan's fists. It took barely a second before they appeared to begin glowing. He then lifted both arms above the titan, before smashing both into the ground. What followed was a wave of flame, immediately destroying both titans, as the impact was too great for their already vulnerable cores to handle. Simulation complete. All opposition has been eliminated, declared BT a moment after. The entire class were gaping at what they had just witnessed. A literal battle of titans. Loud chatter erupted between the class, as they talked about what they had just witnessed. A minute later, they heard the sound of heavy footsteps, and all heads turned to where the sound was coming from. There, walking towards them, was BT, his weapon lazily held on his shoulder, while Izuku sat on the other. "Did you enjoy the show, guys?" called out Izuku, immediately getting excited replies. When BT came to a stop in front of the class, Izuku jumped off, immediately getting swarmed by his classmates. "Dude, Midoriya, how the heck did you move like that?" questioned Kirishima. "What the heck was that weapon your mech used?" questioned Mina. Many other questions were asked, but all mixed together into a jumbled mess. Alright, calm down. I heard someone ask about the weapons BT used." Sounds of affirmation sounded out. "Well, that I can answer easy. Meet Scorch, the one titan you'll likely never see outside of my simulations," introduced Izuku with a small amount of flair. "We won't see outside of simulations?" questioned Tsuyu as she put a finger on her chin. "His main method of attack is using thermite. Thermite can easily melt rock and even iron. There is no real way to make it non-lethal. It should be very self-explanatory as to why it won't be used in real life," explained Izuku, immediately getting hisses in response as his classmates realized the issue. "Alright, you've had your fun, it's time to get back to the real world," decided Aizawa as he put a stop to the interrogation. Most of the class pouted, but did nothing to argue. "You'll all have free reign to use the pods, but you have to get permission from a teacher before using them. You have 2 weeks, use them to increase your skills and strength." Aizawa was wearing his trademark grin as he said this. The class answered in unison, "Yes, sir." The 2 weeks would pass by quickly, mixing together into a mess of exhausting training. The sports festival would be upon them quickly, as would the eyes of the world as they stepped onto the stage. Plus Ultra, go beyond. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. Days went by, each bringing the sports festival closer and closer. Each day went mostly the same. School work, followed by training afterwards, the transition between these typically seamless. But one day, just a few days shy of the sports festival, was different. "Alright, classes are over for the day, you're free to use the faculties as usual," droned Aizawa, who went back into his sleeping bag. The minute the door opened, the class was assaulted by a wave of sound. The entire hallway outside of the classroom was filled with students. What's going on?" exclaimed Uraraka. "What are all these people doing here?" questioned Kaminari nervously. Bakugo stood up and scoffed as he walked towards the class door. "They're here to scope the competition, obviously." He then turned his usual scowl to the students outside of the class and yelled, "Move it, you extras." "Bakugo, you can't call other people extras. It's extremely rude," chastised Ida as he made chopping motions in the air. How arrogant, is this what all the 1A students are like? Questioned a blonde-haired boy as he walked to the front of the assembled students. Bakugo's brow twitched. Huh? And who do you think you are? Nito Monoma of Class 1B, the class that's going to beat you and come out on top, declared the blonde. Bakugo began to get angry, his quirk flaring in his palms as his scowl deepened. He didn't get a chance to act on it though, as in a flash of white energy a familiar green mop of hair stood between the two. Bakugo, stop making life hard for us, your hostility is going to make all of us suffer, just because you're an arrogant but… Izuku was not in a great mood. He had gotten tired of Bakugo's tough guy act making life difficult for him and his classmates, especially after what he said about Nijire. Shut the f up Deku, I don't give a dash. Bakugo was promptly shut up as he received a roundhouse kick to the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. I said stop. Izuku turned to the students assembled outside the class, his hardened expression fading into a bright smile. I apologize about him, he can't keep his ego in his pants. I promise it's only him that thinks like that. The blonde in front of him was staring with an open mouth, but recovered quickly. Interesting you say that, but whatever. I'm just going to say this, I know, we of 1B are issuing a declaration of war. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Declaration of war? And why is that? The Monoma's expression turned sour. Because you 1A hooligans have been taking up all the spotlight with that villain attack, I bet you're quite happy with yourselves about your popularity, right? The boy expression turned into a condescending grin. Izuku's face hardened immediately. Did you just ask if we're happy about the fame? We were attacked by actual villains. We could have died, and you're here making fun of it? You say you're a hero corps student, but a hero doesn't make fun of someone's close shave with death. Monoma's eyes widened. But why your class has been flaunting the fact they were attacked, argued the blonde. Izuku got angry. Why would we flaunt something that nearly killed us? Yelled the boy loudly, causing everyone to take a step back. Monoma didn't respond, instead averting his gaze. Izuku stared at the boy with a hardened expression, before turning on his heel, walking back to his desk and picking up his bag. He then turned back to the door and walked. When he was a foot from Monoma, he disappeared in a flash of white energy, then appeared down the hall a few seconds later. Before anyone had time to fully comprehend what just happened, the sound of a zipper opening emitted from behind the classroom podium. From behind the podium stood a very unamused Aizawa. He had heard everything and he was anything but happy. I'm only going to say this once, so listen up. I was there at the USJ, it was tough, but if it weren't for the kid who just chastised all of you, me, 13, Nijire Hadu of the Big Three in Class 1A would have either sustained severe injuries or died. If I ever hear any of you insinuate anything like I've heard today about the USJ incident, I will personally make sure you receive strict punishment, am I understood? Aizawa flared his quirk as he finished, making sure he got his point across. All of the assembled students' eyes widened. Had it truly been that bad? They dispersed shortly after, allowing Class 1A to leave the classroom and begin their training, but few of them were able to put in any real effort as they trained, the confrontation having dampened their moods considerably. The remaining days leading up to the sports festival were tense. The day had arrived, it was time for the sports festival to begin, and Class 1A was assembled in their assigned changing room, only waiting to be called on stage. Before it started, a standoff took place. Midoriya. Izuku turned, meeting the heterochromatic eyes of Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki? Questioned Izuku with a puzzled expression. Statistically speaking, without that mech of yours, I'm stronger than you, but otherwise you would beat me. You're friends with the Big Three, the strongest people in the school, and you seem to have some sort of relation to All Might. I'm going to beat you today. To prove I'm stronger, Todoroki's face remained the same as he spoke, no emotion showing through. Hey man, don't be like that, we're all friends here, spoke Kaminari as he put a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. It was quickly brushed off. I'm not here to make friends, stated Todoroki matter-of-factly, before promptly turning and beginning to walk away. Todoroki. Todoroki stopped and looked over his shoulder, his eyes meeting vibrant green ones. I accept this challenge, but only if you give it your all, stated Izuku as he shot the boy a hardened expression. Todoroki's calm and apathetic expression cracked slightly as a frown appeared on his face. I refused to use his fire. The boy then walked away, leaving several puzzled classmates in his wake, but Izuku was worried. He didn't have time to contemplate this, however, as they were called out to the stadium. They walked out of the tunnel to the arena, eliciting loud cheering from the crowd. Present Mike was doing introductions over the loudspeakers, his introduction for 1A being more colorful than the ones for the rest of the classes. It didn't take long before all the first-year students of UA was gathered in the arena, standing in front of a small scene. Now, without further ado, here is the referee for this year, the lovely hero and teacher of UA, Midnight, announced Mike excitedly. Murmurs spread among the students, most being, is it appropriate for the R18 hero to referee an event done by 15 to 16-year-olds? The heroine did not ignore this, and cracked her whip loudly. I am completely appropriate for an event like this, stated the heroine. All the students' sweat dropped, but said nothing in response. Midnight composed herself. All right, before we get started, we have to get through the students' opening speech, and representing the first-year students is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Izuku sputtered, excuse me, but what? You scored the highest points on the entrance exam, therefore you represent the first-year students, answered Midnight simply, beckoning the boy up on the scene. Izuku sighed and made his way up the stairs to the scene, ending in front of the microphone. Izuku looked around the stadium, nervousness creeping up as he did, but he managed to suppress it as he inhaled deeply. I only have one thing to say. We as the first-year students, whether we're hero course, support course, general education or business, are all here to show what we're capable of. We're here to show why we're here and why we deserve to be here. We're all going to go beyond. He pumped his hand into the air and spoke in unison with the crowd. Plus ultra. The crowd and students gave him a huge applause, whilst he shyly walked down from the scene and back to his classmates. Yo, that was a great speech, man. Nice job. Kirishima draped an arm around Izuku's shoulders as he smiled. Thanks, Kirishima. It was very impromptu though, admitted Izuku with an embarrassed chuckle. That makes it even greater, you know, replied Kirishima with a bright, toothy smile. The sound of a whip cracking the air brought everyone to silence. Midnight spoke into her microphone. Before we start, Midoriya, I notice you're not wearing your suit. Care to explain why? Questioned the heroine. Oh, I didn't want people to think I was cheating by using my hero suit, answered Izuku. Midnight raised an eyebrow. Technically it is your hero suit, but it's created by your quirk, therefore it's not against the rules. Put it on quick before we start. Izuku nodded, and immediately turned his attention to BT. BT, suit drop, give me some satchel charges too. Affirmative pilot, adding satchel charges, phasing pod. The telltale rumbling sound of Izuku's suit pod dropping out of the sky sounded out, causing confusion among the spectators and the students who hadn't seen the process before. Once the pod landed, Izuku quickly jumped in, quickly hopping out in his suit, the pod quickly fizzling out in a dazzling display of white energy. I'm ready, sensei, called out Izuku as the front of his helmet opened up. Midnight nodded. All right, now that everyone is ready to go, let's begin the first event. The giant screen behind Midnight changed, showing a map. You'll all be doing a race whilst dodging some obstacles along the way. Now get ready, because as soon as the buzzer goes off, you're on. Everyone moved towards the now opening, massive door, most of 1A in the front as they waited for the buzzer to go off. Izuku, however, was staying in the back, quietly waiting. Suddenly, the buzzer went off, and so did the students. But just as Izuku had predicted, the gate was the first obstacle. The gate to the race course became a huge choke point, trapping students as they pushed against each other to get through. Izuku took the easy way. He took a running start, and jumped up to the wall running all the way through, jumping from wall to wall as he maneuvered through the gate. Look at Midoriya parkouring his way over the crowd of students. Did you teach him that, Aizawa? Exclaimed Mike loudly in excitement. No, he did that as a part of his quirk. He's advanced for a first-year student, very advanced. I'd willingly bet on him if I had to bet in a fight between him and the rest of his class, and you know I despise betting, answered the underground hero, getting a whistle from Mike. Izuku ignored the commentary as he flew through the gate, noticing ice below him and several of his classmates bursting through the gate. Izuku easily spotted the origin of the ice, that being Todoroki, who was in front, closely followed by Deku. Izuku landed on the ground and began to run, following behind several other students. They quickly arrived at the first real obstacle. "Welcome to the Robo Inferno," announced Mike with glee. All of the students who had not participated in the Hero Course exam panicked at the sight of the army of robots, backed up by several zero-pointers. 1A was undeterred as they forged onwards, Todoroki freezing one zero-pointer on an unstable angle, causing it to fall moments after, while another was shot in the head by Momo, who had created a cannon to shoot it. Izuku ignored this, or at least he attempted to, but a zero-pointer decided it wanted to take him on. Izuku did not take kindly to this, so he quickly dodged its attack, then used his grappling hook to swing himself up to the zero-pointer's head. "Look at Midoriya go, he's giving the zero-pointer the fight it asked for," announced Mike excitedly. Izuku sailed past the zero-pointer's head, throwing a satchel charge at its head while mid-air. Once he was safely past it, he pulled the trigger and reveled in the sound of the zero-pointer's head exploding. And Midoriya destroys the zero-pointer's head in another amazing display of athletics. This boy is on a roll. Izuku quickly blew past the Robo Inferno, continuing on to the next obstacle. The next obstacle, however, was a perfect opportunity for Izuku. And now they've arrived to the next obstacle. "Watch your step, because it's a long way down. It's the fall," announced Mike loudly. Izuku grinned and activated Stim. "What's this? Midoriya is speeding up? Is he going to try and clear the jumps in one go?" Mike was watching on the edge of his seat. Izuku ran forward with his increased speed. And then he jumped. "Oh boy, it looks like Midoriya won't make it," exclaimed Mike. "As if I won't make it," thought Izuku to himself. He fired his grappling hook, it grabbing on to one of the giant cliffs littering the fall, and used his momentum to fling himself forwards. And Midoriya is using his grappling hook to swing himself forwards, almost like a monkey in a jungle. Mike was ecstatic. He hadn't had this much color commentary in years. Izuku kept on swinging from cliff to cliff, gaining extra momentum at the final one in order to fling himself back up above ground. And Midoriya has cleared the fall before anyone else. This boy is crazy. Izuku ran forwards quickly, arriving at the last obstacle before long. And it looks like Midoriya has arrived at the final obstacle, the minefield. The mines aren't dangerous and will merely blow you into the air, so don't worry. Izuku decided to take things fast instead of safe, and activated his again Stim, speeding through the mines, leaving a trail of pink explosions in his wake as he ran. And Midoriya suddenly speeds up again, running fast enough to outrun the mines exploding below him. This kid is amazing. Mike was having a field day with this. Sadly, it wasn't going to be a smooth ride the entire way. His Stim began to run out before he was all the way through the field. The last thing the cameras saw was Izuku slowing down and then became enveloped by a giant pink explosion. Oh, and Midoriya suddenly slows down in the middle of the field and gets eaten in an explosion, announced Mike with a wince. For the first time since the race began, Aizawa chimed in, "Give it a second." Then a few seconds later, just past the end of the minefield, Izuku appeared in a familiar flash of white energy, still running towards the finish line. And Midoriya appears out of thin air. "What is this boy's quirk?" exclaimed Mike as he watched Izuku run towards the stadium, though feigning ignorance. He knew what Izuku's quirk was. "Technically none of what we've seen is his quirk," answered Aizawa vaguely. "That's very vague, but regardless, we have the first person to return to the stadium. Blowing past the competition is Izuku Midoriya," announced Mike excitedly. The crowd cheered loudly as they watched the boy enter the stadium. Izuku took a moment to catch his breath, before waving to the crowd. Izuku released a breath. "All right, BT, stand by for armament drop in a moment," advised Izuku as he addressed his companion. "Affirmative, pilot, standing by for orders." Izuku then walked over towards the edge of the arena. While he was walking, he decided to do a checkup. "So BT, what's the capacitor situation looking like?" "New capacitor construction queue at 38%, estimated time left, 2 weeks, 3 days and 17 hours. Time until Phase 2 is ready for use," 6 days and 5 hours. Izuku hummed, "That's good, sounds like everything is on track. Continue as planned, install the capacitors as they are finished, then charge them as per protocol." "Understood, pilot." Izuku sat down on the edge of the giant arena and waited for everyone else to arrive, checking his suit for any possible damage it could have sustained, despite not having felt anything. It took a while, but eventually everyone made it back to the stadium. As the students trickled in, Izuku saw his classmates, students from 1B as well as a Gen Ed student, except Izuku was anything but happy about the way the student had gotten there. The boy, who had purple orbs for hair, had stuck himself to Yaoyorozu's back, and she seemed extremely uncomfortable and embarrassed with it, while the much shorter student seemed very happy with himself. Izuku silently promised himself that he would find some way to knock down that perverted midget. However, he was drawn out of his scheming quickly once it was time to begin the next event. "Alright, now that everyone is back, it's time to announce the next event." "Roll the wheel," announced Midnight as she gestured to the giant screen behind her. On it was a wheel displayed, like from a game show. It turned, going between several choices, before stopping on one. Cavalry battle. For this, you will all team up in teams of 2 to 4. The rules are simple. The rider is carried by 1 to 3 horses. If the rider falls off, their team is automatically disqualified. Purposely trying to knock of the opposing rider is against the rules. I will tell you if you're pushing your luck. As for points, you can see them here on the screen, explained Midnight, gesturing with flair to the screen. However, everyone quickly noticed something missing. You have all likely already noticed, but the first place's score isn't on the screen, and that's because the amount of points assigned to the first place from the race is 10 million. Everyone turned to look at Izuku, a menacing aura erupting from everyone as they stared Izuku down. Izuku, however, merely grinned in the face of it, which sent shivers down everyone's spines. "Alright, you've got 15 minutes to find and partner up with your fellow participants. Use your time wisely." Midnight didn't even bat an eye to the situation unfolding in front of her. Izuku immediately walked forwards, towards Midnight. "Excuse me, Midnight, I have a question," said Izuku as he got close to the heroine. What is it, Midoriya?" questioned Midnight as hopped down from her stage. Izuku walked over to the heroine and whispered into her ear. Midnight hummed once he finished, "Technically you wouldn't be touching the ground yourself, so I'll allow it," answered the heroine after a moment of thought. Izuku nodded and walked back to the crowd of participants. He was quickly approached by a familiar face. "Hey Midoriya, let's team up." Ochako smiled brightly as she bounced over to the suit-wearing boy. Izuku gave the brown-haired girl a kind smile. "Hey Uraraka, you sure you want to be on my team? We're going to be a big target." Ochako nodded. "Yeah, but I know you, all of us in class have seen what you can do. I know you can handle it." Izuku smiled, "Thanks Uraraka." Suddenly, someone shouted from behind Izuku. "There you are. Mr. 10 Million, I request to be added to your team," exclaimed a pink-haired girl, who was wearing goggles and several gadgets. Before I do, who are you and why should I add you?" questioned Izuku, surprised but also confused by the girl's outburst. I'm Mei Hatsum, Support Course Class 1H and Inventor Extraordinaire, and you're my ticket to fame," introduced the girl bluntly. Izuku blinked, but took a moment to look the girl over, noting all of her gadgets. He thought for a moment, then made his choice. "Fine, you can join, but priority 1 is the competition, not the support companies, understood?" Izuku raised a finger, giving the girl a stern look. The girl pouted, but conceded, knowing being on the team with the first placer would give her excellent marketing. "Excuse me, Midoriya-san? May I join as well?" Izuku turned around, his eyes widened when he saw who had asked. "Yaoyorozu-san? Why do you want to team up with me?" questioned Izuku. He didn't mind, he was just surprised. "Because I believe you have the highest chance of winning, regardless of who is on your team," answered Momo simply. Izuku stood quietly for a moment, but he shook it off quickly to answer the girl. "Of course you can, it would be my pleasure," answered Izuku. Momo smiled, before the group ushered themselves in a small circle to strategize. They quickly made a plan, finishing it with a few minutes to spare. "Alright, BT, call in the armament drop, add 3 external phasers, arc grenades and the Volt, Bravo configuration. Affirmative pilot. Initiating armament drop. The pod landed quickly and Izuku quickly got to it, grabbing his weapon and then 3 devices. "How did you do that?" exclaimed Hatsum excitedly, getting all the way up in Izuku's face. 1. Step back a bit. 2. It's my quirk, answered Izuku, holding the devices in his hands. He walked over and handed each of his teammates one of the devices, each of them examining it, one more enthusiastically than the other 2. "Put those on your back, over the tailbone, and don't tinker with them. I have no idea what will happen if you manage to mess with their calibration," instructed Izuku, Ochako and Momo doing as asked, the devices automatically attaching to their waists. Meanwhile Hatsum was still intently examining the device. "Hatsum, put it on. Don't even think about trying to sneak it off and tinker with it. It will disappear once we're done and it'll disappear if it detects any kind of tampering," warned Izuku as he gave the girl another stern look. The girl whined audibly, but put the device on nonetheless. They quickly got ready, Izuku being the rider, while Ochako and Mei were the rear guard, and Momo the front guard. Mei had shared some of her inventions, namely the hover boots she had used during the race and a couple other devices she had brought, while Momo created a pair of shields which stayed attached to her. And then, all hell broke loose. "And the game is on," exclaimed Mike loudly as a horn blared. Obviously, everyone immediately rushed for Izuku, the most troublesome being Todoroki and Bakuga's teams. Izuku did the easy thing and told his team to run. The girls looked at him in confusion, but Ochako and Momo trusted him and did what he asked, Hatsum following in slight confusion. The second before Izuku's team would have met the other teams, Izuku exclaimed, "Phasing," and then suddenly disappeared in a flash of white energy, confusing everybody, even those who knew about Izuku's phase. The reason they were confused? All 4 of them disappeared. A moment after, Izuku and his team reappeared on the other side of the field, Ochako, Momo and Hatsum all wide-eyed with open mouths. "Focus, we need to keep our guard up and follow the plan," ordered Izuku, shaking the girls out of their stunned silence. The plan? Hit and run, mostly running by using phase to get out of being cornered. The match turned into a game of cat and mouse for several minutes, Izuku's team running, Izuku shooting with his Volt, which fired electric projectiles, arc grenades, which released a large amount of electricity to shock and stun opponents and occasionally phasing to stay out of trouble, while also occasionally going for headbands when an opening showed itself. But then the rhythm began to fall apart. Suddenly Ochako was hit in the back by a stray attack from another team, bruising her back and destroying her phaser in the process. Connection to phaser 2 lost, device offline. "Deepening, are you okay, Uraraka?" exclaimed Izuku. Uraraka nodded. "I'm okay, my back is just a bit sore." Izuku nodded. "We might have to use the backup." Izuku didn't really want to reveal his ace in the cavalry battle, but he may need to. Izuku quickly found himself having to dodge by jumping and maneuvering with his jump kit, but it became difficult as his teammates' arms began to tire out from catching him repeatedly. "Midoriya, we can't keep this up," shouted Momo, who was starting to get exhausted from using her quirk to create defenses for them. Izuku frowned. He had to do it, or his team would likely lose. His team retreated to a corner, leaving him with space between him and the rest of the teams. Once safely in the corner, Izuku turned, opened his helmet and grinned. "Say BT, we got a good tone?" "Affirmative pilot, we have a good tone." "Titan ready." Everyone from Class A paled at those words, while everyone else was confused. Izuku pressed the button, and immediately the telltale sound of a dropping in sounded out. "What's this? Is Midoriya calling in another one of those pods mid-battle?" questioned Mike, feigning ignorance with a smirk. He knew exactly what it was. Izuku's team was in a corner, and the corner erupted with dust as the Titan landed, obscuring it from everyone's view. Releasing control to pilot. Passenger grips extended. Everyone looked around in confusion, except for Class A. They knew exactly what Izuku had done. The dust settled and eyes widened. There, in the corner of the arena, was a Titan. Tone, online. The Titan rose from its kneeling position, Izuku visible from the open hatch, before the hatch closed. Ochako, Momo and Hatsum were on top of the Titan, all 3 of them marveling at the height they were at, Mei marveling the Titan more than anything. They were holding on to specialized grips, which required little effort on their part to stay on. The Titan then reached behind itself, grabbing and pulling out its weapon, a 40mm cannon. Holy sweet cakes, Midoriya has brought out his Titan, and I's holding a cannon? Exclaimed Mike loudly. Aizawa interrupted the loud blonde. Before anyone starts, the cannon fires specialized proximity concussion shells, meaning they explode before impact and the explosion doesn't physically cause damage. Most of the participants didn't dare move forward, the Titan's form too imposing to them, mainly due to the giant cannon it was now brandishing. Midnight spoke through the speakers then, "You have 5 minutes left, use them wisely." The teams immediately began scrambling around, trying to get more points as they ran around. However, only 3 teams dared approach Izuku, those being Bakugo, Todoroki and the boy with the purple orbs team. Izuku's eyes narrow when he saw the purple midget's team charge forward. How he'd managed to get anybody on his team was beyond him, but he intended to do something about it. A small hatch opened on top of the Titan, right next to Momo. Izuku spoke through a speaker next to Momo so only she could hear, "Hey Momo, do you want revenge on the purple midget?" Momo's eyes were wide, but she nodded after a moment, her face in a very annoyed expression. Izuku grinned from his place in the cockpit. "Then here, use this." Out of the hatch came Izuku's Volt rifle, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Momo's eyes widened when she saw the rifle, but after a moment a wicked smile crossed her face and she grabbed the rifle, immediately pointing it towards the purple midget. And then she opened fire. The purple midget got hit several times, as did the rest of the team, but more importantly, she hit him square in the crotch. Momo smiled triumphantly when she saw the kid double over in pain, clutching his crotch with both hands. "Oh, and Mineta from Gen Ed gets hit right in the jewels by a stray bullet from Yaoyorozu," announced Mike as he winced. Izuku smiled in satisfaction, seeing the midget in pain like that, but quickly turned his attention back to the big issue. Todoroki and Bakugo were both advancing and preparing to open fire with their quirks. Izuku wasn't about to let them get close. He fired his 40mm cannon, hitting the ground in front of both teams, letting them feel the concussive force from the shells without disorienting them. The teams paused, seemingly deciding whether it was worth it. Suddenly though, Bakugo's headband was snatched by the blonde boy from 1B, Monoma, who then said something which seemed to truly infuriate Bakugo and caused him to zero in on the other blonde. Todoroki, however, seemed to make his decision and ordered his team to advance, while Todoroki created large ice barriers to protect his team as they went forwards, while also hiding them. It wouldn't work on Izuku, however. He launched a sonar pulsar, which allowed him to see objects and people within its vicinity. With it he could see Team Todoroki moving around his left side. Izuku decided to give them a rude awakening and ran forwards, punching the ice barrier with the Titan's fist. It broke through easier than he thought it would, and he burst through to see Todoroki's stunned expression, but what was surprising was the small amount of flames on his arm. Flames? I thought he said he'd never use his flames? Izuku was confused, but he snapped out of it when he saw Todoroki's own surprised expression before the flames disappeared. Izuku quickly had the Titan dash backward. Before firing around the enemy team, he didn't want to knock them down by firing directly at them. It seemed to have the intended effect as Todoroki's team retreated. But it wasn't over yet. "Midoriya, behind yous," yelled Ochako suddenly. Izuku turned around quickly, seeing Bakugo approaching him quickly. Izuku had no time to aim his cannon, and decided to go safe rather than sorry. Bakugo let out a war cry, before firing off a large explosion at the Titan. Everything went quiet, and Bakugo manages to sneak up on Midoriya and fire a large explosion off. Is this the end of Midoriya's supremacy? Mike was practically up against the booth's window as he commented. An explosion like that? No chance, said Izuku's voice through the Titan's loudspeakers. Bakugo's eyes widened as the smoke disappeared. In between him and the Titan was a giant glowing wall. Though you did almost break through the particle shield, it's normally blue, and red means it's close to failing. Good job. Izuku was genuinely impressed with his classmate's strength. Bakugo shook off his surprise and went to attack again. And time is up, declared Midnight. Bakugo whipped to look at Midnight, before he began yelling in fury. Let's tally the points. In first place, Team Midoriya, in second place, Team Bakugo, in third place, Team Todoroki, and in fourth, we have Team Shiozaki. Give them a round of applause for their hard work, Midnight gestured with flair as she read. The crowd erupted into loud applause at the spectacle they had witnessed, mainly from Izuku. Izuku had BT kneel, then one by one grabbed the girls and put them back on the ground, before Izuku jumped out himself. He turned around to look at BT. Good job, buddy. Go take a break and repair up the chassis. BT saluted, yes, pilot. Then the Titan fizzled out of existence just like his pods did, all of the equipment he used doing the same, including his suit. Mei audibly whined when all of Izuku's gear disappeared. She had wanted to try and sneak something off, not believing they would actually disappear once they were done. Alright, before we go on to the last event, we're going to be holding a lunch break, then there are going to be some recreational games, announced Midnight before she hopped off her stage and walked towards the cafeteria, the rest of the participants doing the same. Izuku also began walking, but was stopped when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around to meet the stoic face of Todoroki. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What is it, Todoroki? The boy gestured to one of the openings in the arena. Come with me. I need to speak with you. They did not notice a certain ash-blonde boy looking at them as they walked away. An interesting turn of events. Time will tell where it will lead. Speech, thoughts, Titan speech. Enjoy .. So, what did you want to talk about? Asked Izuku. Todoroki had brought Izuku to an empty hallway near one of the stadium's exits. Todoroki kept silent for a few moments, all the while seemingly scrutinizing Izuku. You overpowered me. You made me break my oath. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. What? Todoroki continued to glare at Izuku. I told you before the festival. I would never use his fire. You made me break that promise. Izuku was thoroughly confused now. His fire? What are you talking about? Todoroki's glare hardened. You know who my father is. Izuku nodded, still thoroughly confused. Yeah, but what does that have to do with using your fire? Let me ask you something. Have you ever heard about Quirk marriages? Izuku's face went from confused to realization, then horror. No, he didn't. Todoroki nodded. He did. He bought my mother from her family, then forced her to carry child after child, until I came around. The prodigal child with the perfect combination of fire and ice. He would train me day in and day out, to one day beat All Might as the #1 hero. Todoroki put a hand up to the scar on his face, but then one day, my mom snapped. All the things he had put her through made her lose control. He looked Izuku right in the eyes. She poured boiling water onto my face, because it looked too much like him. Izuku was shocked. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Todoroki's eyes turned back to the ground. Afterwards, he put my mother in a psychiatric hospital. After that day, I promised never to use his fire, to never be like him. Suddenly everything made sense. My God. What the hell? Why haven't you gone to the police? Todoroki's expression soured further. You know why? Who would believe a child over the #2 hero? Izuku's brow furrowed. All right, but let me get one thing right. You refused to use your fire because of something Endeavor did? Todoroki gained a scowl. Yes. I refuse to be like him. I will never use his fire. Izuku stepped away from the wall he was leaning on. Right now, you seem very much like him to me, full of anger. You not using your fire will eventually lead to someone's death. So tell me, what's more important? Your oath or the life of another person? Todoroki seemed taken aback by that. Izuku began walking out of the entrance. Think about that for a while. Izuku left Todoroki in the hallway. Meanwhile, an eavesdropper left and neither were any the wiser. Izuku spent the majority of his lunch ignoring the looks from many of the other contestants, but it was easy with his classmates conversing with him throughout the break. It didn't take long before they had to go back to the arena. However, things turned a bit. What's this? Why are the girls from 1A wearing cheerleading uniforms? Questioned Mike over the loudspeakers. Izuku didn't need to ask and immediately turned to Kaminari. Kaminari noticed his hardened stare after a moment. It wasn't me. I'm not that stupid or perverted. Izuku sighed and decided to try and save some of the girls' dignities. BT prepares 6 clothing pods, equipped with UA gym uniforms. Affirmative, pilot. Pods ready. Izuku turned back to the girls. Drop one in front of each of them. Affirmative. Phasing pods. The telltale rumble sounded out as the pods dropped from the sky, before landing in front of the girls, who jumped back at how close they landed. Once the dust settled, the hatches opened and BT spoke to the girls. Please enter the pods. They will outfit you with the school's gym uniform. The girls shared looks, but didn't question it given the circumstances and jumped into one pod each. Barely 10 seconds later they stepped out of the pods, wearing the school's uniforms just as promised. Would you look at that, folks? It would seem Midoriya decided to act like a gentleman and help the girls out, said Mike as he watched the girls walk back towards the exit, with embarrassed blushes, and the pods phased back into the pocket dimension. Midnight cracked her whip, already ignoring that. Let's move on. The last event for today is the annual one-on-one tournament. Loud cheering rang out from the crowd, obviously excited to watch the climax of the festival. Midnight pointed at the large screen behind her with her whip. Now, let's see the brackets. The brackets appeared on screen shortly after the words left her mouth. Up first, we have Hitoshi Shinso versus Izuku Midoriya, announced Midnight as everyone looked at the top of the bracket. Izuku turned to look at Shinso, who looked back at him. They both gave each other a grin. The two boys quickly got down to the arena. Obviously Izuku called down a pod first. BT, Configuration Bravo, equipped the R-97, the RE-45. And some gravity stars. Affirmative, pilot. Equipment loaded, dropping pod. A few seconds later the pod landed as it usually did in front of Izuku and he went in as usual, jumping out shortly after in his suit. The two students stood on opposite sides of the arena and were looking at each other. Hey Shinso, how about we do a no-quirk spar? We both know your quirk won't work for long thanks to BT, and I would take you out quickly with a few shots, which would just be boring, suggested the green-haired boy with a cheeky smile. During their training following up to the festival, Shinso had discovered that if he took control of Izuku while he was wearing his suit, BT would literally shock Izuku to get him out of the purple-haired boy's influence. Shinso returned the smile. Sounds like fun, why not? Midnight raised an eyebrow. Am I understanding right that you will be fighting without using your quirks? The two boys nodded wordlessly and got into combat stances. Midnight smiled. I like your style, it's making me excited. Everyone's sweat dropped at what she exclaimed. Alright, if you're both ready. She looked between the two boys, who nodded to her. Good, then. Begin. She cracked her whip to set off the match. Izuku and Shinso rushed each other. Izuku didn't use any of his suit abilities, only using his natural speed, which was already faster than normal thanks to BT. They met just past the middle of the arena, exchanging kicks and punches, but both sides parried or countered each, which resulted in no attacks actually landing. Even though Izuku hit faster than most people, Shinso was still able to keep up with only some difficulty. However, it quickly became apparent that his stamina could be better than it was, as his movements began to become sluggish. Then finally, after almost 7 full minutes of intense close-quarters combat, the first attack connected. Izuku's leg connected with Shinso's side, knocking the boy to the side and winding him. He rolled across the floor for several meters, before coming to a stop just short of the arena's edge. Izuku lowered his leg and began walking over to Shinso, who was slowly getting to his feet. Shinso shakily got to his feet and turned to Izuku with a smile. You still hit as hard as ever. Izuku smiled back. And you're still able to keep up with me. I'm glad to see that. Can you keep going? Shinso felt his side for a moment, then shook his head. No, I think you broke a rib, and it feels like it's pressing onto something. Izuku nodded, while Midnight raised her whip. Hitoshi Shinso has yielded the match. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. The crowd cheered loudly. Even though it was a completely quirkless match, it was exhilarating to watch them fight. Izuku helped Shinso walk to the infirmary, which got approving shouts from crowd as they watched the sportsmanship between the two boys. Of course, when they arrived in the infirmary, they both got an ear full from Recovery Girl. You fools! Why must you always injure each other during such simple sparring? Recovery Girl was exasperated by these children, always injuring each other for no good reason. Izuku bowed, "I'm sorry, Recovery Girl, but I didn't want to hold back against Shinso. I felt it would be rude in the tournament." Shinso let out a laugh, "And I really wouldn't have had it any other way." Recovery Girl looked between the two boys, then sighed, You fine. Just let me heal Shinso, then be on your way back to the stands." She went over and kissed Shinso on the cheek, healing the broken rib in seconds and leaving the boy more tired than before. Shinso yawned, "I'm going to need a coffee or I might fall asleep during the tournament." Izuku shook his head but had a smile on his face, "I'll buy you one on the way back to the seats." Shinso gave him a tired smile, "Thanks." Recovery Girl waved them away, "You can go, just be sure to relax and not use too much more energy, understood Shinso?" She gave the boy a pointed look. Shinso nodded, "I understand." "Good, be on your way, and try not to get so injured that you'll end up back here today," pleaded Recovery Girl. Izuku smiled sheepishly, "No promises." The two boys walked out of the infirmary, leaving an exasperated Recovery Girl who was dreading the remainder of the festival. The rest of the matches went as one might expect. Zero was up against Todoroki and ended up frozen in a giant glacier. Kaminari was up against Ibra Shiozaki from Class B, and lost in seconds. Next was Ida versus Hatsum. Poor boy ended up becoming a walking advertisement for her support items until Hatsum stepped out of the arena. Following them was Aoyama against Mina. The Pinkette managed to dodge all of the blonde's lasers before she managed to knock him down with a wicked uppercut. After them was Yaoyorozu against Tokoyami, which also quickly ended in the Ravenette's defeat. Izuku could have sworn he saw tears beginning to form in her eyes as she ran out. Next was a rather boring matchup. Kirishima ended up fighting against Tetsu from Class B, who had a near-identical quirk to the redhead. The match ended in a draw that was later settled in an arm wrestling match that Kirishima won. And the last battle of the first bracket was brutal. Ochako had ended up against Bakugu, but had managed to actually push him into a corner before he busted through her plans and she collapsed from exhaustion. The finale of the first bracket was somber but invigorating, and soon after the brackets changed to reveal the next fights. Izuku involuntarily tensed as he was reminded of who he was fighting. First up we have Izuku Midoriya of Class A versus Shoto Todoroki of Class A. "Would the two please come to the arena?" announced Midnight excitedly. Izuku and Todoroki both got out of their seats at the same time, the two of them sharing a glance as they left the stands. As they walked, they quickly split off, no words being passed between them. Izuku walked through the long corridors towards the arena's entrance. But then he crossed paths with someone he really didn't want to see. Around a corner appeared the large, stoic form of the number 2 hero. Endeavor. The flame hero noticed Izuku. "Ah, there you are. I wanted to speak with you." Izuku raised an unimpressed eyebrow at the man. "You were looking for me?" Endeavor let a grin graze his face, "Of course. Your power, even if it mostly stems from technology, is impressive. You might even give All Might a run for his money if you got serious." Izuku frowned slightly, but not enough for the man to notice. "Thank you for the kind words. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a match I need to get to." Izuku began walking right past the flame hero. "It's my Shoto's fate to surpass All Might, it's what I've trained him for, and you will be a good stepping stone for him, so do not disrespect him by not using that mech of yours against him." Izuku stopped mid-step, his face hidden from the hero's view. Endeavor then turned away from Izuku and began walking. "That's all I wanted to say." "What kind of lame pep talk is that?" Endeavor stopped mid-step as well, as an oppressive aura began attacking his senses. He turned with wide eyes to look over his shoulders, and met furious green jade. "I am not All Might, or some kind of stepping stone for your so-called legacy. And Shoto is not you, nor will he ever be. Get off your high horse, or I'll knock you off it myself." Izuku was furious. He could only compare it to when Bakugu had disrespected Nijire. Endeavor actually felt his hand tremble as the aura from the boy washed over him, which caught the man off guard. And a second later, it vanished, just as quickly as it had appeared. Izuku turned around and walked away, without another word passing between him and the hero. Endeavor couldn't bring himself to do or say anything as he watched the boy walk away. But after a few moments, the boy's words sunk in for the hero. "Who does he think he is?" thought the man furiously as he stomped away. It took barely any more than 5 minutes before the two contestants walked out of their respective entrances. Let's hear it for these two powerhouses. First up we have Izuku Midoriya, the technological titan, and his opponent, Shoto Todoroki, the cold king of ice, announced Present Mike excitedly. The crowd roared with excitement as the two contestants walked up to the arena. Izuku stood across from Todoroki, his arms crossed as he scrutinized the boy, his temper still flaring. Todoroki meanwhile was also scrutinizing the greenette, and noted the angry frown on the boy's face. Izuku decided to speak up, but not loud enough for the crowd or cameras to pick up. "I just had a talk with your sperm donor. He's a real piece of work. I can see why you hate him." He nodded his head towards the man in question. Todoroki's brow furrowed. "Let me guess, he asked you to be some kind of stepping stone or something?" asked the boy with an annoyed tone. Izuku let a grin appear on his face. Right on the money. The boy's expression turned serious again. "So, have you thought about what I said?" asked the boy. Todoroki was quiet for a moment, his face holding an unreadable expression. "I have, and I've realized that you're right, but I don't know if I can just start using it after so long," answered the two-tone-haired boy as he looked at his left hand. Izuku uncrossed his arms and entered a combat stance. "If you use your all, then I'll use my all," said the boy simply. Todoroki said nothing, instead getting into a combat stance of his own. Midnight looked between the two of them. "Are both contestants ready?" Both boys gave her a curt nod, while Izuku's helmet closed up with an audible hiss. Midnight raised her whip. "All right, match? Start." She cracked her whip as she set off the match. In a blur of speed, Izuku launched himself at Todoroki, drawing his R97 and aiming it loosely towards his opponent. Todoroki threw up an ice barrier as the bullets came flying towards him. Obviously Izuku anticipated this and fired his grappling hook at the barrier, and reeled himself in. Todoroki, not realizing this, fired off another wave of ice in the direction where he predicted his opponent to be, but Izuku had already left the ground and was on his way over the barrier. The moment Izuku was above him, he threw what looked like a ninja star towards Todoroki. But thanks to all his training, the boy avoided it, just barely. The star landed just behind him, embedding itself in the ground. Todoroki then began arching his right arm to fire a pillar of ice at his opponent. But then there was a flash and the ground left his feet. The ninja star, or as Izuku called it, the gravity star, creates some kind of field that SCKS in people and objects, and it had gotten hold of Todoroki. Izuku aimed his weapon onto the boy again, but then he realized he was falling towards a pile of sharp ice, which forced him to react it. Thankfully, he hadn't used his jump kit's double jump charge, so he just jumped over it, but it meant he didn't have a chance to aim back onto his opponent before the gravity star blew. The gravity star imploded all at once, creating a small concussive blast that launched everything it had collected, including Todoroki. Luckily for him, and unluckily for Izuku, the boy was thrown further into the middle of the arena, and recovered quickly after landing. Izuku screeched to a halt once he landed as well, and turned to look at Todoroki. The two of them stared for a moment, evidently waiting for the other to make the first move. Suddenly, Todoroki sent another wave of ice towards the greenette, a large wave. Izuku reacted immediately and activated Stim, running to the side to avoid the wave before turning to run full speed at Todoroki, his weapon trained at the boy. In response, the heterochromatic sent another wave of ice, hoping to throw off his opponent's aim by forcing him to move instead of trying to make another wall. It had the intended effect, and Izuku dodged to the side and moments after his Stim ran out. Another wave quickly rushed towards the suited boy, and in response, the boy disappeared in a flash of white energy. At that point, everyone knew what that meant, and Todoroki went on guard, expecting the boy to appear close to him. He was mostly correct, as the boy appeared off to his side closer, but not right next to him. The instant he appeared, he fired his R97 towards the half-hot, half-cold Quirk user. In response, Todoroki quickly tried to throw up a small barrier, but a bullet managed to get him before it was completed, meaning he got shocked by the electricity it delivered. But instead of attacking again, the greenette just watched his opponent, and once he recovered, his opponent did the same. Izuku decided to goad the boy. "You ready to use your power yet?" Todoroki flinched involuntarily, but after a moment his face seemed to relax and he took in a breath, then let it out. Then he ignited. A pillar of flame grew from the boy as he, for the first time in who knew how long, used his left side. Izuku grinned behind his helmet. "That's more like it." "Shodo." Everyone turned to look at a familiar figure who was walking down towards the edge of the stands. He seemed to be monologuing, but Izuku wasn't listening, nor was Todoroki. Izuku opened the front of his helmet, revealing his grin to the boy. "You ready to finish this then?" asked the boy cheekily. Todoroki grinned in response. "You're crazy." "Let's do it." Izuku pressed a button on his manager. "Affirmative, pilot." "Initiating warp fall." In response, Todoroki threw forward his right foot, generating a large amount of ice while his fire raged on his left. And then they moved. Todoroki launched a massive glacier at his opponent, towering above his opponent as it rushed at him. Izuku rushed forward, reactivating Stim and using his grappling to launch himself into the air and over the glacier. As Izuku flew over, Todoroki flared his left side, increasing the temperature to immense proportions. A loud whine sounded out in the stadium, then there was a crash and the sound of cracking ice. Then the arena became bathed in white light. The arena exploded, the sudden and extreme increase in temperature having caused the air to expand and destroy the arena while sending an insane massive amount of wind rushing through the stands. The wind was quickly replaced by dust and steam, which covered the arena, making it impossible to see who was where. "Oh my gosh, what just happened?" exclaimed Mike over the loudspeakers. "If I were to take a guess, I'd say that the sudden increase in temperature made the air expand suddenly and rapidly, causing the explosion we saw," droned Aizawa lazily beside the loud blonde. Mike, who had fallen over because of the explosion, quickly got back up. "So that's what happened? But sheesh, there's so much dust, I can't tell who won." Midnight stood up, having somehow managed to avoid any serious damage from the explosion, and only a bit of head pain from falling. The heroine quickly recovered and went to figure out who had won. The dust settled shortly after, but when everyone scanned the arena, confusion and fear filled everyone. Izuku was nowhere in sight, only Todoroki was in the arena. But once again, before anyone could begin to panic or anything, the boy showed back up. In an every familiar flash of white energy, Izuku appeared behind Todoroki. But it wasn't just Izuku. Towering over Todoroki was Izuku's Titan, and reared behind it was a giant sword. Before anyone had a chance to react, the Titan swung the side of its massive sword at the two-tone-haired boy. The sword met its target and flung him straight out of the arena and crashing into the wall. Everyone was stuck in shock, while the Titan sheathed the sword on its back. The Titan then kneeled and the hatch opened. Izuku quickly got out and then ran to Todoroki, all the while audible saying, "Sheet, sheet, 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 I hit him too hard." Midnight shook out of her shock and raised her whip. "Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya is the winner." A moment went by. Then the stadium erupted in loud cheering. Thun thun. "All right, this is an extra quick announcement. This will probably be the last chapter for this FIC in a while. Why do I say that? Because I'm having way too much fun with my StarCraft crossover fix and I can't really get myself to write for Trust Me, Viridian and Iron's Bane, Interstellar Hero or Enlarged Ned Family. I would like to remind you all, just in case, that I write for my own enjoyment, and right now I get immense enjoyment from Infested Jade, Entaro Midoriya and Technocratic Dominion. Hope you all can live with this and that the SC2 fix will be able to keep you all occupied. I'll see you all later, Toodles. So, I would like to point you all to the latest chapter of Viridian and Iron's Bane. There is an update that surrounds Trust Me as well, so if you don't keep up with that FIC, please use a few minutes of your time to go read what I've come to decide. https archivophorone.org works 1883808 chapters 5456378 chapter text. It's my 1-year anniversary as a writer, and to celebrate you're all getting the first chapter of the rewrite. https Archivoforon.org works 2337558 chapters 56009455.